So let's try that.
Yeah, because otherwise it will echo. But
How do I do that? Because I'm connected through Zoom.
Okay, then you're fine. You're gonna watch chat on your phone.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, then we're good. We're good. Okay, let me go ahead and hit the live. Let me give myself a thumbsies up. Don't forget to share this out, because this is something you don't want to miss.
I can log in through YouTube too, right?
Yeah, and when you go in through YouTube, you want to turn the volume down on the YouTube one. You can, yeah, the Zoom should be its own certain window, and then YouTube will be on the right, like the web browser.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to find. Huh. So I'm so new to this.
So you should have got a notification that I went live.
Nope. My YouTube notifications haven't been working, to be honest.
Oh, okay. Okay, we got some people showing up. Hey, Angela. Hello, paranormal consultant. Hello, you guys. I have a guest on tonight because there's some stuff we need to talk about. Hey, Donna, let me pop up my chat too. We're going to wait for some more people to get in here because you guys aren't going to want to miss this. Hey, what's up? Hello, Kelly. Yeah. This is going to be good. That's all I can say. It's going to be good. Let me pop up my chat. You know, the crazy thing was, I got the notification. Hell yeah. So even somebody else's chat I was watching tonight too, you know, this has been inspiring a lot of people. Like we want to know what you guys like real or fake. You know, that's what counts. The bullying out there. I know Paranormal Consultant has talked about this, the smaller channels, go get them, Paranormal. A lot of them talk about how we cannot do anything because, you know, it's like people like the fake. That's okay. That's, you know, entertainment. I'm not gonna it's entertainment. If that's something you like, then, you know, definitely I watch it because it's funny. It's entertaining. But oh, thank you, Paranormal. But the other thing is how people get bullied.
Yeah, especially the
oh, by the way, I forgot to introduce. This is James Dawson. Okay, so I've known him for a little bit, met him a while ago, but the stuff we've been sharing, he's like, oh, I'm planning on doing something. The stuff my husband's been sharing out is something important that James has been getting. Hold on, Ashley, this is really important. Yeah, no, this ain't drama.
No drama.
Not drama. No, this is not going to be drama. I'm done with the drama, but this is a fact-based thing. My husband's being accused of paying somebody. James, why don't you take over the show for right now?
Well, first of all, it wasn't Jay. Jay has nothing to do with this. Jay shared the videos that I posted. And I was contacted because I know Vinny. I've known Vinny since we lived in Brooklyn. We used to go clubbing together. And this is something that people don't know. Vinny contacted me. I posted the videos and I sent them out and asked to share because it needed to get out.
And who's Vinny?
Vinny is someone who he's from Brooklyn, New York. I met Vinny around when I was in my teens because he's a little bit older than me, and we used to go clubbing together. We actually ran into each other at the 𝕆ℸ𝕋 in the Bronx.
Okay.
And
that's been a while, right?
We moved to Florida and became associated with some people that are there. And that's how he became friends with one in particular.
Who is this? Who did he become friends with?
Mr. HTD.
A lot of people are saying in here, not saying this is drama. Okay, yeah, no, yeah, not. I get it, Kelly. A lot of people are saying they don't want the fake; they want the real deal. But public does love drama, is what she meant. No, that's okay, Kelly. We got it. Okay, so how did this get brought to your attention? Besides, what had happened? Because there's a lot of people out there saying unless we see receipts, this is a
the receipts are out there. The receipts are out there. Vinny and I had like kind of stayed in contact over the years after I had left Florida, which was in 2015. We contacted here and there, and then I get a text message, and it's like he's telling me about this girl, this amazing girl, and then he tells me about her, and then he starts showing me the text messages of things that that Mr. HTD and his wife is wanting her to do. And Vinny was trying his best to protect her from a situation. They coerced her, saying that they knew this guy. He was coming there. He was staying. And then when it came to him, that you got to come and meet this girl who's just staying with us and this and that. And he's like, well, I don't really want a relationship, but they hit it off.
Right.
So that's how it started. And mind you, to my knowledge, he hadn't seen Mr. HTD since in 3 years.
Okay.
But he was telling this girl that Vinny comes there at the house in Georgia and stays all the time, which was completely not true.
Where did this girl come from?
From what I gather, she's originally from Florida, but she went up here to Tennessee.
Okay.
And they brought her to Fort Gaines from Tennessee.
Okay.
She was getting out of a very bad situation. And from what I gather too, this is someone that Alicia has known since she was a child. This girl used to change Alicia's diapers.
And so how did Jay and I get involved? Because we knew nothing.
I don't know how y'all got involved. I don't know how y'all got involved in this other than me asking y'all to share the videos. That's it.
Right.
I mean, some other person said that Jay was paying somebody to do this. That is completely not true. I contacted you. I asked you to share these videos.
That's right. And this person, rumor has it, this person supposedly is from Washington. How far away from Washington are you guys? Just throwing that out there. 3,000 miles?
Yeah, maybe 5,000 if that.
Hey, Cindy, how you doing? So yeah. Oops. Let's see what else. I do not know this guy. I don't know this guy at all. I never spoke with this guy. Like James has said, we've shared out his videos. And the reason why we shared out the videos is because it was something important. This guy has nothing to gain.
No,
Nothing.
he doesn't. He does not. And if any of this was false, why would he go to and make this public? I mean, he's got a lot to lose if this was false. He could be slapped with slander. He could be slapped with defamation. What has he got to lose? And I will say the text messages are out there.
Okay, Cosmic, which is Sarah, said, but why did you specifically contact her to publish this video?
Because this needed to get out. This needed to be shared.
James and Jay are friends.
Yes, Jay and I
James are friends. We're friends. That's like when you contact a friend, you're like, hey, can you share this out? That's what they do.
That's exactly what took place. Jay doesn't have anything to do with this other than sharing the videos.
I'm trying to copy down this email really fast. Okay, I got the email. Okay, so Sarah's saying it doesn't seem right. Okay, so Sarah, this is why James is on here tonight, because there's a lot of questions going on, and he's got the answers.
Yeah.
Yes, James has a channel, but yes, that's the thing. When you share them out, like I'll share out people's things on Twitter and stuff like that. Jay's got that. I guess you want to call it a second burner channel. Everybody's known about that channel, so specific people can see that. James is a small channel, and Jay, I can hear myself echoing.
I don't have anything to gain or lose.
No, but it's stuff that needs to be out there because
this is serious. This is serious, and I'm telling you that the text messages exist, and I can even, in fact, I could even repeat one right now if somebody wanted me to.
And also, she's saying, out of 50 billion people, why Emmy and Jay? Not just us. He has other people sharing it out. It's like a word of mouth advertisement. I guess you just want to call it that, but it's not really advertising. It's getting the truth out there, and it takes the smaller channels to do so.
And I'm going to tell you, Vinny is a very good person. He would have nothing to gain from this. Why would he go and start slandering someone and defaming someone? If there's what is the logic in that? If it wasn't true.
Paranormal consultant says, James, I support small channels. Please contact me. That's the email address I got. So I'll
get it to me.
Yeah. And Tony goes, people need to know and beware. Exactly. It may sound weird, Sarah, but
there's a lot that y'all don't know that's been going on. I'll say that. And it will eventually come out bit by bit, because I was on the phone with Vinny last night for 5 hours.
Right.
5 hours over an incident where he was set up. I'm his witness. I know exactly what went on.
And like Jay was saying, there's a difference between fans knowing stuff or people who are actually connected that know the truth. What's Jay say? We belong to many groups.
Hi, Karen.
Yes. Hey, Karen. Welcome. No, that's okay. You're not late. You're here on time. Let me mod her. So,
I will vouch 100% for Vinny's credibility. I don't have anything to gain by having them on my channel. They're there just in case something should happen. And the situation that happened last night, something could have happened. I'll say that.
Okay. But y'all have a nice night. You don't have to leave, Sarah. Again, this is not drama.
Yeah, it's not drama. We're just making some things clear.
Because shit's being said about Jay supposedly paying somebody, which Jay and I don't even know this guy Vinny. Don't even know him.
Yeah, Cosmic. He was set up last night. I will say that. There is. Yeah, I understand that you're not questioning Vinny, but a lot of people are. A lot of people are questioning Vinny. Vinny doesn't have any reason to lie about any of this. Anything he has said is 100% the truth.
And I could feel, I know exactly how Vinny feels, because there for a while I was being accused of some shit. Vinny doesn't want people to get away with shit, considering if it's wrong. And okay, Donald Trump. A lot of people kept their mouth shut about Donald Trump and didn't say shit, and then when shit finally hit the fan, then everybody started coming out of the woodwork.
Exactly. But I will say also that since Vinny's videos have come out, other people have been contacting me as well. I will say that.
Paranormal consultant. Bottom line is the truth will come out, and those who are plotting are playing games. we'll get there. United together, it would be going. It's going to be the best way to get the truth out there. Exactly. Hey, Kay, welcome.
And that's what we're doing. We're just trying to clear this misconception that Jay is paying this guy. No, Jay's never even talked to this person.
No.
Even people in my circle have not even talked to this person, and I'm in circles with quite a few YouTubers.
I get it, Sarah. I totally understand. It's to clear our name, also to clear Vinny. James knows a lot. He's one of those people that he knows a lot about what's going on in the community. He hangs around many places and he sees things. He's one of those people that lurks and sits back and, intakes and stuff. So
I know a lot of things that y'all don't know, and it's eventually slowly going to come out. It's slowly going to come out. I will say that after last night's incident, Vinny was exhausted and his nerves are a wreck, and he needs to rest. He needs to take some time to rest, but he will be addressing what happened last night at some point. And see, Emmy doesn't even know what happened last night because I've not even told her, because it doesn't concern her and Jay.
Nope. We just happened to be, he contacted us, said, I heard that somebody was saying that Jay was paying this guy. So he actually contacted us on that,
Yes.
It's not like we were saying
not like Emmy. Yeah, they never said, I asked Emmy and Jay to share the videos out. This needed to get out. They never contacted me. I contacted them, and the messages can be shown where I heard that Jay was being accused of this. We need to get this cleared up.
Mm-hmm. And we talk with James behind the scenes. Him and Jay just have like little chats here and there. So it's not like,
Yeah, it's not like we talk every single day.
No. Yes, definitely. Unity. I couldn't even talk. I'm like, So the other thing is, the little channels, I don't care to grow myself, but it's all about the truth. And I want to say, does everybody agree on that? It's all about the truth. When you're out investigating, you want to get the truth. Let me block that. So Mary got it. Because there are so many lies and deception out there. And and
it makes it harder for the smaller channels. The smaller channels are running into this thing where they're like in Florida, for example, the places are exhausted because of the larger YouTube channels. It's just constant repeated material, and they really don't have anywhere to go. And even some of the smaller channels are getting bullied by the bigger ones.
Yep.
It's just getting exhausting for the smaller channels because it's hard for them to create content when the bigger channels are constantly making a deal of going to the same places.
Yeah. Oh, and the other thing I want to say, I don't go into any place unless I get permission. Even if it says do not enter, no trespassing, I will find a way to get permission. These other creators have went above doing that and getting in trouble, and to make it to where these people who own these, abandoned homes, ranches, they don't want nobody on their property now because of this stuff. Entertainment is entertainment. If you're out for entertainment, put that in your videos. Exactly.
That's true.
Also, there were some people talking about how they spent $500+ to go to the Stanley Hotel to stay in the most haunted room. They got a couple EVPs. But yet these bigger YouTubers get all kinds of shit out there. Whether I get something or not, I'm going to put that out there. If I don't get anything, I'm going to put that out there.
Even if you don't catch anything, it's a fun video still.
And it's people there's other people out there that can't go out and do that. So they're living through us to go out and have fun. And that's stuff they want to see. Hey, Brittany, how you doing? And again, it's all about the truth. And that's all we want to do is get the truth out there.
Exactly.
And like Jay was saying too, Jay was saying, oh, where'd he go? He goes, his story needs to be heard. I have some followers that know the group, so I shared it. It's that simple.
And that's the truth. That is 100% the truth.
Hey, Christian, welcome. How you doing tonight? I don't know how else to say stuff. I mean, you know, there's been people, I want to say there's probably like 3 different teams that have confessed that they had faked. They come clean. And
yes,
I've heard from so many people, oh my God, I'm following them again because they were truthful. And that shows so much respect.
I mean, when it comes to the certain YouTubers that like filmed with some people that were faking, you can kind of tell when they started distancing themselves because they really didn't want any part of it anymore. But the larger YouTubers get the views.
Yep.
While the smaller ones they're struggling. I mean, it's very unfair.
Yeah, it is.
And it makes the whole paranormal field a joke.
Actually, what's been happening to me the past few months is the paranormal group has become worse of a drama group than paranormal.
Yeah.
It's put so much stress on everyone around you in your life.
And that there was people that even left. They quit because of it. I mean, I know of two YouTubers that were just starting out, and all of this drama, they're like, we're done. We're just going back to gaming. They did 3 videos. We're done.
Because they get slack from the upper YouTubers. You know, I don't tell you who to be friends with.
No.
I would never do that. You know, but just don't pick on little people when we're out there actually trying to do some. Kelly says, if it's going to be faked, lay down some serious effects to keep me interested. That's true too.
Yep.
You know,
do more than sound effects. Do more than sound effects, or constantly turn your. Did you hear that? When you're not hearing what they're hearing because they don't edit that in the video.
Right.
Or if you're going to go randonauting and you go to thrift stores ahead of time and keep a whole stock of stuff, and you're constantly finding stuff, and yet the smaller people that are doing it, nothing.
Yeah, I was randonauting with my husband there for a while. You know, it was kind of cool and stuff, but literally that was more of a waste of gas than anything. Like,
exactly. And you know, I've struck up a friendship with Josh, who was the 𝕐𝕆𝕝 creator, and he does live streams, and some of them are talking about people who are faking videos.
Yeah. I'm speechless on a lot of this. I've you know, a lot of people too, like me. I've always been into paranormal. I was into paranormal. I grew up in a town that was like paranormal. But when I had kids, I pulled myself away from that to raise my kids.
Right.
And then our kids were all grown up. Now I wanted to get back into something that I love doing, finding, you know, or not finding, actually showing what's out there, the truth about stuff. Hey, April. And all these other people are like, oh no, she's just going out there to clout chase. No, I'm not. That's
the biggest thing with these larger YouTubers. Anyone that's smaller than them, oh, they're just clout chasing. They're clout chasing. And they'll even tell other YouTubers in that circle, they're clout chasers. They're clout chasers. Watch your back. Watch your back. Don't say, you be careful what you say to this one. Be careful what you say to that one. I don't trust this one. I know all of this.
Yep. And again, you sit back and you intake everything and you see everything.
Yep.
And you have nothing to gain from all this either.
I don't. I really don't. I mean, I literally live right across from 𝕆𝕶𝕋𝕼 Dam. I see who comes in, I see who goes out, and sometimes I know what's faked because I know the person. Well, I really shouldn't say this because it could get him in trouble, so I'll just leave that out.
So tell me about Vinny. Tell us about Vinny, because again, some serious shit was happening. And it started getting a lot of us involved when we weren't even involved, and then that's why we're here.
The only way y'all got involved was when I asked you guys to share the video.
That's like you sending us puppy videos. Hey, can you share these out because they're funny?
Exactly. Or I may send a video of somebody, the little goth kid dancing. Remember that one?
Yeah. It's like,
it's just, and I'm like, and I know Vinny, and I know a lot of people, they don't know what's going on, so they question his credibility. But to that, I say, sit and think about it logically. What does he have to gain or lose by going public? If he even had a Reddit page, and it detailed with updates of stuff that was going on that you guys didn't even get to see. I mean, the incident that happened yesterday and the videos per his request are going to stay on my channel as our incoming ones. Because he was, I will say, he was constantly having to be on the move last night. And I will say that one of the people involved was contacting the girlfriend and threatening her. The text messages exist. I mean, I can pretty much.
Paranormal consultant. I didn't mean to cut you off. James and I will send you an email. Thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate it.
She will get that too. She will get that to me, and I will email you. I mean, going through my phone here. Let's see. If nobody wants to really believe it, because I'm trying not to put one that's specifically putting a lot of names out there.
Right.
Because there was a situation where the person was told that it was a larger YouTuber that was coming in on the 1st for this particular incident to take place. But like I said, I've known Vinny like going back to Brooklyn and the Limelight days. Last night we talked just to keep his mind about the Limelight, the tunnel, Save the Robots, all of these clubs. And, and if anybody questions validity of that, there's several movies that, one of them in particular, I'm an extra in because I was in that scene and it was associated with that particular incident would happen. Like I said, I'm digging through text messages because I don't want to.
You just want Vinny's name out there, nobody else's.
Exactly. And I don't want to put any other people's names out there that
aren't here.
Exactly. Like I said, the text messages are out there and there's a whole bunch. And I'm going to tell you right now, let's see. This is
even J-Max says, unfortunately, in today's YouTube, people want to see, test, and hear clips, etc. Right there. There you go.
Here's one of them. And that one, she's talking about how bad she wants to get out of that house. I mean, here's another.
Yeah. Okay, so why does it have to be more about drama and bullying than it does about spirits? Exactly. That's what we're trying to get at, lady, or April. That's the thing, these bigger YouTube channels.
I want to add before you say that, these bigger YouTubes kind of add drama to it by creating a false backstory. Because when some YouTubers go back and they go and research, they will see that never happened here. I mean, you can say your house was built, this house was built in such and such time in the 1800s, and a guy was shot here in this room. Where, when you look this up,
deception, right?
Huh?
That's deception, right? Is that
That's
the word I'm looking
deception. That's
Okay, that's
yeah. That's you would consider that deception because you can look it up and there's no history of it of such a violent act happening. So they add drama to it to get the viewers in.
and a lot of it has to do with money.
Yeah, the big money.
Where you can make a buck, they will fuck you over.
And if they've got to backstab you and make $2, they'll do it.
Yep.
They'll do it.
I mean, with everybody in here, I don't even know how many people's in chat. Let me pull up my thing. We got 15 people watching. And a lot of these people come over from okay, like Kelly says, by YouTube standards, it takes too much to make money. Not interested in that. Yeah, exactly.
It does.
And Kelly Phoenix out there puts on some amazing shows too. She explores a lot of stuff. She's also a card reader. It's like tonight she was doing astral projecting and stuff like that and dream walking. And she's trying to get the positive. Somebody was telling her she was crazy because that didn't exist. But you know, we all know better. And again, she's one of those smaller channels that she just wants the truth out there, let people know, hey,
much like you. I mean, I grew up in a family that was heavily into the paranormal and stuff like that. I think you knew that about my history. I think I might even discuss that with you at one point.
Mm-hmm.
I had an aunt that's pretty well known, and she's not only, in the music and all that, but she's also a high priestess, and she's heavily in the occult. I mean, you can, did I ever send you that video clip where I'm filming her for her birthday and all the orbs start flying by?
I think so. It's
and she sees them. She's sitting there and she just literally freaks out. So, I mean, that's one of the reasons why I never want to do a channel. I do my investigations on my own, take my pictures, record this, record that. And I don't bother putting it on YouTube. Because there's a lot of people that's kind of starting to feel like I do. What's the point? What is the point? Because you've got the larger channels that do a lot of exploiting, and the smaller channels it's so hard for them to grow.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of them don't care about the monetization. They just want to grow. They love doing what they do.
Okay. April goes, I don't know. I would look history first. Personally, I want to know what I'm dealing with. Exactly. Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. If somebody just comes out and tells you, oh, well, this guy was violently killed here in this room. This woman was violently killed here in this one. This woman here had a heart attack in this room. You want to look at that history to be be sure you're not being sold a lie.
Yeah, that, and I gotta say something. To take an 1800s home
and completely destroy it. That's
my God. I'm saying that's the truth.
It's an awesome.
What I would give to own an 1800s home. I mean, those homes back east compared to the ones out here in the West, those are beautiful with a fireplace in every fucking room. It's like, come on, like, why? I'm sorry.
I don't know. It's just, I mean, I saw videos and I got sick to my stomach of what that house looks like now. I couldn't do that.
It's that it is somebody who respects the spirits wouldn't have done that.
I mean, I'm not saying that there's not spirits there,
but you don't want to destroy a home.
Exactly, and you don't want to create misinformation to sell.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, the bottom line's the money.
And money is like what? One of the
root of all evil.
There we go. I was going to say that. Read my mind.
Money is the root of all evil.
And then the next one would be jealousy. A lot of people are jealous of other people climbing ladder. And like Jay's always said, be nice to the people on the way up because you're going to meet the same people on the way down.
And don't be so condescending to them. Because I mean, I know of a YouTuber who is, I will say, the most greatest guy, but then you try to talk to him, condescending.
Yeah. And if anybody in, chat has a question or something, feel free to ask. I don't know, James, do you want to tell them a little about yourself too? Because a lot of people don't know who you
Yeah, a lot
are.
of people don't know who I am, but
No.
I've been around the scenes for a long time. A
Mm-hmm.
long time. I mean, I was in, I will say, Florida in up until about 2015, and then I moved back. I moved to Tennessee. I've heard things through circles.
And what's your background? Like you are sensitive,
Yes,
empath.
yes. I actually at one point I got to meet Amy. What's her name? Amy Allen, and she just stared at me, and she's like, "Wow, the vibrations."
Yeah.
But yeah, I grew up in a history of the paranormal and stuff like that. My
I can say
family,
one thing too that will blow everybody, and then you can continue. My
yeah,
cousin went missing.
yeah, I remember that. And was I wrong? Was I wrong at all, Amy?
James knew nothing of my cousin, nothing. And
I saw a picture of her. You sent me a picture.
saw a picture, that was it. But the vision he was telling us, it was me, Patty, and Rebecca. He was like, I see like a white road and trees and water. And I'm going, oh my God, because I hadn't showed him these pictures. And I'm like, Patty, I started crying because the pictures her sister, my cousin, gave me was what he was describing.
Of the last place she was seen.
Yeah.
And mind you, I've never met this person before in my life.
No.
And she sent me a picture of, I believe it was the boyfriend at the time.
Yep.
And I was pretty much able to give her a full rundown on him just by looking at his picture. And Amy, she's flipping through. Oh my God.
Yeah. And told me, he's like, he was in the military. So picking up on, I'm like, I don't know. So I'm asking my other, because I'm like, hey, she goes, yeah, he was like in the army or something like that. And I was like, oh, see, right now I got goosebumps because if I wasn't a believer, I was then at that time. And Patty and Rebecca were just going, we couldn't even wrap our head around it.
Yep, because it was a FaceTime call between me and you. Then you sent me her picture, and I told you what I was picking up.
Yeah. Yep. Jay was like, he was describing the background of the camp, everything. And so when I tell you James is real, James is real. There's again, I have nothing to hide or lie about this. He's been there for a lot of people and he knows what goes on. So tell him now. I'm sorry, I had to cut you off, but I just wanted to let him know that's
my history. I mean, it's pretty much I grew up in a family that, my family, they were the first settlers in Marion County and in Indianapolis, Indiana. In fact, there's a lake named after the family.
oh geez.
But yeah, and I have my history. With my work history and stuff, I don't work like if it's someone I'll care about, I'll do what I can to help. But my normal life before I had gotten sick with cancer, and I just recently in October had a very aggressive 𝕎ℍ𝔼ℝ𝔼 gland cancer removed out of the side of my neck here, and I think Emmy saw how disgusting it was.
It was. I wouldn't say disgusting, but you can tell he was in pain. It was miserable, and he looks like he's lost 20 pounds because now.
Yeah, it's this whole side of my face was just out to here.
And with him being in a lot of pain like that, he was still helping a lot of people out.
And I've always put others before me anyway. That's how I was raised. In my work history, I've got a work history of working with children with special needs and a nurse practitioner. So, I mean, I do what I can do.
Yeah.
But, and I do my paranormal investigations. I keep like journals of everything and write it down, record, and I keep it all on a disk drive.
And there was a couple though you've shared with us that we've
The pictures.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I do share out my evidence.
Mm-hmm.
Especially that child walking across the graveyard when there's no tombstone there.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that. So yeah, he wants what everybody else wants. We want the truth. We want
the drama to end.
Yeah, definitely the drama, because that, oh my God.
I mean, I can't even start to wrap my head how this rumor, this lie got started that Jay's paying someone. I can tell you, I know for a fact that Vinny does not live in Washington, or it's Oregon you live in, isn't it?
Yep, Oregon.
I know for a fact Vinny does not live there, and he's nowhere near there.
Nope.
I do know where he is, but he's definitely not there.
Yeah, that's, and for people to think that, it's like, what the fuck? Are you serious?
And if anybody wants to see those 3 videos that didn't,
oh yeah, let me drop your. Do you mind if I drop your YouTube?
Go ahead, because I'm beginning to start. I might start posting a little bit of my paranormal stuff, but I'm also working on a lot of true crime, and I may do like true crime stories from that here and there.
Okay, let me pull you up. Yeah, that I think you'd be really good in that. I really do.
Because I always wanted to be a lawyer, but I just never wanted to pay the fee.
Yeah, I hear you there. Okay, this is his group. Or not his group, his
channel.
Yeah. God. His YouTube channel. You guys definitely go check it out.
What part of what area of Indianapolis are you from, Lady Blonde Wolf?
Hey Thomas, how you doing? Welcome. Right there, you guys definitely check out that channel. That has those 3 videos on it. Those are the same videos. Hey Jenna. Okay, so Cindy's like, I'm lost. Who's Vinny? Okay. Go ahead. Some people hadn't seen those videos then.
Okay, Vinny is someone that I knew, as I stated before, from Brooklyn, New York, where he moved to Florida. When Vinny moved to Florida, he became friends with Mr. HTD, and this was around 2013, and I actually left Florida in 2015. Vinny and I stayed in contact, not like every day, maybe once a month, something like that. Yeah. Vinny met a girl through Mr. HTD, and he was coerced to coming up there. Prior to that, the girl is someone that they've known for years, was in a very bad situation. She just gotten out of love. They came to Tennessee and picked her up and coerced her down there. The way they did that was they said that, Vinny comes here all the time. He stays there. And mind you, he hadn't seen Mr. HTD's in 3 years at that point. And in his videos, I know a lot of stuff that he said was true, especially about like fixing the wire that the kids were going under to shut the water spigot off because there was this electrical, because Vinny had vented to me about that. And Vinny met this girl. They hit it off. And he falls madly in love with her. She falls madly in love with him. Then one day out of the blue, she tells him that Mr. HTD and his wife are in her room telling her she needs to do porn. They want her to do porn. And previously I'd already shown the text message where she was was telling him how bad she was wanting to get out of that house. There's things that you guys don't know that he was doing for her.
I don't even know. I
Don't know. I mean, for
yeah.
example,
I'm just saying.
I will say there was an instance where she was left there by herself with no heaters and she got extremely sick. It's in text messages. And she called and was asking for a heater and she was laughed at. So Vinny was driving all the way from where he's at, which is over 3 miles, to bring her food. It's all in text messages. These text messages do exist. But he came forward and spilled the beans on what they were wanting to do to this girl. And he's gone through and he's deleted one of these videos that she was in. And in this video, he purposely got her drunk, knowing her past. And it comes off as a screen test as to how far she's willing to go. And at one point, if you actually saw this video, she's sitting on the sofa with a bottle of wine and a see-through wife beater, and the lights go out, and it's kind of like the black lights are on her. You can see her breasts, and you can see that she's got very, very, I would say they're bikini panties on.
Yes, Cindy. Yes.
This video has been removed, but it does exist. The video does exist if needed.
Yeah.
As do other videos if needed.
It is messed up. And this is like, like people in the entertainment industry, movie stars, whatever, actors and actresses, the higher up the actor is, the more he thinks he can get away with it. And Bill Cosby, look at all that shit started happening to him too. Once one person came out, shit started rolling downhill. So it's a lot like
there
that.
have been more reach out to me. There have been more. And I think I may have even shown you one of the messages. I don't remember, because I don't know what to do. I really don't know what to do.
You said 3 miles. It's 3 hours.
It's 3 hours. I mean,
yeah,
from where he was at that time, because he sold his house. He had planned a life with this girl and sold his house. You guys, like I said, I mean, you guys really don't know what's been going on, but I do, because I've been in the loop. And I came here to do this to clear Emmy and Jay. They didn't have any part of this. They're not paying this guy. They're not even paying me. I mean, Emmy and I, we've conversed, but we've never met. Jay and I talk all the time, occasionally. We've never met. I don't have anything to lose by keeping them on my channel.
No.
And if I knew, and if I didn't know what was going on, and if this was like a huge setup, I never would have been part of it. But there have been other YouTubers come forward about certain things, and
no, that's correct, April.
I don't know. I mean, they're coming to me, and I'm like, what do I do? I just keep it filed up.
Oh.
I mean, I feel very bad for them. Very, very bad. And another thing too is the discrediting credit of Vinny. Vinny, he knows things that could completely destroy that person's channel. Such as just like the stalker. I know who the stalker is.
Oh yeah, so do I. I knew that from the beginning, and I was praying to God.
Well, it's not who you think it is. It's not who you think it is. It's someone related to him.
Yeah. I know. Okay. Yeah, I know who it is. Yeah.
Okay.
Also, I remember a while back talking with a person. This is while I was in Florida, and I think, or maybe it was you on a call about the plans you wanted to do with that big house.
Yeah, I overheard that. And
Yeah. Okay, so we were on a call.
yeah, I overheard that from the person he told it to. And I'll just go ahead and say it. His plans were to purchase a big home and turn it into this big torture thing for where he could torture women. The whole BDSM thing. That was one of his goals. That's something he wanted to do. And
It's
this is
like
very
a today's
powerful.
day and age brothel type thing, right?
Yeah, a brothel, pretty much. I mean, and this is
That's
very
what I love
powerful.
about it. And the thing, okay, I've watched his videos. I'll admit that because they're stupid. But he saw a
I
cage and
can't
said,
even
"Oh,
stand to
that's
hear his voice.
big enough to put a human in it." That was on one of his videos.
Well, there's misconceptions about that, but I will say he does live right there. I mean, he does live right there. Um, the tour only takes place downstairs. You don't go upstairs at all
Really?
because that's where they live.
Nita's going, "Oh my God, sick." Yeah. And this is the thing. A lot of people. Okay, I will say this: a lot of these YouTubers that have worked together have a whole bunch of shit on each other.
Oh
So
God,
they're
you
not
don't even
going.
know.
They're not going to say nothing about each other because they're like, if I say something, he's going to say this about me. So they're not going to open their mouth.
You don't even know.
So this is why
I mean, I know of one who likes prostitutes while he's on the road.
I heard of that one.
I'm not going to say any names, but
do they have kids? Yes, they do.
Yes, they do, and the kids are in the house.
Yep.
I mean, all of this is going to start coming out eventually. I mean, the text message, like I said, the text messages are there. And if it gets to the point of having to put them in Vinny's videos for people to believe the credibility, then that's what will have to be done. And with the incident last night, he's going to Verizon as soon as he can to find out who was calling her and texting her while they were together, because that ended up turning into a setup. Thank God he called me for a witness.
And again, I didn't know anything about this till he started talking about it on the channel tonight. Like,
I'm not going to go into details of that way.
No.
They can't say that you knew, it came from you and Jay. I'm not going to go into details over that. Vinny's going to discuss that at a time when he's ready.
mm-hmm. And we were talking about having Vinny on here tonight, but like you said, you were on a call with him.
I was on a call with him for 5 hours, and
he had to go to work.
He had to leave and go to work early this morning. He's not slept. He's not slept at all. And I talked to him earlier, and his nerves are a mess after last night, because he can't believe this was done.
That's true. Thank you, Stephanie. Stephanie agrees with keep exposing them, get the proof out there, get the truth. That's what we want to do. Yes, boycott the channel. Again, I'm not going to tell you guys who.
Yeah, if you enjoy his content, watch it. If you're just watch it. I mean, I watch it at times, but I just can't stand hearing him talk. I mean, I'm not afraid to say that. I can't stand to hear him talk, but I'll watch his content.
Exactly.
If you're a damsel in distress, don't go there.
Yeah, if you're a damsel in distress, don't go there.
Yes.
Tony says, thought upstairs with the guy who got shot. Yes, that's supposedly.
And there's no record of it.
No. And what better place, I just got to say, what better place to, the police station's right across the street. So what better place to do your shit?
Oh, they always say that.
Yeah, there's a cop station right there. That way, they can get away with shit. Yeah.
Yep.
Best way to commit a crime is in front of a policeman.
But I mean, yeah, it's just let's just put it this way: they got to the witness. They got to the witness.
Yeah.
And the witness, we don't know where the witness is. She disappeared last night, and it was made to look like she was with him as the last person. And I do know for a fact that while I was on the phone with him, he went searching for her.
Now that's okay. Now you guys are caught up to what he's saying. James was a witness from 5 hours of being on the phone from the time she left
Until 4 o'clock this morning.
this person's these people that was doing whatever they were to her is now telling her family Vinny was the last guy she was seen with. Love you too, Jenna. So that's what
Let me tell you how suspicious this whole thing was. I was on the phone with Vinny. He went out. He sent me a text, and in the text said that he's going to Five Guys, which was like 15 minutes away. And he spent 40 minutes in the restaurant getting their food. And he forgot the card key, the key to the hotel room. Well, he goes to the desk, and the desk clerk is taking 10 minutes. We timed it, 10 minutes to get him another key.
Love you, Cindy. Thank you for coming in. We'll show the baby pictures this week, okay? Welcome to being grandma. Yeah,
You know, I mean, Vinny has pretty much told things that's going on down there in Georgia. Wars with neighbors, fire marshal, all that stuff. That's going to come out too. I mean, after last night's incident, Vinny's not going to hold anything back.
You know, and shit like this. Look at the Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie. Okay,
That was, excuse what I'm about to say. That was just completely shitty to do. She had been dead. How long? They had found her body. How long?
Maybe a few hours.
And then it made it look like his app had something to do. Oh my God, my app. I mean, that alone should tell people about the demeanor. And let's not even get into the sex talk that used to be on the Nerdy McDirty channel.
Yep.
Were he openly talking about having sex on the first date? Practically.
What?
Unless it's political, no TV show plays on an active.
Yeah, unless it's political.
Yeah, that was, I'm sick to my stomach. But I mean, even if you go to that, if you look at the demeanor, you go straight to like what was on, like Vinny had noticed on the Nerdy McDirty channel. All of that sex talk gone after this. It's gone. I mean, I vaguely remember him talking about having sex with women on the first date. I vaguely remember him talking about having sex with his 8th grade teacher. And I'm repeating this because it came from him in a video.
This is true. Do you have that video?
It exists.
Okay.
I think I just heard that the other day.
Yeah.
It exists. I mean, this is just a pattern of this behavior. I mean, I'm not going to say what's really on my mind about that, but I think you can figure it out.
Yeah. So, you know, I remember about a year ago, somebody tried to destroy somebody else's life out there by saying lies. Now, this person, that's been a constant thing.
Yeah. And he's got this really bad habit of bringing other people in to help try to, I don't know, let's say bankrupt them or something. This is a constant pattern. I do know of instances where Vinny has specifically told me, you know, his beef with other channels.
And he didn't start telling you this till all the shit started happening.
Until he
was getting screwed over himself.
He saw what kind of person his supposed friend really was.
Wow.
But I did know about the wiring thing because he had expressed that to me, because there was this, I believe he said it was 4 foot. I'd have to look at the text message of an exposed wire under the sink. and they were supposedly having the kids go under there and cut the water off and on. And Vinny fixed it. And Vinny fixed all of the wiring and the plumbing in the house, and they're just like, nah, who cares?
Tony's like, this is why twiddledee and twiddledum, just, yeah. Hashtag, yeah, it's so stupid.
It is, but I mean, Emmy and Jay are getting accused of something they had nothing to do with. Nothing.
And again, I'm done, we're done with the drama. I just want to get out the, about the paranormal. I'd rather talk to the dead than the living any day now. I mean,
the dead can't hurt you, it's the living that'll kill you.
Yeah. Yep. And Jay's getting into it more too. He's still
kind of.
Yeah, he likes to try to debunk things. I believe in a lot of stuff. But he, and he also likes to explore too. And that's what we like to do too, is go and explore places. And we like to do things that other people can't get out of the house and do, or they're not in an area. Like exploring back east compared to here, there's a lot of places here, but there's a lot more history back east. And that's what I love about that.
Yeah, I mean, the South is it's got all of this rich history that's not made up in some places, and you have some of the best investigations come from the South.
Yeah.
Now I am planning a trip to the I've gained access to what was once Spawn Ranch. The whole Manson family fiasco.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I've become friends with another YouTuber. He's got a channel, and he's actually in the Netflix series Dark Tourist.
Okay.
He helps take care of what's left of the ranch.
Oh, wow.
And he's going to give me a tour this summer.
Wow.
And we're going to the old Barker Ranch because I became friends with someone that was affiliated with the Barker Ranch. And it's no longer there. But we're going to go there and check it out too.
That's cool. Wow. Jay goes, just in case you need friends or somebody, security
if you go to the Mustang Ranch.
The Mustang Ranch or the Bunny Ranch. Jay wants to be there with you.
All right.
Make sure you're safe.
All right. I'll keep you in mind, Jay.
Yeah. Now, no wild stallion ranches, just the Mustang and the Bunny.
Okay. And see, I'm not even going to bother filming that because we've got larger channels that have already covered that. The Paranormal Files, they even went to the tunnel where Shorty Shay's body was found. So and my aunt's house is practically right across the canyon from the old Sharon Tate's house. So all I got to do is look out her back balcony and see it.
That's the thing too. Places like I want to go and investigate that a lot of people don't want us there because it got ruined by somebody else.
And another thing is too, a lot of the YouTubers, they would go in and destroy it.
Yeah.
They would destroy it to make it look more authentic. They'd go in places and they would write like things on the walls and that fake stage blood and stuff like that, spray paint. I mean, it hurts the channels, especially the smaller ones, because the bigger ones get there and they ruin it for everyone else.
Yep.
I'm checking the live chat too. So
okay, yeah. Also, like, there's places like I went to the Jasper Jail, stayed the weekend there. That place was actually amazing.
I've always wanted to go there.
It's amazing. We were tired like the last night, but we stayed the weekend there. But from what we had done, and then from what videos I'd seen prior to that afterwards, it ruins it for everyone. And I haven't even stuck up half of my videos, because
well, that's the same as it is with some other YouTubers that I'm friends with that are smaller channels. They go to this place. I mean, I've got a friend who did a really good investigation at Spawn Ranch with one of the Manson family members. And I was there with them at this particular time. This is before my friend took over and
Right.
started taking care of the ranch. And I actually met this woman that was a member of this family. And then the Paranormal Falls video comes out. She's like, well, what am I going to do with this? Because they're like, if they see me with this woman who was a member of this family,
Right.
giving me a guided tour of where things were at, who's going to watch?
Yeah.
So I mean, it's just so much harder for these smaller channels. I mean, I'm not saying anything bad about the bigger channels. But they get to the point where they exhaust locations, and the smaller channels are like,
And everybody's going to come up with, everybody's going to
Different
gather
ideas,
different
right.
evidence, you know. I mean, we can go.
I mean,
to,
it's like I was watching a video last week of a smoke technique. Who would have thought? I mean, that's an original idea. I've never even thought about that. I've tried the cigarette technique, but I've never thought of the smoke.
Right. Okay. You have to show me that because I don't know what you're talking about. But I'm like,
Yeah, I'll
okay,
send it to you.
okay, yeah,
Yeah, I mean, Anita, it is ridiculous when they go in and put all that graffiti there,
yeah.
because this friend of mine that actually went to the Spawn Ranch where the Manson family caves are, that place was one part of it, one part of the land. There's a church that's on top of the hill because there's a big crucifix there that's been there since the 60s, and the church still owns part of that. And what they did was they would come in, and the church won't allow anybody on their side of it, because they would come in and they would start chipping away at the rock where Charles Manson would sit. And they would spray paint the trees and all that stuff. So this friend of mine that runs his channel that takes care of what was the ranch now, he's gone in and cleaned it. He has cleaned it to where you can actually have the actual path that they walk, like to get to the caves. If you've ever seen that video where the family's sitting under that rock in the cave, he's cleaned all of that out. And when I believe it was when the Paranormal Falls were there, it was such a mess, a wreck. But he did live in Indiana, and he lived in West
Hey,
Virginia.
Kaz, how you doing? What gets me mad the most is when the graffiti. I know that, you know, like when I was in, God, I've been so many places, St. Mary's, Georgia.
Yeah.
And me and Patty and Rebecca were there, and I'm like, oh, I want to go into this house. It's calling us, you know. And the guy said it hadn't been touched in 20 years when I got permission to go in. But when we went in there, if you watch our videos, you can see why go in there and draw a dick on a fucking wall? What's the sense of that? You know, you're destroying that.
Yeah, and and if you look at it in some of these videos, they'll go to a location and they automatically get a stalker.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Imagine that. And
I agree, Anita.
we
if me personally, if I had a stalker every time I went out, I would definitely be calling the police saying, okay, hey, they're right here right now. But that's never on the phone. Never on
exactly.
video.
Oh my God, we got to call the police. Camera goes off.
I'll tell you this. One time, Jay was at Harbor Freight, and he was inside getting this pulley for the truck. Okay, I was doing a live stream. He was doing a live stream. Next thing you know, this guy there was following him around the store. Okay, well, Jay's like, it's the beginning of COVID and stuff, and Jay's like, are you an employee here? And he goes, no, why? He goes, well, you're hovering over me, basically. Okay, so Jay goes and talks to one of the cashiers, and he's like, this guy's doing this and that, whatever. So they end up kicking that guy out. Jay goes to the checkout stand, buys his stuff, and they're like, wait a few minutes. We just kicked him out of the store. Let him leave. Jay was in the store for about 10 minutes. Finally, when he goes to leave, he was approached by 2 men. One with the fucking knife. Big ass knife. Jay's like, ready to rumble, motherfucker? So what he does is, they're like, fine, we'll come back after your wife or your family. We got your plate and we know your address. And Jay goes, the fuck you will. So they get in the truck, start taking off. While I'm on the live stream with Jay, he's like, this is what's going on. So he's calling 911. Why he's chasing these fuckers down. And then I leave the house on the live stream with other people, trying to find him to make sure he's okay. But it was all documented. Why don't these people do that shit? You know what I mean?
They tried to escape, and I just got my truck all souped up.
I had a stalker, and that situation was pretty bad. The stalker would show up where I was working and just like bring flowers and stuff. And then one night I was asleep and they actually tried to set my house on fire and they stabbed me. And I've got the scar right here to prove it. They like right above the gut, I almost died. And when you see these people who have their family members pretend to be stalkers, it infuriates me. I mean, no, they're not hacking your damn phone. No one from your app is hacking your damn phone. It's your app. How are they hacking your phone from your app? An app that you created.
So, and this is where we get to, there's the truth out there.
Mm-hmm.
And there's the lies and the fakeness. And it's like, that's what took me and Jay totally away from randonauting, is because, that bullshit is like, fuck that.
If you're a victim of someone that's if you've ever had a stalker and you see this shit, it almost triggers some PTSD.
I was gonna say, isn't that a trigger?
Yeah, it is. Especially when they're pop out right in front of you. That's a trigger. It's in a mask. And
I've never had a stalker, but I don't even think I can imagine. And I'm thankful.
Well, you can't really see it, but you can see the lines here.
Mm-hmm.
Can you see the lines? Those are scars. Those are scars from that night.
Oh my God. I'm so sorry.
I mean, they make it seem like it's a cool and hip thing. When Vinny and I was, Vinny contacted me and he learned about this stalker stuff. He's like, I've been here 3 months and there's not been a person show up except for his friend.
Wow.
So, I knew that was fake and knew it was a family member because I had heard that specifically way before it even came out by Vinny.
I had felt that from day one. I honestly didn't. And that's sad.
I will say that if you are a YouTuber friend with this person, be very careful what you say. Because there's things you don't want getting out. And, as I stated earlier, I know of a YouTuber that likes to go to strip joints and has fun with prostitutes.
I want to say something too. A lot of people know it's not a lie. The Craigslist, the one and only Craigslist ad come from Oregon, my house. Okay. That's out there. I'm not purging myself because it come from my house. But the thing was, I was in a Zoom call with a couple people, and I had a vacation planned earlier this year at the beginning of January. And this Zoom call happened last year around December 26th, 27th. And these two people said, you need to be careful. You're going to get hurt. She's going to hurt you.
Well, I've known this woman all my life.
And I was trying to tell one of them, like, if this is your friend, he's lying to you.
Well,
I have the proof. So yeah, who are they to say this? She's going to hurt me.
You didn't know who I was until we were introduced as to who I was.
Yeah, I was like, who's this old guy calling you? No, I'm joking. Hey, MJ, how you doing? Okay, you know what? I'll tell you this. MJ is another person out there is a smaller YouTube channel. And he feels the same way with a lot of us, that, you know, a lot of the people who are fakers, a lot of the people who are just bullying the smaller people. He's invited me to go do
these channels. They bully these channels. I mean, they have actually gotten channels removed if they speak out against them. I have a live stream of a friend who, another larger YouTuber, specifically says, I'm coming for you. And guess what? Channel was removed just because that YouTuber didn't approve of the fakery going on in those videos. And it wasn't only just him. It was a YouTuber associated with, well, actually it was three YouTubers that were associated with Mr. HTD that lodged complaints, one right after one on the same day. And his channel was removed.
Hey, Karen. Yeah. Because I just don't understand. There's plenty of room out there for everyone. Literally everyone. And
yeah.
I'm trying to think. It's heart-wrenching. I think we all need to, a lot of these amazing people in chat I've met through Patty's channel and stuff, and they followed me over here because a lot of them, as far as I know, they want real stuff, not fake stuff. And
we all
put stuff out there that I if I don't find it, I still put it out there.
We all want to see the real evidence. We don't want to see, you know, you going to Goodwill or this other smaller thrift store and building a stock room and a closet and then go and placing these things. And then, oh my God, look what I just found. Or I just found $50,000.
Oh, wait. What was it, Jay? A Rolex.
Yeah, a Rolex.
Who the fuck runs a Rolex on a garbage?
Who the hell tosses out stacks of money, especially to homeless people? Money that's not even real. You have no idea. I personally almost wanted to contact the Miami Police Department.
Oh, yeah.
But I stayed out of it.
So me and Jay, you know, we don't video this because it's something we do, but every now and then we will go and take hamburgers from McDonald's and go downtown Portland.
Exactly.
And, you know
about the little homeless person that reached out to me for help, right?
No.
Yeah, there was this homeless person that was in he's in his early 20s. He was put in a very bad position by someone he was with, and he would I gave him a ride one day, and after that he would just kind of follow me around. It would freak me out. He'd appear where I'm at. And one day he came to the house. He came to my house, and he literally begged me for help, and I didn't know what to do. And I later find out what's happening, and I continue to help this guy, but I'm not broadcasting it.
Right.
I'm not broadcasting it. I don't need to gain money off of my good deeds.
Right.
I mean, you can do your good deeds, but you don't want it. I mean, why want it to go viral to kick back the money that you're spending out? I mean, what's the point? You're helping someone. It's out of your heart. You don't need to gain anything off of it.
Yeah. I mean, there's many times we've done that too. And it's not something that, you know, you do it out of the kindness of your heart.
I don't do it no more.
And another thing too is there's a certain YouTuber that's also hurting smaller channels by poaching them. But, he buys domains and their names. And you know who I'm talking about.
I sure do.
I mean, you go to look that person up and you click. I mean, if you typed in this address.com and look who it pulls up.
Yes, April, you're right. You met me too, Sarah. You're right. I'm sorry. You sure did.
And I'm meeting all you people through Emmy.
But they all come from like Sarah and everybody. But yeah, that's it. This is how the community gets built. And when we work together and stuff like that, and like MJ says, fake people are losers. And yeah.
You pretty much set it up. You pretty much said it, MJ. Yeah, I don't do
Yes.
fake either. What's the point in doing fake? What is the point in doing it? Are you, I mean, that's almost like a scam. You're scamming people for views to make money off of them.
Mhm.
And then you set up accounts like Patreon. You set up, I mean, of course, I don't see nothing wrong with selling merchandise. I
Yeah.
don't see nothing wrong with that. But why Patreon? If you're not in it for the money, why are you charging people to watch specific content?
Yeah. I set up a Patreon and I was like, I don't even know how to use this. So I don't even know how to access that because I was like, you know what? I got one merch shirt, sticker, whatever, the same. I don't have many different ones, but I have that.
I mean, I'm
Just
not gonna
because-
lie. I bought merch from YouTubers because I like them.
and that's supporting them. But I don't go or like, I'll throw this out there. Like Patty doesn't go and say, oh, by the way, don't forget to hit my merch store after her videos.
No, I mean, well, you know, the thing about that is if they sell like a shirt for, let's say, a hoodie for $49.99, they get an almost a $20 kickback off of that.
Oh wow, really?
Yeah, they're going to the plus almost $20.
Oh,
So-
I didn't know.
Yeah, that's how like Teespring and stuff works. Because at the time when I found this out, this was like when oh god, I can't even think of the name of the store because my aunt had her stuff on there. But when she would sell her band t-shirts, she got like if it was like $15.99, she got like a $10 kickback.
Okay.
And there's nothing wrong with that, and to an extent. But if you're constantly coerced, it's kind of like you're begging them to buy it.
Yeah. You know, if you want, I see a lot of people too. They put out their PayPal link and stuff like that. You know, constantly people are dropping it in chat, or you have like that bot that drops it in chat. You know what? If you want to donate to me, that's your
part.
business. I'm not going to say, oh, hey, by the way, donate and, you know, blah, 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 whatever. No. When I was doing all this traveling back and forth, not one donation. I paid for that. Well, my husband paid for that ourselves and stuff. Hey, leave her alone. And, you know.
And you notice though, I mean, and you've noticed too that, and it's been brought up by other YouTubers too, that there's never been any real problem or drama until this person come around.
This is true. This is true.
And now it's a whole world of drama that's involving people that shouldn't even be involved, like you and Jay.
Mm-hmm.
And if I have to set the record straight again, I'll do it now. Amy and Jay are not paying Vinny, and they're not paying me. The videos were sent to me, and I uploaded them on my channel, and Vinny put them on his channel. And
The only involvement I had
Yeah.
was a Craigslist ad a year and a half ago, like in August, a year and a half ago. One Craigslist ad, a free washer and dryer. Everybody knows that. And that was
Yeah.
it. That's it.
And if I remember correctly, too, there was something done illegal about that call, too. Wasn't it
Oh,
recorded
yes.
without your consent?
It sure was.
I mean, and if you look at it, okay, I'm gonna figure out how I'm gonna word this. If you look at it and you claim that you have a stalker, and you're filing police reports against someone, is that not illegal?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
fake police reports.
So if you're
And that makes it.
if you say in a video, if your wife says in a video, there are police reports, you can look this up. Who are you naming in that video that is the stalker? because you've tried to erase things that you tried to create to pin on someone, but your wife is saying in a video, and people can look this up, there are police reports, and police reports are available to the public. All you have to do is request them. Who are you naming in these videos? Who are you naming in the police report that is the stalker? Are you filing false police reports?
Because the police will ask you, do you have an idea who the stalker could be? You know, or they would tell you, if you feel like you're being stalked, don't play the fucking app. You know?
Exactly. I mean, and you go to a phone company and you have an employee of that phone company say, oh yeah, look at your phone. Oh yeah, it's hacked. It's hacked.
It's horrible.
Even your new app hacks you. Even your, and if this stalker put like tracking devices on your vehicles, wouldn't that be able, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but wouldn't the police also be able to access that?
Yep. The police, you know, I can say this, the police really wanted to, they can actually, especially cell phones, they can access your cell phone. They can have the company turn it on and off when needed, because they do that for other reasons, you know, if they feel like you're suicidal or something like that. And if you're making goodbye calls, the police are going to cut off that connection right there. So yes.
Well, if that's what they want to do with mine, more than welcome, because I don't have anything to hide.
And again, none of us have any reason to lie. There's no reason.
No, I mean, if we were lying, we wouldn't be discussing this. I mean, because if we were lying, we could be slapped with slander, defamation.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, I'm not going to put myself in that position.
Yeah, and the other thing too, I did mention.
If I'm wrong, I don't really remember specifically. Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't someone put you up to that Craigslist ad?
Yes.
That's
and I even told them, well, I told one of them, they asked who it was, and I wasn't going to say a name. They guessed the name. Because I'm like, I'm not going to throw anybody under the bus. That's not me.
I got something to tell you. When signs were being put up, that same name got asked to me by probably by the same person.
Really?
Yeah.
So yeah, it makes you wonder.
I'll put that message if anybody wants to see it.
But yeah, that, you know, the Craigslist ad joke, that's what happened to us. Getting pizzas into our house, that's happened to us. That's happened to other people. Does that mean Jay does it every single time? No. Come on, people. You all that fucking stupid.
You know, I was thinking of something too. It just hit me. Do you remember a certain YouTuber saying that there was that YouTuber did a video and was able to connect a restraining order to someone that he had did a video for?
Yes.
And in that video, it specifically says there's pizza deliveries.
Yep. That's before I even knew that person.
Well, yeah, this was like, I think it was like 2015.
4 years ago. It's like,
something like that. Yeah. I vaguely remembered. I just thought about it and it registered in my head. And then I'm sitting here thinking back, didn't somebody else claim the same thing?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, I do know that there is a text message that exists where this person studies that person.
Hey, leave her alone.
And, you know, and as far as it goes, that, certain person that works at that telephone company, they had been reported because that goes against 𝕆ℸ𝕋𝕋𝔼. I mean, that's a whole deal with them. They've got this person saying from this phone company saying, if you use this app, you're going to get hacked.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I'm just sitting here thinking, like, I vaguely remember pizza deliveries being mentioned.
Hold on. Tesla goes, I have nothing to gain or lose by telling the truth and nothing to hide. I just know the truth and I'm going to fight for what's right. My friend is innocent, period.
MJC Paranormal, I would love to come up on this panel right now. This guy got me hot because I am dealing with this right now. It's really fucked up.
You want to?
You want to come up, Jay? MC?
You want to come up, MC?
Respectful.
Oh, yeah, it's MC. It's cool. Let me send him a link. And that way people know it's all about the truth, not, Okay, hold on. Let me send you.
I would rather.
MC, check your Twitter. Okay.
I agree, Karen. I would rather watch a boring real video than a faker video because, it's gotten to the point where these videos are predictable. They are predictable.
Monsters, like the show Mountain Monsters, when you watch that show, you know that they're kind of having fun looking around to try to find.
They are funny show.
Yeah.
The State Park Marshmallow Man or something.
Yeah.
But he's making people think that this is shit's legit.
And Dina, I want entertainment without fakery. I think we're all on a.
I stated that earlier. I mean, if you're heavily, if you're researching the paranormal, and you're constantly seeing all this fakery, it kind of makes the paranormal world look like the investigation is like a joke.
Or you just start off and you're getting into it, and then you start to do it, and you go, "This isn't working."
Before I forget this, hon, I have to say, okay, so
that's my husband.
It just reminded me, when I was in Georgia with Patty, and it was Rebecca and Karen and I believe, or no, I think it was just Rebecca and I. Anyways, yeah, Patty was being accused of some shit. And she was not even in the same fucking state.
I know for a fact where y'all were. I know for a fact where you guys were, because what people don't know, and I'll tell it. I mean, it's going to come out, is when things started happening, we had this idea to share our locations with each other.
Yes. On the iPhones. I don't have the iPhone, but yeah.
Yeah. Anywhere I go, she knows where I'm at. Anywhere she goes, I know where she's at, and so does her daughter.
And even when we went to Casadega, she's like, "Oh, wait a minute, I gotta make sure James knows." Yes, I remember that.
I screenshot that, and it's dated and the time you guys arrive.
Yep.
And there was a reason for that to be done, because it wasn't much long later. Accusations start flying over a certain incident.
Yep. And that they did do that because they have the iPhone, so they were able to keep track of each other. So yeah. Because, some places in Georgia, you don't really have phone reception, so you really can't call up. But the GPS is tracking them. Okay, MJ, I sent that to you on
I will
Twitter.
be right back.
Okay. Just get on camera. It's okay. Get up here, MJ. But yeah, with me, it gets kind of discouraging. I asked Jay, a lot of I'm always wanting to go out and do something, but now it's getting to the cold part here in Oregon. Then it was like last year about this time, and earlier this year, I started going to Florida to start doing more filming and everything. And it's just something I enjoy doing, and ever since I met with Patty and stuff, we, especially Patty, Rebecca, and I, and even CC, is more so me, Patty, and Rebecca, because CC was working a lot. We were able to work really well together. I use the app Life 360. Oh, nice, Tez. And when you find a person that you can actually mesh with when you're investigating, it makes it a whole lot easier. Yeah, we don't give a shit, MJ. Get your ass up here. Hey, where's getting the cat? I mean, does anybody have any questions in here that they want to ask, or yeah, another thing I think is funny is all these dogs. Oh my god. Okay, so we were watching one of the videos and Jay goes, if he finds another fucking doll, he goes, I'm gonna call bullshit. Yeah, that, I mean, come on. A doll every time, and it's haunted every time. Yeah, I'm calling you out on that. So people who are watching this, you go tell Jody I'm talking about him. I'm not slandering him. I'm telling the truth.
What's the worst he's going to do?
Bully
Make
me?
you stalker?
I mean, I still laugh when I think about when you. Yeah, oh my god. Yeah. What fucking cow moves in the middle of the night? Like, holy shit. Like, come on. That was fucked up. Let's see if MJ, are you still in chat? Are you trying to figure out what to do? What is going on? Yeah, because, MJ's another new person that, not new, I've been like talking with and stuff like that too, and a lot of the smaller channels agree. It's about the truth. One of my faves.
You guys were in Georgia for 4 days, wasn't it?
Was it 4 days? Yeah.
I think it was.
And I think we actually stayed an extra day because
Heather and they were off going to get married.
Yep.
The same thing, because I remember
their honeymoon. There was their honeymoon.
Yeah, that's right.
Come on, outside.
And we got MJC, which is Mason, coming up.
Hi, MJC.
Lulu, come on, outside.
Okay. Hey, so Mason, this is James. James, this is Mason.
Oh, Mason.
We don't talk funny. He's connecting to his audio. I don't think he heard us. Can you hear us? Shake your head. No, not yet. Got it. You can hear. Okay, we can't hear you. You got to connect to the Wi-Fi. Okay.
Yeah, because this was like, months ago in my memory, and I just didn't feel like pulling up those timestamps from when the GPSs was, because I know when they arrived for their honeymoon and the marriage and all that stuff too. Yeah. Like I said, there's a lot of things people don't know that's going on behind the scenes and how people are having to protect themselves.
My dog's hiding back there. And Tez, I met Tez, Rebecca and I met Tez when we went to oh my God, South Carolina. I my head is like, where did I meet her? The dog is playing hide. Yeah, she is. We went to South Carolina and we met there and stuff. And she's more of like an enthusiast and she's into it, but it's not like she goes out.
Right.
She goes and gets the truth too. That's,
I've not had the pleasure of meeting Tez yet, but I do. I think, Tez, aren't you coming to Tennessee?
My dog's hiding. Tell him I am too. Karen is too.
You are too, Karen? Well, we'll probably be meeting then. And I think Christian's coming too, if I'm right. Aren't you coming too, Christian?
The Belmont Inn, yes. And I believe that was Abbeville. That's where it was. Abbeville.
Saw Woman, right? Would you know her, right? She
yes,
said that
I know her.
To get it more into podcasting and maybe tarot. That's what I was actually taught to read cards at the age of 5 years old. My grandmother, she taught me. I wish I had them right here with me, but I actually have her deck. Karen Vicker says, LOL, I have two badass daughters, but they're scared of ghosts. Just tell them that the dead can't harm them. It's the living that'll kill them. They'll hurt them. And it's the truth.
Yeah. This other channel tonight, amazing. Go Get 'Em Paranormal. They were talking about, like people were talking about, black-eyed children and stuff like that. It's like these other people out there. Do
you watch a lot of Tubi on the TV?
Jay does.
Actual,
I love it.
Found footage movies on this stuff, and there's actually one about a Dybbuk box that a particular YouTuber we were talking about earlier is in. And there's one on there with James the Fam, and I don't remember the name of it.
Tess says my son has urgent medical needs right now, so she will be playing something later on.
MJ
Can't hear you, MJ. You gotta make sure. Are you on your phone?
No, he's got an earpiece. So,
can you hear us? Shake your head if you can hear us. Nope.
And I know you guys had a lot of evidence at that hotel that Heather and Greg stayed at too, or right in the area where they got married. Wasn't you there at that hotel?
The Island Inn.
Yeah, that
like
y'all guys got a lot of stuff there too.
Yeah, we got actually caught an apparition on the my flare cam.
That's right. I remember that now.
Yep.
I remember that. But yeah, I mean, I pretty much knew where y'all were going and where you guys were at.
Yeah.
For safety measures.
Yeah, no, that was brilliant that you guys thought of that. That was really fucking brilliant.
It's sad that it had to come to that, but it had to become, because I mean, I got a text message the other day. She's like, and she's like, "Oh my God, are you okay? I saw you were at the hospital." And I'm like, I wasn't there, but I was.
Damn phone, Mr. STD. Oh my God, don't make me laugh. My mouth will hurt. Oh.
Where's it at? I'm trying to pull up that photo that I took of that, because see, my mother, she's in stages of her life.
Right.
And I knew that there was an extra a burial plot that we didn't have to.
When I was at Patty's house, I experienced so much paranormal stuff with Gary. Exactly. I remember you guys talking about that, Tez. Okay, let's see if he's connecting to audio.
If you guys only knew the stuff I had to screenshot and save to find pictures.
Beth is pretty freaking cool. I will have to tell you this. Getting selfies with Beth, and she's a positive energy too.
I don't know if you can actually see it.
Actually, yeah, that's circled. Yep.
You see what's in that circle?
It looks like a human walking.
That's a child.
Okay, I couldn't tell if it's a child or not, but I can tell somebody's walking.
There's nothing there. You know how I know nothing's there?
Because you took another picture of it.
No, because that's the spot where my mother's to be buried.
That's right. Oh, man.
So say I keep this stuff,
Now you're muted.
Did she say my mother used to?
You got to hit your mute button. There's a mute button. You're almost done. Down there. Hey.
Wait.
Hi.
I think I could. Can y'all hear me?
We hear you now. Yeah, that's where his mom's supposed to be buried.
I could not even hear y'all. I was on my phone and my audio wouldn't come through. I'm sorry, y'all.
No, that's okay. That's okay. Hey, Fluffy. Welcome. So, everybody, this is MJC Paranormal Mason.
I'm Mason.
What's up? What's up? I'm glad to be up. I'm actually just got off of work, so forgive me. I look like shit.
I
And
do
we
too.
all like, I mean, come on.
No,
But
I've
it
been
doesn't matter what we look like. This is
I've been building school buses all freaking day.
holy
God.
shit. Holy shit. So a lot of people in here know who MJ is. I met MJ through Tony. And the funny thing was, MJ actually thought I was trolling him. He thought I was a bigger channel fucking with him.
I'm gonna be honest with you. It's been so bad since I started putting out really good content and the truth. And it's like the more good that I do, the more I get shitted on. And it's just like I'm not after nobody. I'm not trying to be above anybody. I'm just doing what I want to do and what I love to do. And really, I'm sick of seeing all this fake stuff when I can come out there and put out something really good and honest and give people something different and true to watch instead of watching fake stuff all the time. I mean, and sometimes I'm wondering if people would rather watch fake shit than the real. I mean, sometimes I feel like that because it's like you watch, okay, like what is it? Joe and Rob, Urban Ghost.
Mm-hmm.
You know, everybody knows that they fake.
Oh yeah.
But look how many subscribers, look how many people watch it, and they know it's fake.
Yeah.
But another thing too, if you Joe, I'm not saying anything about Joe because he's a nice guy.
Yeah.
Uh,
I actually, to be honest with you, I love Joe. Joe is, to me, I watched every episode that Joe did. I didn't really watch Rob too much, but Joe was my guy. And it hurt me a lot to see that stuff was being fake because I'm going to be honest with you. I've been doing paranormal for 17 years now, and I have seen
Mason.
some of the things that they were faking for real in real life, so I believed it.
well, Mason, see, the thing is, like, you know, people can claim that they don't know who I am, but I do know these circles. And, you know, I know that another YouTuber would go and scout out another location when it came to their videos. And that particular YouTuber would create the backstory. Oh, this is a witch's house,
Yeah.
or haunted reception hall, whatever. And then that's how that circulated all in that group. Because I mean, like I said, there's people that actually do research this, and I'm one of them. I am
do
one,
too.
but I know that it stemmed from one YouTuber creating the backstories and then working its way down. And then they realized that, you know, there for a while, if you look, they weren't really getting that many views. So you make a point when they started the string pulling or hiding behind and I know this was done, you can hide behind them and pull the cabinet open.
Mm-hmm.
There's always somebody else there, even an extra person. Like if it's two particular YouTubers filming together, there's always another person there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I said there's 3 people that actually came forward. Well, one got totally busted and then came forward. Then the other 2, not having to do with each other anymore, but they came forward and said, hey, you know what? I fucked up, but hey, I haven't faked in like a year or so.
There's one person out of them 3 that I have a lot of respect for her. And you know who I'm talking about.
Yeah, I do.
The other ones was forced. They were pretty much busted and they had no other choice but to do what they did. But the woman that I'm talking about, not naming no names, I think she did a wonderful job. And
I know who you're talking about. And if you sit there and you actually sit here and think about what I'm about to say, there were times when she would be filming with these YouTubers,
Mm-hmm.
and she would be like, "What?" She would walk away. She knew something was about to go on.
Yep.
It's all production. It's all production. You go in with a plan, you leave with a plan, and it got to the point where she would be, "I'm tired of this. I'm tired of it. This is not why I did this."
Exactly.
And if when they did something, she would specifically say, "Oh, well, I didn't catch that. Be sure to go check out their channel," because she didn't want it in hers. She was tired of it.
Yeah.
And
But
she will tell you straight up. If you say, "Hey, remember that video back over when you're along the lick side, blah blah blah," she knows every one of her videos, and she will tell you if there was fakery going on in that video or if that was straight up.
take a video with this YouTuber you're talking about who filmed here in Tennessee with 3 other YouTubers. She knew something was going to go on because if you look at this particular footage, you see one of them in a sheet outside the window. I don't know how in the world this person conceived in their head that a sheet would, but it's there. It's there.
It goes deeper than that. And I'm gonna tell you,
Oh, it goes ham and lime.
it's not just paranormal being fake, okay? If you really start thinking about it, and I'm talking, and I'm not scared to name them out, like Joe and Rob, I believe they're wonderful people, but this is the part that really pisses me off about it, and I believe that they ought to apologize on this. Does the fakery go so far as in prayer when they was praying or getting hurt, getting in fights and stuff, you know, in the parking lot when these people come up, you know,
make a very good point. And if
everything fake.
I don't think the prayers were fake. I think I believe the prayers were honest.
Well, you know, there's a YouTuber that just got involved that I know for a fact that he don't you know, believe in the good Lord and stuff like that, and he ain't scared to admit it, which is fine. It's perfectly fine. Well, I'm not bashing nobody's beliefs. I love everybody, but I have heard through the grapevine that, you know, these people are Luciferians, and it's okay. You know, I'm not bashing nobody for what they believe in, but when you lie to people about paranormal or whatever in your videos, what else are you lying to us about?
Well, you know, like I was saying, I believe that the prayers were genuine to a certain point. I believe they were. Maybe they were prayers for them not to get hurt. But Joe regrets all of that. He does. He regrets getting involved in all of that. Everything. I'm going to say he regrets getting involved with every single detail, and this stems to certain incidents that have happened.
And see, I used to do YouTube with a guy named Wolf. I'm not naming their channel out, but give you a big hint. It starts with Wolf, okay? And the reason why I ended that with them is because they were faking shit, and I'm not wanting to be a part of that. And the moment that I said, hey, we can't do YouTube no more, and it wasn't just that, something else took place I'm not going to talk about, but it really made me feel uncomfortable as a man. But anyway, that's another story for another day. But I'll tell these folks that I don't want to be involved with fakery. And the moment that I say, hey, man, look, y'all go y'all's way, I'm going to go my way. We do what we do, you know, and that's the end of it. I'm not blasting nobody. I'm not talking bad about your channel. You know, whatever you do for here on out, that is your business. But we cannot do YouTube videos with one another again. And the moment that takes place, they start blasting me out, telling everybody that I'm a bad person, that I'm a drama starter, and these people really don't know me. And then they got their clique that join in the fun. I mean, and that's how they get people and knock them off.
And every one of these cliques, they all talk shit about each other.
They do.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, every single one of them.
It is incredible what I got on a recorder. That's
You wouldn't believe what I've got on text message.
Text message too. It's sick. It is. I don't even know how to put it in words. I've never had to deal with anything like this until
they go out. They go so far as to harass. I mean, I know Amy was harassed in a parking lot while she was.
Oh, I'm waiting on that, because when that happens, I'm whooping somebody's ass in the parking lot.
I mean, I know. Well, I know for a fact Amy was harassed in a parking lot over a situation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's just
See, they have made threats about jumping me and stuff, but what they don't know is Mason Callahan has had 9.5 years of combat.
Well, Mason, what you're describing is what we talked about. Me and Emmy were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
The bullying in these channels, the paranormal community. It's a great community, and you know, but these cliques, but it's all very high school petty. It's very high school.
To be honest with you, high schoolers don't even do like to the extent that they're going. That's more like middle school.
Well, I mean,
Tez has a point there. I didn't mean to cut you off, but Tez.
5 kids through high
Yes,
school. It wasn't
Tez. Okay, you're right, Tez. Go ahead, you guys. I'm sorry.
What was it? I missed it.
Oh, Tez goes, oh yeah, they talk so much shit in South Carolina about their own friends, and then turned around and accused Patty,
and like
and she never said shit. Yes.
Oh, yeah. Like, you know, Tez, you know about that. I've got text messages. But then, oh well, we forget. I forgive you, but it's this person that's causing it all. This person is the one that's making all of these people feel this way. Well, this person didn't make this person feel away when this person recorded a rap song.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
They were not even friends at the time. So how did that person form the opinion of that person who put the rap song out?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Hey, do you have that rap song by chance?
Would you like to hear it?
I would love to hear that rap song.
Would you like to hear it, Mason?
Oh yeah.
I've got this thing for 60 psychedelic screens, so I've got like
freaking amazing.
Oh my God, my computer does that too. I have that. You move the mouse around.
I've got 3 plasma TVs in my house that are 43 inches that do nothing but this.
That's awesome.
That's
so when I play like the records like from the 60s, like Iron Butterfly or stuff like that. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I would love to hear the song. The song has a catchy beat. I mean,
it's catchy. It's catchy.
I'll say this guy could have fucking, instead of faking this shit, he should have pursued singing. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, he's a good rapper. I'll give him that.
He really is.
Can you hear it?
Oh yeah.
Turn up a little bit more. I'm pretty sure everybody else wants to hear it.
Y'all better watch out. Fuck, oh my gosh, man, he sucks a bag of dicks. Sucks a bag of dicks, yeah, he sucks a bag of dicks. Fuck, change the lane, man, he sucks a bag of dicks. Sucks a bag of dicks, yeah, he sucks a bag of dicks. Fuck, bait station, man, he sucks a bag of dicks. Sucks a bag of dicks, man, he sucks a bag of dicks. Fuck, whole sergeant, man, he sucks a bag of dicks. Sucks a bag of dicks, yeah, he sucks a bag of dicks. Fuck you motherfuckers, man, suck your fucking dicks. Suck your fucking dicks, man.
That's a lot of sucking.
That's a lot of bag of dicks. Wait, he said phony?
Yeah, he's calling it fake. And what people don't know is, and I don't think they even got that far, he's talking at the end how he thinks that a certain YouTuber was fine until he started faking. And these are his opinions, but yet these opinions were formed by someone else made him do this.
Nobody, that's the thing. Nobody makes anybody do anything. We have choices.
You know what? He will. This is where people need to wrap their head around it. Like, you can continue playing it, but they need to wrap their head around, like, what he said at the end of this video makes a lot of fucking sense. And it's like,
Friday night, Homer was on the town.
There he is discussing that one thing in that rap song that he's telling people.
Serve you with the round.
Wait, whoa. Wait a minute. I just caught on that. Serve you with that's a threat.
Well, did you not catch what he said at the very beginning? It's Friday night and he's out and around.
Yeah.
This is what he's telling people.
Yep.
It was told to me.
Let's
That's
listen to that.
crazy.
Come on. This is good. It's a good beat, you guys.
It is.
Say won't hurt you. We'll keep this shit commercial. Nah, fuck that. I'm coming back. I got the Mac. I'm about to attack. Spinning, grinning, winning, sinning. I'm about to get up in it. Oh my God. Wait. You gotta let James finish. Omar, I love you, man. If I could see you, I would give you a hug.
He's trying to be like B-Rabbit, ain't he?
Here's my bail's $200. I don't even have it. I'm gonna have to do a live stream. All these views and all these subs, and I don't have $200. Fuck your motherfuckers, y'all don't know me. Fuck your motherfuckers, y'all some phonies. Some each other's dicks is for your homies. Fuck your motherfuckers, man. Fuck your motherfuckers. Fuck your motherfuckers, y'all don't know me. Fuck your motherfuckers, y'all some phonies. Some each other's dicks is for you homies. Fuck your motherfuckers, man. Let's talk 𝕐𝕍𝔼. You ain't even gnarly. Dude, you so retarded, man. You look like iCarly. And I don't give a fuck.
That makes me laugh every time.
Like your wife's pearly mouth. And I bet fake station taught you everything you know. I've been asking everybody, man, where's Aldo? And your deleted videos really made you blow up. Oh, where they go, man? Guess they're a no-show. Do you need a band-aid? Does that fucking burn? It's about to be my turn. I'm gonna put you in the urn. And this ain't clout chasing. Fuck the J station. Suck another dick. You don't want to keep the sergeant's waiting.
And I just want to make something very clear. There's nothing that can really be done about this because the song doesn't exist anymore, except for on my channel.
This is
Yep.
insane.
Oh wait, I have that pinned. I had that pinned on my Twitter.
I'm always 2 steps ahead.
Some each other's dicks, that's why you homies. Fuck you motherfuckers, man. Fuck you motherfuckers. We can just like keep this between us. Thanks, buddy.
Keenan's like, what did I come back to?
I can't wait for my little brother to be introduced. And it's coming because he is a professional rapper.
Really?
Yeah. I'm actually a singer. I sing rock music and I write music also.
The absolute utmost.
Oh. Yeah, listen to this. Turn this up, James.
I hope you guys know that. Wow. Man, I think that went well. You know, a lot of people out there, they're going to be upset about this. And I have to tell you, I really think that it doesn't matter. Like, guys, we all know you pull strings. We all know you close the doors. We all know you turn on the spigot.
The very thing he's guilty of.
Soul of what you love to do for something that works for you. I think we all know now why the relationship went south. I was talking to Jay Station the other day, and he was telling me how he really, really valued 𝕍𝔼's dick. I just wonder if James the Lame is pitching or catching. I think he's the
That's very
catcher.
homophobic.
Right?
Yes.
But I may be wrong because the Omar has a lot of bitch.
How does he know? I mean, how does he know these people are homosexuals? I mean,
You know,
he knows too much.
well, it's surprising that I've never run into these douchebags. But at some point, I'm sure it's bound to happen. And I think it's just important to know that when I run into somebody, I do not run. And this is not a threat whatsoever. I simply don't like these individuals because I know they're fake, because I know their YouTubes are built on fakeness. I think there was a point in time where Omar could respect himself and what he did. And I actually respected what he did at one point in time before I realized that he felt like he was bigger than he is. Yeah, I'll never forget when the Sarge told his friend to slam that door or open the door whenever I see a silent. Wow, that was fucked up. Drama alert was all over that shit.
Dude.
What is it?
And this same dude, was he not with Joe and Rob doing the same shit?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I couldn't take no more. I could
Yeah.
only listen to his voice for so long.
To be honest with you, you know, disrespecting the spirit world has consequences.
Oh yeah. Everybody knows that,
There's big consequences to that.
but yeah, that's Jody's bestie right there.
But someone else formed those opinions. Someone else formed those opinions.
It's a sad thing, you know. The honestly, we're YouTubers. Yes, we are entertainers. Some choose to entertain with the truth, like we do. Some choose to fake like they do. But if they're going to fake, they need to make it known in the beginning of their videos. Hey, we are acting. We're acting. And there will be nothing wrong with that.
Some are putting disclaimers at the end that it is for entertainment.
And that's
at the end, but nobody sits and watches the whole thing a lot of times.
You know, people watch people because they like that person. There's something special and a connection that they have with that entertainer that they're watching. Exactly. And all a person needs to do is just be honest from the very start. Look, we're actors. We're not paranormal investigators. We're not ghost hunters.
We have the Internet Movie Database profiles. They created them as actors.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you didn't know that?
No.
I will send you a couple of links of 2 that's mentioned in this song that have IMBD profiles, and it's listed as actors.
And people.
Do we just watch one on your video stream right there?
That was featured in the background of that rap. Well, one of them was featured in the background of that rap song. The other one was mentioned.
Okay. Wow.
I didn't know you knew. I didn't know you didn't know.
I didn't know that because
I mean,
I
have seen footage that's like considered blooper reel.
Yeah.
And I have some of it, of this fakery of that whole circle. Like when a dress moves, you could see when there's a cut in the camera. He would have this girl come in and then she'd have to move the dress here, and then she'd move it to the bathroom and it'd be there. You can specifically see the edits to go with it. And thankfully she had her camera recording.
Wow.
Okay, I'll fill you in on what's going on here, Dakota.
It's not just that, them Dibbit boxes.
No, I just don't
a lot of people don't know that I'm a haunted collector. I collect haunted dolls and haunted artifacts all from around the world. It's extremely haunted. And Dibbit boxes is one of them. And some of them boxes that these people are showing is not the real deal. They have made that shit themselves.
Exactly, because I know of YouTubers that have made it and made it look like they got it off of Craigslist.
And it's that is completely fake.
And and I'll even go in to say that Vinny even told me that he knows what's faked where in videos by these other YouTubers.
Wow.
Because I've got a text message actually where this YouTuber is studying the other one for over 2 hours.
It's sad,
and this came from a person in his house.
It's sad. I would rather not do YouTube at all than be labeled as a fake or faking and people believe it, and just that being on my conscience. How can they even sleep at night? That's my thing. I couldn't even sleep knowing that I'm doing this stuff to thousands of people. Deception.
That is a text from a person in that house where that person has been watching this person's channel for over 2 hours.
That's creepy.
So this stuff is out.
It needs to be. Oh, it's going to get worse. Like I said, that this is they're dabbling with things that they have no business dabbling with. when you faking and you're deceiving thousands of people and you using the spirit world to do it, there is dire consequences to that. And it's not man that's going to be coming after you.
I'm glad you brought that up because I've observed a tweet yesterday from a YouTuber with a really big YouTuber about this gesture. Are there any Italians in here watching Emmy?
I don't know. Is there any Italians in here? I think Gina is Italian. No, Gina's not Italian. No, Dina's Italian.
Dina,
Woman.
while this is the evil eye, correct? Like this is the evil eye. You do this sign to Italians, and that's what it means.
And see, I do it because rock on, rock and roll.
This gesture has been around. This gesture, I grew up, Emmy knows this. I grew up in a family full of secret societies.
Mm-hmm.
This gesture is a greeting, not those kind of secret societies.
Tess is Italian too, so Dina.
Yeah. This gesture is used, I have observed, in occult books and occult texts, and I have one actually right handy with Satan. And this certain YouTuber, as you mentioned, with the tales that they create, the tale he was telling this YouTuber had nothing to do with that gesture. What he was trying to say was the gesture he was giving was the exact gesture I was doing. And I'll pull it up, actually. I'll go get it.
Stick your thumb out and it's love. Yeah, like that's love. That would be like the peace I love or whatever. Love. Yeah. Yeah, Gina. I was meaning Dina, but Gina came out and I knew Dina. Wait. Yeah, I knew Dina was Italian.
This gesture is heavily associated with what? With this. As you can see, this is. There it is.
Yep. Okay, I see.
There's two different gestures. What this YouTuber was trying to explain to the bigger YouTuber was the actual ritual to remove the evil eye. Dio, you're a rocker too. You're a rocker, Mason. You know Ronnie James Dio. Dio claims that he observed it from his grandmother. Well, what he's describing is the old Italian ritual to remove the evil eye. But yet, there's so much false information going around. But if you look,
I got a long line of Freemasons. In
I do
my
too.
family. Yeah, well, I'm not naming nobody out, but because it's a secret,
right?
And I'm not trying to disrespect the brotherhood at all. But
that picture I showed is from my family member's band that the family had to disconnect themselves from her for releasing this information at one point. But what I'm getting at is this is part of the backstories they're creating. Because I'm bringing this back to the prayer aspect from Joe and Rob. Why are they, to a point, I believe the prayers are real, but to a point, why are they going in and defaces these places with inverted crosses?
Even if it's real, it's still disrespecting my God, because they go up in there and they pray, and then they deceive people with their prayers, and then they fake it when nothing's going on. There's no paranormal involved. There's no demonic stuff involved, but yet they use Christ it's kind of like they use prayer for clout.
And
that's
they
wrong.
Go in and they deface. I know for a fact there have been YouTubers that defaced some of these establishments, these haunted places, and painted inverted crosses on there in the fake stage blood.
Oh yeah, I know some right now that go around, but they're not YouTubers. They're
but
Facebookers.
they pray. So that's why I said in the beginning, I believe that the prayers are generally
hey, shadows of the moon
for their protection and only. But you make a good point on that.
Protection from what? When they are faking it, they're praying in vain. Thou shalt not use God's name in vain. It's a sin. It's not just a sin. It's disrespecting everybody that's hearing it.
Mm-hmm.
And they wonder why they get busted. It's because they were destined to get busted when they first started it. It was going to happen. Nothing's going to stop it. The storm is here.
You know, I do know that there is jealousy that runs in those circles too.
Oh yeah.
I do know that a particular YouTuber that we listen to is jealous of another YouTuber.
It is.
Quite a few YouTubers are jealous of each
Yeah.
other.
But not to this aspect.
No.
I mean, their goal would be like to bankrupt them.
Did you know jealousy is a spirit? It's a demonic spirit. And if a person's jealous over their brother or sister, then they have a demonic spirit within themselves to make them feel that way. Because we're all brothers and sisters, and we shouldn't feel that way. And if people would just dig deep in the word and understand what's going on and wake up, then they wouldn't feel that way. I mean, everybody, some are destined to success and some are not. And the ones that's not, it's not a bad thing. I mean, hey, it's not a bad thing. People, everybody's different. Everybody has their own way, you know. So why hate on someone? You know what I'm saying?
Why take it to the point of destroying someone's life and creating?
Yep.
It's evil.
And it's evil. It is. Creating things like emails.
Oh, and okay. I gotta say this. So, you know, I would be on a call with a certain person, and all of a sudden she'd be like, "What the fuck? Why is AOL?" And I was on a call when we were on a Zoom call, and she called AOL and said, "Hey, this is what's going on." They were like, "Well, we'll have a super." After her being on there for an hour trying to talk to a supervisor, they're like, "We'll have one talk to you." James debunked that shit in like 20 minutes. He's like, "Well, hey, this AOL goes with this," you know, and he debunked it. It's like people have gone that far because
she had to spend out money to hire in computer experts to track it. I mean, the jealousy is astonishing. Why would you go to these lengths to try to destroy someone?
Because they don't even love themselves. They don't love themselves. So they don't love nobody. They
like
don't
what
respect themselves.
James said at the beginning, money is the root
Of
too.
all evil. People, if they can make $1 off of you, they're your friend. But if they can make $2 backstabbing you,
The thing about it is, the people that I'm dealing with is far from being monetized. There's no money involved,
Right?
and they're still doing it.
it's all. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised at some point they wouldn't be doing 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning mean girl tweets, because that's what it is. It's petty.
Oh my god, yeah.
It's petty.
That's funny. I like that. Mean girl tweets.
That
Gina
can apply
says they
to
hate
quite a
themselves.
few.
Exactly.
That can apply to quite a few.
It's just shameful, you know, because we're all shooting for the same thing, and I don't understand why everybody's so divided, and it only makes everybody weak. When we come together as one is when we make shit happen. Have y'all ever watched the Planet of the Apes?
Yeah.
No. No.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, you know Caesar, the intelligent chimpanzee.
Well, I
It
don't
kinda-
remember their names. I watched it, but I know what you're saying.
Well, he picks up a twig and he's explaining to his brother apes that, and because you know they're not like smart like he is, They're
Right.
smart, but not like him. So he's trying to break it down so they understand him. And he picks up a twig and he snaps that twig easily. I mean, it was just like tap, it's gone. But
Right.
then he picks up like 10 of them together and he demonstrates that he can't do it. And it comes down to this. When we're all together as one, we cannot be broken. We cannot be destroyed. Nobody can come against us and succeed because we stand as one. Everybody's divided. So it's gonna be constant failure.
You know, it's the jealousy. It's the constant jealousy because some of these I'm not really familiar with the group you're talking about, but I mean they may be more associated with one in particular that's a larger channel, and
They're
the chain effect.
yep.
I mean,
Man, I know this for a fact. I'm 150% telling the truth when I say this. The individual that you just brought up on your TV screen, the rapper,
yeah.
Mhm.
he's not the only one, but I actually heard a voicemail from him to another live streamer. It's a woman. And I know for a fact that these people have these small little live streamers seeking paranormal investigators out and interviewing them, and they give them the go ahead on some to keep them. And they usually have shitty content and they don't really get nothing like evidence. And then the ones that do, they give them the go ahead to get rid of them. And I know this for a fact.
Oh, I know.
I believe money is involved.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
Now, I mean, these YouTubers, I mean, the faking of demonic possession. I know for a fact that one YouTuber.
I know where you're going with this. I have to say one thing.
I don't know if I want to say his name or not.
That cemetery I've always wanted to go to.
And I believe,
Close to the fucking
correct
public.
me if I'm wrong, but after everyone was concerned about this YouTuber, his words were, "Was I convincing?"
Yep.
Well,
And
you
because
knock
of
on the
that, now
devil's
people
door
can't go
long
into a
enough.
certain cemetery because
It's going to
of that.
happen.
You knock on the devil's door long enough, and he will answer. And when he answers, it's not going to be the damn answers that you're looking for.
I mean, you're right. And this person had these other people there with him, and they were generally scared to death for him. They thought something had actually happened. And at the very end, they find out it never happened. He faked it. Then this YouTuber goes on and says, I come in. He goes to another live stream that I observed. It's from another channel I watch.
Gina, oh my God. Gina, that's funny. Gina said it. Well, nobody said anything, but Gina said it.
Gina said it. He goes to this live stream of this other YouTuber and says that he's getting out of the paranormal because he got into some stuff he wished he hadn't. But yet now he's back into it.
Yeah. And Ted brought up a point too. Rick debunked. Yeah.
Rick was done shitty. And he's the YouTuber that I mentioned earlier where these other YouTubers attacked him. And Rick, I think it would be safe to call Rick a skeptic.
Mm-hmm.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
And that's why he had a debunking channel. Because what these bigger channels are doing is not fair to the channels that are actually trying to get the investigations.
And I was going to say, if it wasn't for these fakers, these debunkers wouldn't be out there because they wouldn't need to be debunking.
And there's only one debunking channel left, and that debunker, you know who I'm talking about.
Yep, I know.
Does he wear a mask?
Is he up Omar's ass?
Yeah.
That dude is freaking
He
amazing.
even tried to blackmail me.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I think he's the real reason why Urban Ghost had to come out the way that they did.
It was Rick, actually.
Rick
Rick was
DeBunks
on
did it,
top of
yeah.
it before the shape, and then the shape would be like, "Oh my God, Rick is copying me," and blah blah blah. And he would
Yeah.
actually send his viewers over to attack Rick.
Yep.
Wow.
And then Shape made that one threat where he was fixing to blackmail Rick, and you know what I'm talking about, Amy, because it's still on his YouTube channel.
Yep.
And Rick had already apologized for it because he had seen the truth.
Yep.
But these other bigger YouTubers attacked this smaller YouTube channel to the point where YouTube, and I've seen the messages, they reported him for spam, misleading content, stuff like that. And there is a live stream that does exist where this certain YouTuber said he was coming for him, and he sure did. He got him removed because the complaints were filed back to back to back same day.
Wow.
That's associated with a person that was in the video earlier. Because that person had reached out to him asking him to remove specific videos before he did something.
Well, you know, where there's a beginning, there's always an end. It just takes the right person to end it.
You know, and the fake protection prayers, that's just not, that's wrong on so many levels.
It is. It's wrong.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, you're not only, I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to say anything about that.
And I feel sorry for the person that meets an individual in a parking lot somewhere accidentally, and that individual whoops their ass.
To say that's what I was going to mention earlier when you were talking about the prayers and the stuff. I remember a video that UGUE did with Holy Walkers. And in this video, it was an abandoned cement factory or an abandoned.
Okay, yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Satanist was in there. That was Todd's son. What's the oldest one's name? It's not Ethan. I can't think of the oldest one. It was or maybe it was Ethan. It was the oldest one. I know that. So I mean, you could literally see the dude's face, and yet they're offering all these fake prayers of protection. I mean, you make a good point, Mason.
Do you think about this? Okay, forget about the grown-ups for a minute. Think about the children. Think about the little kids that watch that stuff and think it's okay to do that. They look up to these people.
And I don't mean to cut you off on this part. I gotta say it because my fibro fog. My son is into paranormal, you know, and certain things he was afraid to say because, you know, he thought people would bully him and say things to him. But he would watch these people and go, okay, they understand where I'm coming from. And then come to find out these people are fake. Continue.
What YouTuber, what person has a problem that why are no one allowed different opinions? Take a certain YouTuber who expressed her disappointment in a video, and then she gets threatened with attorneys. She didn't mention this person's name, and he put the video out over the Gabby Petito incidents.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you attacking this smaller YouTuber and threatening her with legal fees? She's right. She has a right to express her disappointment in you over something that should have waited. Oh, you should have at least waited a year or longer.
Because people's weak. That's going all over the world right now. It's not like it used to be. When you can actually speak your mind, you're not allowed to say shit. And if once a person gets butt hurt, oh God, and start whining over social media and stuff, shit, you can't say nothing these days without somebody wanting to cry and be butt hurt about something stupid.
But it's sad, to be honest, too.
It is.
I mean,
it is sad.
This woman, she just hit a certain amount of subscribers, and she expressed her disappointment in this person because she thought this person was a friend. And it is distasteful to do a video like that and promote your app like that. and then you
Yeah.
threaten her with legal. And I don't know I don't know why he would go back and delete the messages. But thankfully, she screenshot them just in case she needed them.
And see, the people I'm talking about that's against me, you know, they come out with these legal fees or suing or whatever. Nothing's ever done. It's all a tactic, a scare tactic. And see, they want you to react on it. That's the thing. They want you to go and get on your live streams and cuss them. And
I'm not afraid to admit it. I was well, it wasn't so much a threat. It was stated that if I continued to speak the certain YouTuber's name, that I would be contacted by his attorneys. Well, that's fine. Bring them. Because I have access to attorneys too.
And I got mine on call, and she is freaking amazing. And I dare them to do that shit to me because they're in for a rude of a fucking awakening.
I expressed something to him that happened with a person he mentioned in a live stream that just mysteriously reappeared that's had problems before. And you know who I'm talking about, Amy, who was posting all of that hateful shit on her YouTube channel. And she even outed me, and my mother, who's in her final stages of her lives, posted her address publicly. And this person is associated to this person. This person said, well, I don't talk to that woman, but if you go back and you listen to this live stream, he specifically mentions what happened, how he came, and he believes what they say. And this YouTuber has had channels removed. She's bullied people.
And they preach on bullying. This is what I don't understand. They're, you know, they do their little live chats and their little videos, and they talk about how they don't like bullies and all this other shit, and then they are doing the same thing.
Look at a video that it came out around this time last year.
Yep.
That was pure straight bullying. All of these and they don't have to mention a name. They don't have to, people know. And when you put on a screen a contract with a name there, that's confirmation right there.
Yeah. J-Mac.
Look at the hate.
What's up, brother?
This poor woman got.
Going.
Well, I love that hat, man.
Thank
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Hell yeah, I was sharing it out, man. There's too many instances of gals getting caught up in places and they can't get out of it. And it sounded very legit. So at first I was like, this is a guy that's just got his heart jilted. Then I heard the rest of the story and I'm like, oh, fuck, yeah, I'll share it.
Yep.
What Vinny is saying is 100% true. Like I said, I've got the text messages right here, and I posted a couple.
And if any of you are gonna go, oh, you just did that on James Word, yeah, the guys.
I don't have a reason to lie. I have no reason to even be in the middle of this. If I didn't know,
watched any of his past stuff, he's kind of a fact finder. It's kind of his,
I can find out things that people don't want to be finding out, like certain restraining orders.
So when he said it's legit, I just said, okay, if James said it's legit, I'm willing to put my name on it.
But Jay and Emmy had no association. They don't even know. In fact, they didn't even know what the dude looked like until they saw him in the video.
Yeah. No.
Granted, I don't like Joey,
Yeah. Well.
And why don't you like Jody? That's
because, even after all this shit, these guys drove around at a courthouse and were making signs like this to my wife.
And this was observed.
Fuck you guys, man. You get no respect.
And that middle finger that went up too.
Yep, that's through the
by a very skinny arm.
Woo, boy, you better than I am, because that right there would have come a reality if they would have done that to my wife.
That wasn't it even. Then when they think they're safe and they get back to the house, they go around the house 2 or 3 times squealing their brakes and shit. And
I'm going to say this too, for a fact. Jay actually reached out to me to get in touch with a particular YouTuber because Jay was concerned about Emmy's safety.
Yeah.
And then this shit happened.
Yep. Yeah, that was before.
Yes.
Yeah. Yep.
Jay reached out to me to get in contact with the YouTuber that did the live stream that specifically said he was a witness because he was concerned about Emmy's safety, and then this stuff gets pulled.
And nobody should have to feel like that. Nobody, you know what? That is sad. And people like that, they're not men. If a woman's doing that, they're not a woman.
It's
Real
changed.
man and a real woman don't act like that.
It's changed, you know, some of the way these ladies do stuff in Florida. You know, they actually have a bodyguard service that they use now. They got a whole thing set up for that, for incidents where they can get escorted, you know, to their cars and back out without a.
That's
You know, I wanted to
sad.
say something before I forgot.
Because of the threats and stupidness.
Remember when I went to Tennessee earlier this year? with
Yeah.
My friend, right? No, we're listening. Nobody knew. Like only a few people knew we were going to be there. Somebody did a live stream and said where we were at. They put mine,
And that you were
hers.
with her.
I was with her. These
And it was
friends-
in a video. Yep. A copy of that does exist.
Yeah. Put us at risk.
Yep.
And-
And then after it came out, it was deleted.
Yep.
But a copy
Tell
does
400,000
exist.
Fans that these people bother you, then tell
Yeah,
400,000
that's-
fans where you are.
Yeah, that's what Jay made a point of that. Not for it's 2 million. 2 million fans. The thing is, those 2 million fans, they're your fans. So they're like, oh, I live in Tennessee. Tell me where
Look
they're
what
at.
happened when she posted my mother's address.
You got crazy fucking people on this
All
shit
because-
that will come and hurt you and your family.
Yes.
Exactly. And if you go back and you listen to this live stream, he's like, he could post this person's address. He knows where they live. But he's not going to do that because if he was to say this person's name, that he's got so many followers, what was it? She better believe that would be a problem. And then the next thing you know, my name and my address is posted, and my mother, who has nothing to do with this, was posted.
Yep.
And I expressed to him that he needed to calm this situation.
Yeah.
You want to be condescending? I can be a condescending motherfucker right back. You don't talk to me like I'm less than you. And that's
Judy.
exactly what happened in that conversation.
And that's the thing. You have a big follower like that, following. You
It goes
put
to
a lot of-
your head.
and you put people at risk because you got these fans that will do anything for you.
And did you know that his best friend's mother, Emmy, reached out to me and let me know she had a gun in her house? I've got those messages.
Wow.
And that was when he was crying about signs being put up. She felt the need to tell me that she had a gun in her house. And I'm like, go ahead and use it. Do what you got to do. And then she's like, well, there was a guy sitting outside in a silver SUV. And I'm like, well, I don't own a silver SUV.
You know, what if them signs was put by the person that's claiming that someone else is putting them signs up and they're actually the ones doing it? It's all about clout and views, man. Notice how drama gets a lot of views. I mean, who? They
I'm
ain't
not
even
gonna
got
say anything.
proof.
I'm not going to say anything.
I mean, dude, think about it. I believe, and I know exactly who y'all talking about. I believe that maybe these signs are written by the person that's claiming that people were actually making these signs and putting them up when it's actually them doing it.
Are you saying that on my live stream?
That's so taboo.
No, that's
I'm reading too.
yeah, you're 100%.
You wouldn't be wrong, Mason. You wouldn't be wrong. Because the handwriting matches.
I mean, it don't take a rocket scientist to figure
And the
this
thing
shit
is,
out.
the thing is, Jay reached out to me to get in touch with this YouTuber because he was concerned about his wife's safety. We didn't know this was going on. And then there's a live stream right before, and it's just like, oh my God.
Now they did. This individual posted a little video of a man in a little a truck, and he was standing. And it was a light pole, and I guess the guy was on top of his vehicle doing it.
Well, I can tell you this. That looked like the same truck that passed in front of a certain house while I was there as a witness.
And the person that's if you zoom in enough, that person is far too skinny to be the person that's being accused for it. I was even accused. I mean, if you can go back and look in the live chat, and you can specifically see my name mentioned, because I'm friends with another YouTuber.
Just because you're friends with another YouTuber don't make you the type of person that wants to be involved in this. You know,
I'm not. I didn't laugh about it. I even felt bad for him.
I mean, he went on there crying.
I felt bad for him. I mean, but I'm just going to say what he says.
I thought it was funny.
I'm going to say what he told me. You're on the internet, so you're just. It's basically what he said was, you're on the internet, just deal with it. That's my reaction to it now, because there was no reason for my mother, who's in the final stages of her life, to be brought into this.
No.
And her address be posted publicly, because people around here, in fact, I know of several people today that posted videos of his that are in my Facebook feed. They know he comes very close to my area.
Yeah.
He knows I live right across from the 𝕐𝕆𝕋 Dam. I mean, look out on my back deck. I can see him.
I've talked to so many fans that actually still are fans of this individual and Patty's and everybody else, and they absolutely miss the fact that everybody was together.
I've gotten those messages too.
They hate the fact that everybody is divided the way that they are, and really, it's
but
shameful.
You've got to understand that when this person come in,
I'll be right back.
Okay, when this person, I'm fixing to grab something to drink. When this person come in, you can go by what this particular YouTuber says and says, "No, this was going on before." Well, if you actually apply logic and reason to it, she didn't make him do that rap video, that rap song. They weren't
That
even
was disgraceful. I mean, the beat's good, but really, how many people has listened to that? Probably not a lot, because
it wasn't on his channel very long.
That is really disgusting. That gives rap a bad fucking name.
But I mean, she didn't form that opinion, and I know for a fact that another YouTuber that was in that video called another YouTuber a lesbian. But yet she says in this video that she said it. So how is this able to convince all of these people that one person did this, when I have specifically seen text messages of this person calling this other YouTuber's woman very degrading names? I have seen things that was in that email that was in that video that this other YouTuber's wife specifically said in text message.
My gosh.
This person gets the blame for making everybody in that circle feel that way. And the whole time, everyone in that circle is talking shit about each other.
It's crazy. And I know you're being truthful, because I've been seeing it and hearing it for over a year now. And it's, they are kind and great in front of one another on their live chats and stuff. But as soon as that shit's over, they're all talking bad about one another, stabbing each other in the back. I mean, and shit. I got a voice clip of one of them calling me on my personal phone, asking me to make a exposure video of Wolf and trying to want me to end him and do it when she tells me to do it. This is how they work, and they're
Yeah.
constantly on each other's live panels, uplifting one another, but behind the scenes, they hate each other.
Exactly.
They're miserable, and misery always loves company.
They're snakes that
your
enjoy their own
friends
company.
close, keep your enemies closer.
Closer.
Exactly.
And that's exactly what that one has done to get in that circle.
Yep. Yeah.
But I mean, there's just so much that I really
Because it's like, how much were those acting classes? I'm sorry for laughing.
You know, I have a vision, and I've had a vision for many years. And you know, it might not even come true, but I wish that it would. I pray that everybody can just let things just go and find and look deep in each other's hearts and look at each other as people, as brothers and sisters, and forget this bullshit and love one another and stop this BS, man, because they may think it's it's bringing them clout or whatever, and it is, but it's not in a good way.
it still brought the clout. If it still brought the clout, because if you go back and you look at the subscribers, these people
It's bringing the clout, but the clout that it's bringing is negative.
and that negativity is going to other people. I mean, it's like we said, it's
a disease.
It's a disease. I know of 2 YouTubers who just started a channel last year. You know, he got into building equipment for, you know, and his wife got into it. She did 3 videos, and when that video came out last year with all of that drama, I can't do this. This is wrong.
Yeah, I want to ask you something. So for new people that are coming in, okay, so this Vinny guy, we had nothing to do with him.
No, you did not.
Also, this particular girl that we're talking about, or that he was talking about, what was the whole thing? Jody was like trying to groom her or test her. Like, what was his intentions? What did he ask her? And what do you have proof on?
And the text messages, she's, I don't want to say she's crying, but because I don't know.
Right.
She's expressing how she wants to get out of that house. And in the text message, she specifically said they want her to do porn.
Okay. Now that's where a lot of people aren't understanding this.
No, the belief is it was to make
I
money.
believe that, because
It's
if you
the
go
belief to
watch
make
Jody's
money.
Instagram, he puts up some weird shit.
Go to well, they're no longer there because after Vinny's videos come out, he went to the Nerdy McDirty channel and deleted every single live stream he did with his friend Craig, who, by the way, is the one that works for that phone company, Metro PCS,
Yeah.
that said he was hacked. So we've
Exactly, Tez. I'm with you on that.
So the people that on my end were going.
Yeah, so people like on Jay's end were saying,
They were saying why?
why, you know,
Why would he risk everything?
Vinny
why would he
wants
risk
the sto-
everything?
Vinny wants the story to get out, because if this has happened to Jessica, we can say her name because her name is out there.
But the thing is, Jody is trying to make money.
Yeah.
Doing what? Using
Human
her as a
trafficking.
porn. Yeah. Human
Because
trafficking.
he lied to her to get her there. He lied to her to get her there. And Vinny had not seen Jody in 3 years.
Do you
And
think
look-
he was probably thinking, well, maybe if these two hook up, maybe I can use Vinny in a porn and hook up to
Vinny
it?
now thinks that he was a test. There was something that happened inside that house that Jody and Alicia know about. And Vinny thinks it was a test. Because it was shortly right after
Maybe Vinny
Jody
was-
asks him about how his relationship with Jessica is, and that's when he finds out that they are a couple.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So that's for people who are just coming in, and trying to wrap our heads around this, being the smaller channels being bullied by the bigger channels, and other people getting misinformed or
And I'm going
lied
to tell you
to.
right now, a lot of people have said that Vinny's deleted his videos. Vinny never even wanted to have a YouTube channel. He didn't know how to get this out of there. And he had contacted a bunch of services. I'll say that about what happened. And I told him, I said, take it to your YouTube channel and we can get it out that way.
Mm-hmm. It's too many people sit and are quiet. And that's when shit happens for
I've got
years.
a couple that have reached out to me since his videos about possibly being poached.
Yeah, you get one person to come forward, then other people are like, you know what, I shouldn't be afraid. Maybe I need
And
to come
after
forward and
what
tell my
happened
story.
last night, they got to the witness. But the videos are going nowhere because they don't have access to his phone.
You know, because he has a pimpy quality. I'm sorry. Honey, can you shut the door? I'm cold. Yes.
They don't have access to his. They don't have access to Vinny's phone. Vinny is getting access to the phone that he had in his name for Jessica to get all incoming texts and outgoing texts. Vinny, they don't have access to my phone. They don't have access to where I have this stuff. Full stuff.
And stuff. Yeah.
It's not going away because if they've done this to one, there has to be others.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They have to be some type of experience. I mean, you know, especially the way that they do it. I mean, it's almost like they have done this a lot.
You know,
Well,
I just thought of something. So, Patty, Rebecca, and I met Cassandra and her family in St. Augustine.
I love that
And-
place. Oh, my God.
You know, the crazy thing was, when we were coming back, there was a video of
of them
people
in the
that were-
same place.
Yep. The same
And
time we were.
Cassandra's daughter had expressed to me that she could have sworn she saw Jody. Because she says she thinks she even mentioned it to Brock, who she was staying with because Brock can't walk far.
Yeah, and we made sure we didn't post anything, so it was almost like
And if you go and you look at that video,
Patty was
and you
being
look
stalked.
when Alicia is, I believe she's filming right there in the parking lot, there's a vehicle that's there that is identical to Patty's.
Also, when we were coming home that day, it was raining really hard, and in his video,
It's
it was
raining.
pouring down.
She may have to get subpoenaed.
Why?
Stoney says, I know why. I know why she got kicked out. She didn't get kicked out. She left. So apparently she's talked to him and
That is not true. That's a complete
Exactly.
lie.
No, this
if she's talked to him, he's given out lies to somebody else.
They're
there you go. He's giving lies to somebody
As a
else.
cover-up.
They're going to try to discredit what happened. How she left was Vinny had to get another female friend involved.
Yeah.
And he helped get her out of that house at around 2 a.m. in the morning. She left. Yeah, she left. But she had to be gotten out of the house because she had no car.
No, she's saying she got kicked out.
Yeah, that's what he's trying to say. Yeah. She didn't get kicked out. He's trying to say this is what they're going to say. They're going to discredit that person to make them, no, we're kicking them out because they're doing drugs and whatever. Because they don't want to look like, oh, they left. Why? Because, oh, I want to, pimp her out. Yeah.
It's the same thing that they did to Patty, ain't it? How they team up and they try to make a person look bad and stuff like that. Which the thing is, a lot of people is not stupid. They see right through it.
Once you get a big YouTuber to back you up that has a lot of followers, people are going to go, well, yeah, maybe there is some truth to that. Yeah, no.
The thing is, though, Patty's a freaking champ. She's a baller herself. All these
What
big
a lot of
ballers are
viewers
just
don't know, and I'm going to go ahead and say this, what a lot of you people don't know is, sure, y'all can claim to not know who I am, but I know who you are, and I know the things that were going on. Just because she didn't mention names, and you can't say that she tells everybody everything, because she's never even told her close friends who I am and how in the world she knows me. She found Amy found out when Patty told her. She just knew that James in Tennessee. Is that not right, Amy?
Yep, that's right.
Yeah.
And I knew what was going on when it was going on. So you shouldn't tell your followers that they don't know the whole story when there are always two sides to the story, and I do know what was going on. And some things I'm not afraid to go into if I have to prove it.
I'll be right back, y'all. I'm gonna go get me something to drink.
Okay.
Well, I just did.
Yeah. Okay. So, I lost my chat. Hold on. Jody's love revenge. Yeah, I'm not going to deny it. Yes, we are talking about Jody. Jody, you're a disgrace. That and when you asked me that one day on the Zoom call, and Omar said, "Why don't you like Jody? He's a good guy." Because
This
I had
is
that
why.
feeling. I had that feeling. I don't like him. Nobody persuaded me not to like him. I just didn't like him. I didn't like his content. I didn't like how he was aggressive. I didn't like how he treated people.
My dislike for him went when he did what he did on the day Mike died.
Speeding around.
See, I didn't even know that. Yeah, I didn't even know that. I didn't even know Patty then. But
You scared her driving around the street like that? Like
Yeah.
an idiot?
but from watching,
It makes him feel like a
Trying
man, Jay.
trying to watch his videos, I'm just like, he's very aggressive. That was,
And if you go back and you think about that email that was sent to that particular YouTuber, like I said, I'm not supposed to mention his name. There was something in there. I believe it said that he was a warlock.
yep.
Only
Oh,
person
he had
that
a video
believes,
up like
the
that.
only person that believes Jody Dean is a warlock is Jody Dean.
I heard him say that a few times.
There's a video.
Well,
He
I
was
mean,
dressed up makeup and he was doing some like black
the
magic
witch
for a
bottle.
blonde.
Bottle?
For a
And then
blonde.
It
He's
might
on
have
Urban
disappeared,
Ghost,
but
Urban
it exists.
Explorations. 1 minute he's a warlock, and the next minute he loves Jesus Christ.
Well, there's a reason for that. Look at the people he's associated with now. Look at a good Christian. I mean, I don't even think that this particular YouTuber knows that at one time there was a playlist saved of every single live stream that he did with his fiance. That way he can create connections. Like, oh, I like this too. And
Tez is like, can you elaborate on that, James?
what?
I
I missed the question.
Have y'all ever watched South Park?
I mean, yeah, let me give me 1 second, Mason. I mean, I know for a fact that, and we could talk about this because this is over with. He lost it. He lost his case against Miss Adams for his fake restraining order. I know for
flew
a
there
fact,
3 or 4 times. Yeah.
and I know for a fact, and you know for a fact, that he got in that courtroom and lied.
Lied.
He said that he did not own guns. You go straight to his Instagram, what do you see?
There was guns.
He gets up there and he tells the judge those guns were not real.
Also, when he went to Tennessee, he had a gun right there saying, oh, yep, we come here with our guns, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. Hey, David, how you doing? Welcome.
There's so much that has gone on that we can talk about and some that we can't, that we know for a fact. I know this for a fact, and Amy knows this for a fact because Amy was there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But he went to such extremes, and I don't even think this YouTuber knows this. I don't even think he knows what was said in that courtroom. But this can be discussed because the case was dropped and he lost his restraining order because he could not prove what he was claiming.
Nope.
He even went so far as to, and it's been erased from a video, but it does exist, where he's got this person pretending to be the stalker on the phone. He asks, "Who put you up to this?" And the stalker says, "Patty."
Yep.
And he says, "Did he say Patty? We don't associate with a Patty. Nobody does anymore." This was planned. The whole stalker situation, and that edited clip, the unedited video, and the edited video where and you can even go back and look at the timestamps. It's in the videos that he's got where they find the tracker on the vehicle. You can even look at the timestamps where the cameras on the car radio, and you can see a huge skip in time. And then, but that's fine.
Judy goes, seen that. Yeah.
So you guys don't know what has been brewing before that video, because this video that I'm talking about came out November the 21st or the 22nd of 2020, the month before that smear campaign video. And that's exactly what it was, a smear campaign video. You guys don't know the half of it. You're only going by these. He got in good. He got in good when he got with that particular YouTuber because he had a failed attempt before to try to bring her down. And it backfired on him. Nobody knew who this other person was. So let's get in her good graces. Let's get associated with this one, get him in the video, and it all will be believable.
You know, I have to say one thing. The times I mean, we were making a joke. It was like every 3 months I was going to Florida, but then it turned to every other month and a half. And I was with Patty when she was doing a lot of that footwork going, you know, the police would say, you need to do this. You need to go in this county. You need to go in that county because it's different counties. And then there was this, he reported a drive-by shooting at his house.
Yeah. That's why I brought up the police reports earlier.
Yeah, we're like going.
Is he filing false police reports?
Yeah, he can get in some big shit for that.
He has to be filing. And that even goes for this YouTuber now.
Mm-hmm.
This other YouTuber. Because now we have video. I mean, there's video evidence with him in the bed with his ex-wife talking about how this video he did on that woman that had the tree had fallen on her trailer. This video, and he had filmed the trailer park manager and her children, and he specifically says he made the connection that it was her doing the pizza deliveries because she got his address. It's on a restraining order.
There needs to be a private investigator. You know, somebody professional needs to be looking into this because they could figure out what's what. These people were trained and they deal with this stuff every day.
Patty had to pay a lot of money to have two.
This is what a lot of people don't know. That
what I hate is what her little grandchildren had to go through.
Yep.
Nobody
when I watched that, that brought tears to my eyes.
Mason, nobody cared about them. They not once reached out to her kids, but yet they get on camera and they cry about their kids. What about her grandkids? What about her daughter's kids?
I know. And a lot of people knows.
And see, what I was going to say was, what you guys don't know is Patty had to spend a lot of money to get two computer techs to come to the house and trace all of these emails. And guess where they were traced to?
Mm-hmm. You know, and
the one that was displayed in that video is the one specifically I'm talking about too.
They brought up a paper saying that it was her number.
Well, see, that can be debunked.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
That's what I did. I
They-
debunked that, and that's going to be played in court.
I was on the phone. Me and Patty were constantly talking, and she was getting these messages going, I don't even have an AOL account. What the fuck is this?
And remember, Emmy, I even took a picture of Patty's phone when she was getting those text messages.
Mhm.
Remember, it said it was asking for an account verification.
Yeah.
So when Patty said in her video, I'm getting all this stuff from AOL, what you guys don't know is she was getting a link from AOL asking her to verify the account.
And
I took a picture of her cell phone with over 100 of these from where that video come out, and he described how he got to the phone number and stuff, because fans were constantly doing that, and it was going to her phone. But what you do is you will go in and you'll create the account under like your phone number, and you can send all the emails you want. Then you'll go to the account settings, and there's an option there to add another number, like a
James
backup
did
number.
this on
Right.
his, let me go get that.
And then once you get that added in there, you can go and delete the number you created the account with. And the number that you added into like the backup number, or you can even do it that way with an email. But if you put in like the backup number, there'll be like a little yellow thing come up asking you to verify it.
Yeah.
That phone number was never verified.
Yeah. Never verified. So that's
Because
why it
if
kept
it was
popping up.
verified, she never would have, the text messages when they would have hit forgot password, it would have shown like a request to, to change the password. But she was getting account verification texts.
Yep.
This is something these people, the fans don't
It's
know.
evil. It's straight up
That's
just
what I'm saying.
corrupt.
How can you go so far as to try to destroy a woman at the time who was 59 years old, just because you're jealous of her?
Patty is 59.
No,
just
she's
turned
60 now. Yeah.
She
What?
just- Yeah.
I thought she was like in her 40s. Holy shit.
Yeah. She just turned 60.
Well,
Yep.
she damn looks good for her age.
Yeah.
Damn.
See, there's so much. There's always two sides to the story. And he
Oh, yeah.
got in good when he got in with this YouTuber, because if he got in with that YouTuber and that YouTuber's friends, it would be believable.
Wasn't I can't remember who was tagging who, but who was tagging? Wait, he was tagging Patty and Omar in the same thing before he ever met any of them, wasn't he?
If you go by his Twitter, he said that he met Omar at like one of those flea market things, which I found out something too that Vince told me that is pretty disgusting. And I believe it to be true. Emmy, I may tell you later.
I don't know if I
And
want to know this.
You might as well. You got me thinking.
It's pretty disgusting. And what was I going to say about the tagging? If you go back and you look, he says that he met, I believe it was either 2015 or 2016. That rap song come out in 2018. And you specifically hear him say, was it 2018? It might have been 2017. You hear specifically say he's never run into these guys, but yet we have a photo of him and Omar together. And before that.
Pictures don't lie.
Nope.
Everything's planned. I mean, everything from the very beginning and to the end. I mean, they all plan shit, and they are good at it. They're real smart individuals, but at the same time, they're stupid. Have you ever met somebody that's so smart, but yet they're stupid at the same time?
Yeah.
That's who these people are, man. And they think that they are so good that everybody's gonna believe them. But look, I'm living proof. I'm not in this shit. And yet I know more than what I'm supposed to know just by watching them. How is that possible? It's possible because people is not dumb like they think that they are.
Well, you wouldn't believe the stupid acts. Amy, did you get that message I just sent you? What Vince told me?
I'm looking. Yeah.
Is that not disgusting? And I was listening to Mason, and you're right. But
Wow.
as far as the tagging goes, he was constantly tagging. And you brought up clout. This is what he was doing. He was constantly tagging that YouTuber and Patty to get views. And in fact, he cyber poaches. And I don't know if you know what this is. This is where you buy a domain, and it is illegal. You buy domains in that has nothing to do with you. And that rapper that passed away, what was his name?
Oh, yeah. Fuck.
Oh, I can't remember. Anyway, he's got videos there with him. But if you go and you type in that and with vivo.com, it takes you right straight to his YouTube channel. Has no association with Jody. He did the same thing to Rick Debunks and bragged about it on Twitter. That's cyber poaching. That is illegal.
Kind of funny. He bought somebody else's domain.
Yeah, and that person's also adamant about defending him too, without knowing what's really going on.
Yep. Again, there's a
that
difference
person
between
should probably be another victim.
People who are inside.
No.
Fans versus friends. I mean, fans don't know. They only know what they're told.
Or what they have watched. And I'm going to be honest with you, these videos and these live streams can be very, very deceiving.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. Yes,
it can be very deceiving because I'm going to be honest with you, and I'm not going to name who I'm about to talk about out, but I absolutely love this individual. And we got together to do a video. And when I got there and started like getting to know them in person, and I'm like, what in the fuck am I doing here right now? This person is fucking weird. Like, this is not the person that I've been watching for 2 years on YouTube. That's why we got
that's a good point, because you're only seeing what they want you to see on camera.
I can honestly say, from when I met Patty, it wasn't for the paranormal or anything. Patty and I clicked. We became friends. That was it. Then we started doing, collabing together and whatnot. But Patty, I can tell you all this. Patty is the same person on camera
as she is off
cam. Exactly.
Well, this week, let's see, Friday, I'm leaving out to go to Georgia. I'm going to be in Georgia for a whole week. And I will love to get up with y'all.
I'm in Oregon. So.
I'm in Tennessee.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
hey, Tennessee ain't that far from me. I'm in High Point, North Carolina.
So I'm in Chattanooga.
Okay.
But I was going to tell you, Mason, there are private investigators involved.
Good, because it sounds like y'all really need some good professionals hitting this up.
Because, I made a comment earlier, and I'm going to say it now. I'm always 2 steps ahead.
That's the way to be.
Mm-hmm.
I'm always 2 steps ahead. You can delete something, but I can guarantee you another copy exists.
When you're in the business of doing what we do, you got to be. I mean, these fuckers are coming out from every corner trying to destroy us.
So I'm Patty's cousin. I'm
A lot
related.
of people didn't know that. Yeah, a lot of people.
Nobody knew this until we finally spilled the beans. So I know what's been going on behind the scenes, how long it's been going on, because I've known this woman all my life.
She's a magnificent woman. Really, I've been watching her for a long time.
Judy's like, we love our Patty. We do. Patty's a good person. But Patty's never tried to belittle anybody or anything like that. Where these bigger YouTubers, like who came in my chat tonight, paranormal consultant. He was talking. I gotta give James his email and stuff like that because he was talking about that.
He's an awesome
He wants
guy.
to do the same thing too. Yeah, he's talking about the little channels and stuff, and he agrees with us on all
What
this.
people don't know about Matt, a paranormal consultant, he don't have a lot of subscribers,
No.
but the ones that he does have is connected. He goes straight to the source. He don't care about subscribers. He is out to help small channels. Yes, he is a small channel, but the people that is subscribed to him, and I know this for a fact, is big time. These people are not no joke. These people have thousands and thousands of people following them. So really, just because he's got a very few amount of people subscribed to him, don't make him a nobody. Because I'm telling you now, this dude is legit. He is the real fucking deal.
I kind of want to bring something else too. And you're right. I was looking in the chat, listening to you, Mason. And yeah, I do remember that, David Hill. When Patty met her friend Karen, Patty broke down and cried.
Mm-hmm.
I do remember that, David. And David, well, I'll get into that later. But I do want to say that I know for a fact when that came out, Patty lost a lot of friendships and subscribers.
Sure did.
People she knew believed this, but thankfully, one person came forward and admitted she was convinced that Patty did something that she was told Patty did, but Patty never did.
Well, you get a bunch of people together to make a video against somebody, like even a woman that bakes fucking pies.
That's who I'm talking about. That's who I'm talking about. She came forward to Patty. She came forward to Patty and apologized to Patty and told her, she's like, when she heard Patty's side of the story, she's like, she knew Patty was telling the truth because they came to her with no evidence. And that's pretty much what they did with everyone. They went to everyone with no evidence. Oh, well, Patty probably said this about you. Patty probably said that about you. Patty did this. Patty did that.
Hey, Canadian witch. Hello.
I was hurt though because I followed Patty on Twitter, on YouTube, and I noticed that she got rid of everybody. Everybody that even
she had to, because she was being attacked, and they were accusing her of creating fake Twitters like that troll account. That was not Patty.
Yeah. And I was like, damn, and I even tried to mess. I may have been messaging somebody. So many people tries to be her, and they make these fake accounts using her name. I might have messaged some troll, but
He later found out who that troll was, and that person was trying to help her, but it kind of made the situation worse in a little bit because what she was doing.
Well, she's a magnificent woman, and I hate the fact that her grandyoungins don't she raise her?
Yeah, Gary.
All three of them.
She raises all three of them.
People needs to realize that there is children, and I'm not just talking about her grandkids, but other children, on both sides that's being affected by all this negativity.
Mm-hmm.
They
ain't got to be
out of school at one point.
Yeah,
that's sad.
And her Brock, who's having so much problems, was told to go kill himself and take his grandmother with him.
Yep.
Do you know how many kids actually do blow their brains out or take a gun to school and kill everybody there because of shit like this?
Exactly.
The one thing, remember that night when Patty decided to get rid of her Twitter, and I stayed up all night to record this. That one guy out there said, it was because of Patty, her own son killed himself. I was like, oh my God. I'm like, he fucking didn't go there, did he?
Yeah, and that was disgusting. He said that he apologized, but she said she never got one. I know Heather expressed to who that how disgusting it was, and it was taken down, but that was very...
Why would you even go there?
And he didn't even know the whole situation.
No.
The first time he met Patty was at that fan meetup.
Yep.
And from what I was told,
He wasn't supposed to be there.
yeah, and from what I was told, and it did not come from Patty, she wasn't the one that brought up the conversations about that particular person.
Who's the big dude that was sitting on the couch? I don't know. He was bashing Patty. He was in that video that they all
Fluffy.
come up with.
Fluffy.
Okay.
He was the one that said that it was because of Patty.
I don't have a problem with Fluffy other than that.
Yeah.
It was a few other ones too. I'm like, damn, couldn't y'all pick somebody else?
Well, the two girls that are in there, she don't even know who they are. She don't even know who they are. And then all of that clout that came out, like that one dude, and I can't go into what we have. Life Adventures, Keeping It Real with Jonathan.
Okay.
He did a video, and he just makes these little weird claims. It's gotten over 14,000 views. It's still up. I checked it last night. She's never talked to this man. She didn't even know he existed.
Damn,
And
I
yet-
guess I'm not taking my shit right. Damn, I should have 14. No, I'm joking. I'm just...
For real. God.
She put him up to stuff when we've got evidence that it's totally different.
Yeah.
It's sad. Yo, this.
Everybody jumped on that. And then there was that one YouTube channel. I can't remember the name of it, but the video exists of the boy and the girl. Did you guys see that one?
Boy and the girl.
Bodie, I believe that's it. Anyway, they've got a video and it's still up where they try to make Patty sound racist.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I know what you're talking about.
And we're not going to get into boomers because I called Boomer out on that. Like when it came out and he was talking about, this is the truth about the boomer situation. Boomer was the one who told Patty the police were looking for Joe and Rob. Patty told Boomer, she said her words were something to the effect of, don't Joe and Rob have a right to know? Well, and if you go back and you think about that smear campaign video, Joe says that James gets in the car and James tells Joe he heard it from someone that was associated with her. James told Joe that he heard it from Boomer. And Boomer, he's deleted it now since Rick called him out on it. If you were to go and listen, Boomer says that he was there when she called the police. If she was there when he called the police, why did he not say something to Joe before then? But if you go back previously, he said that he might have said that they were looking for Joe in a live stream. Patty did not know where this place was at. We thought that it was, one they called the poltergeist office.
Mm-hmm.
And thankfully, Joe's camera went over a letter title head. And we found out it was the Action Title Company. And that's the place she thought it was. So she's trying to contact the owner.
Y'all are dealing with compulsive liars.
Exactly.
Okay? A compulsive liar, when you get a bunch of them together, they figure out a way to
manipulate everything.
Yeah. And who's to say that they all just come up with that damn shit? Even Joe. Maybe the whole fucking thing was a lie.
The arrest wasn't. The reports are that.
Their arrest was real, but the story, they all come together and made a video of this wonderful person, Patty. And they got a lot of people involved with that video, and all of them was lying. I mean,
they're only telling one side of the story. Now let's go to a video that came out. She was a woman who stayed with Patty. Did you see this one? This woman is connected to she was in this YouTuber's video. They did a little video together. They met up. And another YouTube recently mended fences with her, but he had no problems calling her racist names behind her back.
There's no fucking way Patty's racist.
No.
Nope, those two kids, well, I'm not going to say kids, but they look like kids. They took a video and they took some things that Patty had said and tried to twist it. Because at the time, if you remember, the Confederate monuments were starting to come down. And
Right.
Patty had said something like, well, I hope nothing happens to this graveyard. It was a graveyard.
Yeah.
And they completely misconstrued that. And here we are, this bigger YouTuber. Oh, well, thank you for coming forward and how she did this to you and how she made you feel and all this stuff.
They looked at it as it's a perfect time to make this individual look racist. All this shit's going on. It's
And
all
that's
clout.
exactly what this other YouTuber's doing. And the YouTuber that posted my information, they doctored pictures. And how we know it was doctored, and Emmy was there when we found out, was there was a certain picture they used of Gary that was never on his profile.
And
It
I'm
was after
sorry.
he passed.
This picture was created and edited after he passed.
Yep. Heather
And
made it.
there's nothing wrong with saying I love our monuments. I think it's a disgrace that they're coming down. All of them is not racist. It's history and it's being erased, and that's sad. That's like
Her concern was about the cemetery. She hoped nothing happened to the cemetery, but somehow they got twisted into she was a racist, and now that's still being played because they created fake. What they're doing is they're creating fake accounts, and we know that it's a fake account because when we were finally legally able to get this troll's YouTube channel taken down that posted my information, all of the other fake accounts disappeared. They were saying that she's sending people to harass them and blah, blah, blah. What they're doing is they're creating the accounts and harassing themselves, just like Mr. HTD stalking himself. And he has done that. Vinny has verified that. Vinny has talked to people that this needed to be told to. And if you go, and I believe it was in that smear campaign that YouTuber said, my friend Jody has a stalker. Jody's stalking himself. His son Anthony has been the stalker, is what I've been told.
It definitely sounds like that they're doing this to themselves and making it look like someone's doing it to them, and it's nobody.
Exactly.
It's nobody but them.
And then you got the people who were impressioned by them, these other YouTubers that are starting to get the viewers and stuff like that. They're like, okay, so this person's doing this. You know what? I'm going to do this too, because look how many views they're getting.
Look at all of the channels that got started up with that whole fake Randonautica crap.
Do you know the video? And I know, I'm just going to ask y'all if y'all know. Okay, the video that took off with Jody. What do you know what I'm talking about? That one video that made Jody happen on YouTube.
Nope, I
The
don't.
Watts case.
It was about a Dybbuk box.
Oh yeah, that's what I mentioned that earlier. There's actually a movie on Tubi called Dybbuk, and it's got screenshots of Jody in it.
Okay. Now, you can buy subscribers. Everybody knows that.
Yeah, I knew that.
Okay. That's a perfect timing to put out a video of opening a Dybbuk box, because really, it really was never done. Not
That's
that I
true.
know of. I mean, Jody is, when it comes to opening up the Dybbuk box on YouTube, I believe he is the first one to do it.
No, Omar might have.
I honestly think that Jody was the man to be the first to do that. And when he did it, who's to say he didn't buy his subscribers to mind fuck everybody into thinking that this videos took off? And you know, it's to pull people in. Once people goes off of views and subscribers, if they see a person with a shit ton of subscribers, they're going to be wanting to subscribe too, because everybody else is going to be doing it. It's all a mind fuck, y'all. It's a mind fuck. I've caught up with it. I've been watching it for so long. And I figured out their games, and it's sick. I mean, it's a deception, y'all. And people
I'm listening to, but if I'm looking down, I'm looking in the chat.
Oh
So
no, brother, you good?
But the thing is, this particular YouTuber specifically said not to trust him, not to talk to him, don't associate with him because he got bad vibes from him. And this is way before the rap track ever came out. And that particular YouTuber, when Patty went to let him back in his life, was completely against it. He claimed that he thought the rap track was funny. Well, we saw how he acted when those signs went up. He used some reverse psychology. There's like, hey, man, you've got some good music, this and that. And then that's how they hit
Hey,
it
Sheriff
off.
Buford, welcome. Welcome.
I'm glad that we're talking about this stuff. I've been hoping that somebody will start talking about this type of stuff because it needs to really be talked about. People needs to know what the fuck goes on with these bigger channels, because it's not what everybody thinks. It's not. A lot of it's just totally 100% fucking fake all the way around.
Decide to want to start coming for me again. My internet's acting up. If they want to start coming for me again, I may just start dropping footage of faking.
I have to say one thing. When
they can't do anything about it because it's not their material.
When I went to Tennessee with Patty and I met her grandchildren. Well, yeah. I'd met Logan prior, but I never met Brock because he was always quiet. I had met Brock and we sat down on the swing, and he just opened up and started talking to me. This kid at the time, I want to say he was 13, 14.
Yeah, he's 13.
Okay. This kid has a mentality of an adult. I'm telling you, Patty has raised these kids the right way. You can sit down and have an intelligent conversation with him. And the stuff he was saying, the stuff that he was going through because of all this, it was heart-wrenching.
I was there. Remember when he had the breakdown? I literally started walling my eyes out because this kid, Brock, is going through so much and he's got so much on him that he had a complete freak out in a restaurant. And it was bad. It was bad. They never got him calmed down.
No, because we went to even play that claw game, Logan and I, to try to win him something to,
calm him down.
It was bad.
Well, it was that the channel, I'm just gonna say it, I don't care. Wolf and Hound, they went on their live stream and was talking about how they was gonna put dick in my wife and calling my fucking children, saying that they're mental retarded and stuff like that. And I do have a special needs child, and my kids seen that. Imagine how they felt. My youngin was crying about that. I mean, because I was subscribed to them for a while. I mean, we did do a couple videos together, and my kids didn't know what was going on, and I didn't think to, go on their telephones to hit the unsubscribe button and stuff, and they seen that shit. Talking about him and his son was talking about how they were going to fuck my wife and stuff, like their mother, and calling my children retards and stuff on live, and over 200 people was watching this shit.
Wow.
This is heartbreaking to hear. So it's like I told Amy earlier, she didn't know this about me because, like I said, she and I have never met. The first job I ever got was right after high school, and I became state certified to work with children with special needs. And when I know for a fact, and I literally just almost started breaking down crying, because I know when you have a child with special needs, this affects them very bad.
Imagine how.
I know as a father, I can't be fake and say I know how you feel, because I don't know how you feel. I can only sympathize for you. But I don't have kids. I can't have kids. But
you've worked with them, though.
I've worked with children with special needs. I did that for almost 10 years. And this is heartbreaking because I've seen it go on in the schools with children with special needs. And
But think about the
I'm trying
people
not to
that
cry.
was
I'm trying
on
not to
there. This is what makes me sick. Think about the people that was on there. And
I
my
know.
youngins is watching this and they're going along with it.
I know.
You know, what kind who does that?
Cold-hearted people do that. They don't. I mean, I can't say I understand how you feel. I don't. I
I'm
can only
sorry, y'all.
no,
Don't be
absolutely
sorry.
right.
This is
Because
why we're
this
having
is the
talk.
same thing that's going on with her.
And a lot of people.
Exactly. And I can't be fake and say I know, but I can sympathize with you.
I understand.
Because I don't know. I can't even begin to comprehend.
I tell you how it felt. It felt like a damn knife in my chest, and there wasn't nothing that I could do about it but sit there and take it. But
and you shouldn't have to. And your kids should have not even ever been brought up in it.
And that was the thing, like you were talking about earlier. These kids are influenced by these creators.
Exactly.
Then they hear, and it's horrible.
And my kids don't even know about sex, y'all. I don't talk. I don't even really. Yeah, I do say a few bad words in front of my children, and I don't mean to, but sometimes they nosy and they're right there in my business. But I try my best not to even cuss around my kids.
Right.
I'm a very good father, and my wife is a very good mom. And yes, I do have I have 6 kids. Okay, I got 4 boys and 2 little girls. 2 of my kids are special needs. And to be truthful with you, nobody knows this, but I was LD in school. I was in special ed.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
And I grew up being bullied and picked on because I couldn't read.
That's what I just said because I had seen it. I know I can't discuss, the kids that there's their situations, but I can't say their names.
Yeah.
But I know at one point when I was working in a high school, I knew a 15-year-old that couldn't read.
I tried, y'all. I mean, and it's like the teacher. I was the first fucking one that bitch called on to read in front of the whole class. And I'm sitting there, and everybody's fucking laughing. And I'm like, damn, and these kids, because of shit like that, they're committing suicide. They're going to school and killing everybody. And people's thinking like, why would they do something like that? Why? Because you got fucking bullies.
Mm-hmm.
They're being fucking tortured.
That's the honest truth, and that's why Patty had to pull her kids out and Heather had to take her kids out.
Yep, it was a ripple effect going down and hitting them.
And homeschooling, when it comes to that, homeschooling's the best option. But even now, they're making it hard to even do that.
Yeah.
I am so sorry that happened. I don't.
Karma's a bitch.
Yeah.
And see, the thing about it is, let me tell you how deep this goes. Okay, I was a super big fan of Urban Ghost. Okay, my last investigation was Wolf and Hound at the Trevick Clinic, and was my last investigation because they were fake and they tried something on me that a straight man is not down with. Okay, I'm just putting it bluntly like that. I told them straight up after that investigation that we will never be doing investigations again. I'm not talking about what happened, but y'all need to go y'all's way, and I'm going to go my way, and everybody's straight, and then that's when they start doing their shit.
They started making fun of you guys and calling you guys out.
This is the thing. That night, the shit that they said about Joe and Rob being fakers and all this shit, they talk very bad about them folks. And then they go and join them. Now they're part of the Urban Ghost now because of me. They did it to piss me off, but what they don't know is they put a permanent label on their head. Uh-huh. Now people will know that they're fake because they have joined the fake. So congrats. And see, at that time, I didn't know that they were fake. I honest to God, Joe was my fucking man. Every video that dude made, I didn't give a fuck about anybody else. I love Joe. I love the way he fucking talked. He looked, you know, everything about him, and I still do. I think they're wonderful people. I just hate the fact of how they did it and how they had to come out and apologize, and it wasn't willingly; it was forced. You know, it was forced.
Yeah, he's all
Yeah.
sexy.
Yeah, you know, I can honestly say this: Patty, when she did it for all the right reasons.
Yeah.
She was the first one to
And-
do it.
Yep. And
She
then
was. She's the queen of paranormal on YouTube.
I honestly say Jody got her into it by, you know, hey, you can talk to your son by using the spirit box. That's how it all got started. And then she had met Omar. She didn't even know who the fuck Omar was. And she's told me this. Her grandkids have told me this. Met him at a cemetery, and they just started talking. And then they talked about
Omar's
collabs
talked
and
about
stuff.
it.
Yeah.
And then after that, they were
That's
like,
when the fakery was kind of because
we're
she
not
said,
getting nothing. And so yeah, let's do this. I bet if we pull a
or
chair.
let's make this happen if nothing was happening. Because,
Yeah.
you know, I mean, like, because the way it was with that particular person, he was already doing things where it was already production anyway. So you just go in with the production. This is what you're used to.
Yep.
And, you know, I mean, there for a while she did participate, but then she stopped and then she started walking away.
And see, Patty knows this because she's been a paranormal investigator for some years. Look, that shit is real. Okay. Yeah. If you watch my videos, these spirits, they manifest themselves in front of me on video. And the last matter of fact, in West Virginia, I had an apparition appear on video, and it didn't go away. It stood right there and communicated with me on video. It was doing what I asked it to do. They speak to us out loud. It's no EVPs, it's AVPs, audible voice phenomenon. The EVPs are super clear. They move shit. They do what you need to do, what you asked them to do, and they do that when you come to them with respect. They know you're not fucking faking. Because the moment that a person fakes with the paranormal, you're not gonna get no more evidence until you make shit right.
Yeah.
Now you can run a ghost box and you can get voices and stuff like that, even intelligent responses, but the major shit, that might not never happen again until you make that shit right. There's also consequences. Big consequences. Bad shit will start happening in your fucking life.
You know, there's a I can't remember the name of the location, but there's a house that Joe and Rob and Todd and I know Patty's sister had been there, and I know her niece had been there.
Yeah.
They dubbed it the witch
Murder house or something like that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, murder house. That's it. Yeah, Patty did go there, and that's when I think Patty was there when Joe had Lou Rock up in the roof, and Lou fell through the roof. You remember that, Amy? You know that about that, Mason? Yeah. Lou was there, but Lou was in the roof of that place. If you go back, I don't know if Patty took her video down, but you can hear him up there. And when he comes and when they see him, he's all covered in sheetrock. This is to the extent that they go to in faking. And this footage does exist. I'm throwing that out there. This footage does exist.
Well, I know Patty said that she's got a lot, if they keep on, she's got a lot of hardcore evidence that she can destroy everybody.
She does.
And I'm going to be honest with you. If they do keep doing that, I will, if I was her, I would throw it on out there. There ain't a goddamn thing that they can do about it.
That's what they want, though, Mason. They want reactions out of her. They want to get something on her. They can't stand it when she's being quiet, and she's not bothering anybody.
That's how I've been. Notice that I haven't been on my lives. or
Yeah.
doing live chats. I haven't been going on other people's shit. I've been real quiet, and there's a big reason for it.
They
Patty
brought
was
her
called a hacker. I just have to throw that out there. Patty, I'm sorry, Patty. I love you to death, but Patty cannot hack her way out of a wet paper bag. Like seriously,
back. Yeah,
she can't.
that's
I've been there when
she's been on the phone with me.
and she's like calling, one of the grandsons, like, why won't this work? And they're like, Grandma, I told you, I don't want. She would get frustrated. She's like, I can't do. You gotta plug your mouse in or something. She was like, oh, okay, yeah. And
I remember.
welcome back.
I remember a YouTuber who, well, actually two, that tried to put the blame on her for them getting hacked because she knows people that are in the computer thing. She doesn't. I know of one person besides myself. I ain't ever hacked nobody. I'm just good at getting information.
Yep. And a lot of the information out there is public.
Yeah, I mean, it's like one day I was deciding to browse a specific area, and I found a restraining order against someone, a permanent one.
Damn.
And this person is somebody we know.
And they was breaking it.
Why there was certain lies told in court.
I gotta laugh at this one thing too. So my best friend Rebecca that lives in Florida, I'm always talking about, like, during the summer, I'm like, you got to start your car up and turn the AC on before I get there because I'm melting in Florida, right? And so Patty's owned her vehicle for like 2 years, 3 years or something like that. And it was like, I don't know, probably it was earlier this year. It was this year. Rebecca's like, let me look at your keys. Patty can start her vehicle while she's in the house and warm it up or cool it off. And she's had her vehicle that long going, what the fuck? Yeah, I'm telling you, this is how
clueless to technology she can be.
Yeah. She's and when she doesn't text message, she'll talk to her phone. It's funny. She'll talk to her phone and she doesn't do like voice message. She'll do, and yes, please. Oh man, no. And it takes her forever. It's like, you should have just typed it out. Hey, you got to go back and correct your autocorrect. But yeah,
That's the truth.
I ain't trying to get off of the subject, but have y'all ever heard of Parapost?
No.
Okay, it's an app, and
yes.
This is the real deal, y'all.
I'm on it. Yeah.
I'm real good friends with the creator of it, Brian. Me and him's going to be doing videos, and this is Paraflix. You know what Paraflix is?
No, I'm looking it up.
Y'all look it up. This Parapost, though, is a game changer when it comes to legit paranormal investigators. This is like Facebook. It is just like Facebook for paranormal investigators, and it's going to change everything, y'all. If you ain't got the app, please download it. Big things is coming to it, and it's a chance. If you got a YouTube channel, it is advertisement for your channel. It's to connect with all the paranormal investigators because everybody's moving to it. It is a big deal in the paranormal world, and
I see that. I'm reading it.
If y'all are for Para-Unity, this is the first time in 17 years of me being a paranormal investigator. I've heard a lot of people talk about Para-Unity and what they're going to do and what they're going. Nothing's ever fucking done, but now it's being done, y'all, for the first time, and it is.
Shadows of the Moon says, I've been on Parapost since day one.
It is groundbreaking. It's wonderful.
I'll have to look into that.
Yeah.
I switched back over to the chat, and I saw Tez. Where'd it go? Wait a minute, Joe and Rob did get some. Yeah, they did get some real evidence, David. They did. But a lot of times it was fake too.
I
What,
live in
Joe?
Spring Hill, Florida, and Patty knows me. I delivered pizza to her house. Steve.
Paid for or unpaid?
Was it paid for or unpaid for? I'm just saying. Joking.
Emma and J Mac, I'm getting that battleship at the end of March.
You what?
I'm getting the USS Navy Fleet battleship North Carolina.
Okay, that's
It's a big deal, and if y'all are invited, and I will pay for everything.
That's what you were talking about.
yeah, that's what I was talking about. Remember, he invited us.
This is a real deal. And when I say that the ship is mine, we got control over the whole ship. Nobody else is going to be there but us. And I think it has like 11 floors. I mean, it is massive and
Okay.
haunted as hell. That place is haunted.
Must be some kind of maintenance or somebody around.
What if Jay doesn't come with me? Could I invite somebody?
Yes. You're invited. You're invited, and
I said, what
it
if
will
you
be.
can't go with me?
Where? What is it?
North Carolina.
Why
We'll talk.
wouldn't
We'll
you
talk about
go?
that. I know. I don't know, but yeah, I would love to do that. That would.
Wow, guys, I think she doesn't want me to go.
Yes, I do. But you won't fly. That's the thing. You won't fly.
I'll fly.
Okay,
Nice
you'll
having.
fly.
And when the company that I work for we go on a shutdown for like 2 weeks, and then I get all the holidays off. So once that happens, I'm going to be traveling, and hopefully I could start coming to y'all also, and we do some investigations. But I'm connected. I will absolutely have an investigation set up either there or here. It don't matter.
Okay.
Doesn't have my beard on your face.
Emmy, you gotta go. That would be the bomb,
Hell
right?
yeah. J Mac, man, I love you, tattoo.
Oh,
Thank you. It's
Bigfoot.
Hell yeah. That is another thing that I'm getting into. I had the opportunity of seeing that creature 4 times.
Mount
It is
Hood.
real. That is awesome. The
He's
place,
got Mount Hood and Bigfoot and everything on his arm.
y'all check this out. The place that I was renting before I moved to North Carolina, in the back, there's a river that ran through our property. And there is a whole family of Bigfoot on that property. And I tell you what, I will take you back there. And if you don't see a footprint or hear them like knocking and stuff, I give you $1,000 in cash.
Let's do that.
I guarantee, I promise you, you will
I'd be
either.
into that. Yeah.
It's like I'm going back there. Matter of fact, I'm probably going to do a video of Bigfoot when I'm in Georgia this coming week.
Now, when
And
we were at the Shadow Cemetery, I'll tell you what, there's a Bigfoot there. I don't care what people say.
Cemeteries and graveyards and Bigfoot go hand in hand. These creatures are very intelligent. And they know people don't go to places like that at night and stuff. So they try to stay close to places that humans are kind of scared to be at. And they know these things, y'all. Now, I have a theory. I don't know if y'all know what Nephilim is. Like the giants of old and stuff like that.
No.
Well, the angels came here and found women, you know what I'm saying? And they had
the gigantic skeletons.
Right.
Yeah,
But
okay.
they also did things with animals, beasts of the field and fish and even insect, and created new beings. I have a theory that Bigfoot could be part of that.
I've heard that before.
Yeah, I haven't.
I've heard that. I've heard that they've been like, as a punishment or something, they get deployed here.
We never know. I mean,
David Hill said to Mod Steve he's seen him in Patty's chat before.
Yeah, I just did it.
Like there's
Well,
some
he said he's a mod in Patty's chat.
there's some
Oh, wait.
squatchers that are squatcher slash paranormal, UFOists, if you will.
Yeah.
And I've heard the theory that they're placed here from a different planet because they've been exiled. But
Well,
the thing is,
Gigantopithecus
yeah.
is a great example. This was
Yep.
a creature that is just as old as the damn dinosaurs.
Well, we only found the silver grayback in the 50s.
Yeah, that's a perfect example. The silverback, the gorillas, they was discovered, like you just said, not that damn long ago.
Yeah.
It was a freaking myth, a fairy tale that there was these creatures in the mountains.
You know what else was just like that? The giant panda.
Mhm.
Yes.
That was even more recent. That was like within the last 100 years, I think.
I just thought of something because my fiber fog, I have to say it. One thing that really got to me with this whole smear campaign thing on Patty was she was a child abuser.
Yeah, that pissed me off. I'm gonna be honest with you. How can a woman that raises her grandyoungins and live the way she lives? I mean, she's a very clean woman, and her place is beautiful. I've seen.
All she does is take care of those kids.
I mean, you could tell them kids are very well taken care of.
I wish I had that much cereal.
Oh my God, Patty, literally, I swear to you, she has about probably 30 boxes of cereal in her pantry, and every time we go to the store, she's like, "Do you like this?" I'm like, "Patty, you already have that." Oh, okay. I'm like, "Don't blame her."
I've been on the phone with her while she's grocery shopping and just buying cereal.
Those kids could do reviews on every brand cereal made to man.
I mean, look, for my kids, I believe in spankings. Okay, I rarely ever have to do that, and when I do, believe me, being a father having to do something like that, it hurts me.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it hurts you more.
It hurts me. I cry. I mean,
I think it works till about age 6, and then you go to something different.
Yeah.
Well, when you got I have 4 kids that I take care of with me. The other 2 is with their mother. And when you got 4 kids, 2 boys and 2 girls, and they're all fighting at one time.
But you're raising 4 kids by yourself?
Me and my wife.
Oh.
But still, with 4 kids,
I know.
And they're all fighting, man, you got to put the hand of God down sometimes.
Yeah. We got 5 and we had 3 in the house all at once.
Yeah. I mean, it's not easy. And here's the deal: that some of the people that says that against her, do they even have kids?
I don't know.
At one point, this back living room right here was a giant playroom.
Yeah.
I mean, footballs. This window behind us is a 2-pane window, which is now a 1-pane window because of like a football game.
Yeah.
So I went through, had to fix the walls, man. There was Hot Wheels dented in the walls. There was just crazy shit, man. So
Oh, I know.
2 boys and a girl in here, they were going crazy.
Yeah.
Sometimes I feel like I got to pull my hair out. And yes, I get on my kids, but I love my children. I will die for every one of my kids in a fucking heartbeat. And for someone to come on social media and to sit there and call somebody an abuser of children of her own grandkids, that is fucked up. I mean,
Brock's my buddy. I do know for a fact that it is hell getting him out of that house.
Yeah.
After that smear, he has anxiety attacks. Like, I mean, they're pretty bad. And I know of, like we discussed the one earlier where it was pretty bad after the hearing.
Yeah.
I know of one where Brock and Patty were at a restaurant, and Brock thought he saw a particular YouTuber that was in that video, and he had a full-blown panic attack because the way that affected those kids is their friends knew who this person
Yep.
is, and their friends started attacking them because of this part. You know,
Yep.
poor Brock's my buddy, and you know, like I said, not a single person in that video has ever reached out to the kids.
Yep.
And that's, man, that is.
But they want to
Ooh.
cry about their kids.
I seen that, and then they start saying that their kids is being bullied, and then shortly after that, they have their kids on, and they're all cheerful, and I mean, like, you could tell who's lying here. You know what I'm saying? You can look at Patty's face and tell that she's being legit. What woman will speak out?
Would actually sit down and talk to her grandkids, they just. I mean, you'd be brought to tears.
Oh, I already
Especially from
know.
Ron.
I've while Patty's in bed, I'd be editing or whatever, and her grandsons would come and talk to me. I would tell them, I'm like, I can't believe how intelligent you two are. You know, I'm like, kudos to your grandma for doing this. Like, I would not prop them. What's that word? Oh my God.
Boost their ego.
Not boost their ego, but let them know, because they don't hear that enough.
Oh, give them positive feedback.
Yeah,
about
give them
their
positive
grandmother.
feedback that, you know, your grandma's doing the right thing, and you two are fucking smart.
She's raised her grandkids the way Gary would have raised them.
Yes, and
Gary was a complete mama's boy. And
there's not a lot of
those kids like Gary would have to be great human beings.
even her granddaughter,
Yeah.
her granddaughter trains dogs and goes to dog shows, and I had the honor to go with Patty and watch her granddaughter perform with her dog and stuff. That was, it takes a lot to train a dog, don't it? And for her granddaughter, and she would do 2-3 dogs at a time while she's training them. I mean, come on,
You know, and another thing too, they want to try to bring up dirt on Patty, but yet they don't want to bring up the fact that someone who did a video after the first one, just a couple of days after, they don't want to mention their dirt, like, you know, the litigation they were having, and then they get a little clout train and get a little extra money. And I'm pretty sure they couldn't even pay rent at the time.
damn.
And just a few days, it was just not even about a week before that smear campaign video come out, they were still bestie. That's how fast somebody can turn on you in that paranormal community.
Oh, I know. Trust me.
Hmm?
It's insane
Oh, right here.
how fast someone can stab a person in the back. And honestly, I've seen it on Facebook, you know, not just YouTube, but there's a whole society of paranormal investigators, and everybody's trying to reach to the top, you know, and they do not care if they cut down their best mate, their best friend to get clout. I mean, some people will do anything to get there.
I mean, that's true, but you don't even want to go so far as to try to even break a family up.
They do. They don't care.
If you're somebody's friend, you shouldn't use things that this person you assume is a friend against them. I mean, there should be no reason to call this person while this person's in the vehicle with their significant other and try to turn you against your mother. And when you find out you can't get that person on your team, you retaliate against them. We're constantly retaliate. There's constant retaliation.
Yep.
I think everybody needs to roll up and look. It's 4:40, but now 4:20 was 20 minutes ago. So
roll up, smoke it. Well, it's only 1:40 here.
I mean, damn! Just think if everybody smoked a little herb, this world would be a better place.
Well, you mentioned that, and you know, I'm sitting here thinking of a text that Vinny shared with me about that person wanting to do certain things in that house that involve certain substances. And it kind of makes me think, because she was purposely gotten drunk to film a video. And mind you, this girl had just gotten out of a bad situation where this situation involved substance abuse. And she was gotten, it just makes you think a little bit more about the situation now that you mentioned certain substances. In fact, the video that was taken down, I'm going to have to pull it up. I've got a screenshot. The video still exists. Like I said, there's so much that has come forward in the past few days that the text messages are, and I'm trying to find this particular screenshot I took. Here it is. This girl is completely plastered, and I want you to look what she's wearing. Look at her legs if you can see them. You see that, Amy?
Is that a bush or is that panties?
That is her in a see-through white beater where you can see her bra, and when the light goes out, you can see her breasts. In a pair of panties with a bottle of wine. In a video that was removed.
Yeah.
And if you had a chance to see this video, it comes off as a screen test to see how far she's willing to go.
That's sad. To get clout. I mean, why would somebody go? And I've noticed this. There is a lot of folks out there that will absolutely do anything to get a little bit of clout, to be noticed.
Well, you shouldn't make accusations, one thing too, because this person went on another channel he owns and talked about having sex with his 8th grade teacher while he was in the 8th grade.
I actually heard that video.
Mm-hmm.
That video exists. You may have deleted it, but it exists.
Yep, sure do.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
If this is not true, you have completely ruined this teacher's life now, because this is out there. This is out there.
That actually happened to me when I was in the 9th grade, but I would never talk about it on YouTube.
If you would have listened to it, it would have come off very predatorial.
Yeah.
Because of what she was wearing.
Yeah.
And not many people know this. I know this. I don't even think you know this, Emmy. But when Patty and Heather first became associated with Jody, he was hitting on them.
Now, see, I think I knew about Heather, but it's something like Heather didn't really want to talk about because it was disgusting. I mean,
I know something. Heather's my buddy too, and I'm not going to repeat what she said, but I will say there was a video that was to be filmed where he wanted her to act and dress a certain way.
And yet women still watch his channel.
They swoon over him.
And, you know, do they not stop and think? And I know it's very obvious if you just go and look at it, that his Instagram, some of his little clips that he puts up there, it's disgraceful. How he puts women and you know, it gives a woman a bad image.
He calls his girlfriend bro.
She probably is a bro.
Oh my God, don't make me laugh. That hurts.
Is that the one with the pink hair?
Yeah. Not his wife. Not his wife. It is his girlfriend.
They are not married. They are not married.
He got caught lying in court on that. And
he got caught.
Say that because they asked him.
Not married, and he had to admit that they were not married.
Yep.
In fact,
I shouldn't have said what I just said. She seems like a really nice person.
Looks can be very deceiving.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
because
you know,
she was dead set on this girl doing porn.
that's man.
And she was telling this girl bad things about Vinny. Then Jody comes in and starts telling her bad after they try to hook them up. And this is the same one. She's the same one who said certain things that are in that email in a text message. She's in this text message I specifically have. Alicia says that Tiff was all over Omar's phone. In that email, that is mentioned. What does that tell you? What does that tell you? This email was shown to over 100,000 people in a video. And if you go and you look, he actually had a paranormal network at one time where he had things listed to contact. Of course, he had an AOL email address too. It specifically says Warlock, and in that email, it mentions that he's a warlock. The only person that believes Jody Dean is a warlock is Jody Dean.
And why would a war? Why? Okay, look. That's
I know you're trying to wrap your head around this.
Well, it's disrespectful because, you know, I got a lot of Wiccan friends and stuff, and they keep certain things sacred. It's not to be put out there for clout and stuff like that. It's really disrespectful to a lot of fucking people that like to keep their beliefs in a sacred way.
There's a video that exists.
Yeah,
I don't know if he's removed it, but it exists of him doing a witch's bottle.
Yeah, a blonde-haired lady.
And that blonde-haired lady.
He has something to say.
Hey, if a warlock was being stalked, don't you think he'd be doing something?
Exactly. Exactly. But if you want to try to delete that video, go ahead. It still exists and it has been shown. Just wanted to throw that out there. We believe that hair belonged to Patty, and he goes into detail. I mean, it's a pretty, because at this time, the video come out, this particular YouTuber had cut her hair the day before.
Wow.
And the hair color matches her natural color.
Damn.
And in said video, he goes so far as to pissing in this jar and then cutting I believe it was his finger, and sticking the blood down in there. His finger in.
Oh, he's trying to do like a.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's called something. I got to look back. I just recently.
A witch's bottle.
Yeah.
They do it in New Orleans and shit.
Yeah.
The video exists if anybody would like to see it.
You know, if anybody wants to see receipts,
I've got receipts.
I was going to say, go to James' channel. Let me put your channel down again. Message him. Definitely give James a message. Leave a comment, and let him, whatever you want to see, he will give you that receipt. And that's
like I said, there's things that I can go into that can't be discussed right now.
What's your name? The channel name? Let me write this down because I can't see this.
Just James Dawson, the James Dawson. Because I never intended to do a channel until my cousin was attacked over an accused.
Listen, I'll go drop that on I'll just make a comment for you.
Okay.
I'll do that.
I mean, it's nothing to me wanting to try to find something out. I just wanted to subscribe and support.
Yeah, that's cool. I never even wanted to do a channel, but my cousin was attacked and accused of things she didn't do. And I knew for a fact that you can manipulate email because I've got an email account that every time I change, I have to change my phone number before I cancel it out. Before I'll switch get the new SIM card in and cancel the phone, I'll put the new phone number in the Gmail account that I've used that I've had forever. And that way I can have it switched over to my phone and verify it. You can do that with any email, but somehow she did it. It came from her, but the IP addresses tell a different story.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So this really goes deeper than what
The fans don't know what's going on behind the scenes. There's
Exactly.
things no. But there's things that we can discuss because he lied. He lied to try to get a restraining order against Patty.
Yep.
While Patty was in Tennessee and Emmy was in Tennessee, he goes to the courthouse and says she's stalking him and harassing him. And then now we're starting to question how much trouble he can get into if he's filing false police reports.
And what 60-year-old sweet woman will be wanting to focus their time on somebody, a young buck that does YouTube? I mean, don't she have better things to do?
Let me answer that with what was said in a live stream, is that he wishes that nobody would get her wrath. Turn that around. You don't want their wrath.
Yeah.
It's their wrath, because it was their wrath that put signs up to try to get something right before a hearing. Because they have nothing. She's not saying anything. She's not bothering these people. When I talk to her, we don't even bring them up.
Nope. You know what? I will tell you this. When this past year, I've gone to Florida like 5 times, from Tennessee down to Florida to be with Patty, to be with my best friend and everything. She lives a couple miles up the road from like Ross and stuff like that, or Publix, whatever you want to call it. Patty will go 30 to 45 minutes out of her way
to the grocery store.
Yep.
I know this for a fact.
Just to get a loaf of bread or something. She doesn't
have to run into him. And the poor woman, I mean, that's
sad, man. That's really,
she doesn't even want to get out in public because she knows she's going to get recognized.
She'll wear her in fucking 110 degree. She'll wear a hat.
Yeah.
I am fucking sweating like half naked. I'm like, oh my God, what the fuck?
Which that comes with fame, that comes with being famous, and she really is. But now the go in town and have to worry about someone hurting her or her grandbabies. I mean, don't they realize that she has grandyoungins that she would probably love to be able to take to the park and be able to spend that quality grandmother time with her grandbabies, to love them and give them the affection that them babies deserve? I mean, it comes down to this. Why can't people mind their own fucking business and leave folks the fuck alone?
Exactly. Right? But that's what the plan was from the beginning.
Yeah.
And I want to mention
that irks my ass.
I want to mention something that's really
anything.
Weird. I just remembered this. Emmy, you remember the flies?
Yes.
And the same thing happened at the house Patty lived in right before Mike died. And when it came out that I'm 100% on with Patty's side, that I'm not budging, the same thing happened to me. My house was just swarmed with these flies. Emmy saw, I recorded it.
Yeah,
they were.
That happened to mine too. Like the second time I was in Florida, the bloat flies, I guess is what you want to call them, the big black flies.
And I've never had a problem with flies.
There's dark magic. That actually the fly is connected with demonic. The Lord of the Flies.
He goes, I thought you brought something home with me, because it was
witches are real. Warlocks they are real. They're real, and they do cast spells, and the spells are real.
What I'm going to say is, whatever was sent back went back double.
I'm an earth angel. I've mentioned this several different times. I'm protected. Stuff has been tried with me and it don't work. And there's also a reason why the evidence that I get is because of who I am.
But you know what's really strange about that, Mason? The day Mike died, the flies disappeared.
Hell, that should tell you something.
The day he died, that house was free of flies.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And that happened to me, too. I woke up one morning and looked, and they were just swarmed all in my house. I've never had a fly problem. Where I live, it's right by the water. There's no, there's no reason for a problem. But I could not get rid of the more I would set up fly traps, the more they just multiply. So whatever was sent out went back double to you, buddy.
Well, that's the thing, and that's what a lot of these modern witches don't know. A lot does, but most really don't. Is when you cast spells, be expected to get something back from it, because it's like this. I'm in negotiations on the bartering table with the company that I work for, and in order for us to get something, we have to give something. We have to give up something in order to get something.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same thing with casting spells and magic. It's going to come back on you, and most of the time, it's not good when it does come back. People get depression's real. Suicide's real. You can get in a car accident and not make it. A lot of different fucked up things can happen to you when you dabbling with magic that you don't understand, and really nobody really understands it.
And if you do, like he said in that witch bottle video, he mixes his.
I bet y'all don't, and not many people, very few people know what I'm about to tell y'all. Do you know where the original witch came from?
Their mom.
Not many people know this, but the original witch came from the days of old when angels had sex with human women and took wives up. And see, they put their essence into these women, and they had the Nephilim giants.
I've heard that.
When they had sex with these angels, they got powers, like strong powers. And these witches are not like these little witches today. These people could think something and it will literally happen, because that is the power of an angel. They can, if an angel's here, and angels do live here. The Bible even tells you so. Be careful who you do wrong. You could be entertaining an angel. There's stories in the Bible where these kids was picking on this man for being bald, and God ordered grizzly bears to come out of the mountains, and they ate every one of them children because they were picking on an angel, a prince of heaven. Now, these angels can literally think of something and it will happen. You don't fuck with certain people. That's all I'm gonna say.
Hold on, I got in a comment to what Tess said. So after you got back from Florida, something bad happened to you. Now, the last time I got back from Florida, and then this is when Patty did a cleansing after I got back, and she didn't know this. The first night I was home, remember this, Jay? We were in bed. What did we see?
Oh, that big shadow.
Big black shadow going across the fucking ceiling. And I'm like, do you fucking see that? And Jay was like, oh my God, what is that? I'm like, I don't know. And start praying. I never told Patty about it. The next day she did a cleansing without telling me, for me and everybody and stuff like that. Never saw that again. But that, and now Tez is saying, she had bees and stuff like that. It just goes to show
flies, bees, the dark shadow that you're talking about. When someone casts a spell, it's magic, but you're actually asking a demonic force to do your bidding.
We all know he sold himself to the devil. We all know that.
It's on his merchandise.
That is crazy.
But it was such a sad affair, because I had talked to Brock, and he really wanted to go to the Christmas parade, but he was scared too, so they couldn't, because he was afraid that he would run into fans of that particular YouTuber.
Mm-hmm.
I talked to Brock about that yesterday.
I
Sad.
didn't think about that. Shadows. Wow. But yeah,
Man,
for Jay to see that too, I was like, oh my fucking God. So
I would have been like, it's time to bust out the ghost box.
it was a trip.
There was a comment. I don't see it now.
Which
But if
one is-
anybody wants to, Amy doesn't delete her live streams. If anybody wants to share this out to understand that Emmy and Jay had nothing to do with Vinny. They have absolutely nothing to do with Vinny. If they want to put the blame on Vinny, come to me, because I'm the one that asked them to share it out, and it is nothing but the truth.
and we shared it out like you know how people on Facebook you share out a puppy video, and that's
I mean, if they wanted to, they could. I mean, I could show
we could have said no.
how
We could have said no,
rare we
but
converse. But it was something that I felt that needed to get out. They're not paying me. They're not paying Vinny. Vinny doesn't. The job Vinny has, he makes damn good money. He doesn't need to be paid on the side. He's
Vinny
doing it.
doesn't live in Washington either.
Genuinely felt trying to help this girl.
I'm accused all the time by the other side that I'm doing this for clout and stuff, but what they don't know, I get paid $25 an hour at my job. I don't need YouTube money. I already make good money, and
I don't. That's why
I do this for fun.
That's
Now,
why I decided to never do a channel. I don't need the money.
the thing about it is, now when I first got started with YouTube, before YouTube, I was a paranormal investigator. I worked with big team called Southeastern Paranormal that worked with taps. They used me because of my gifts. I was born with special abilities to communicate with spirits, so they used me.
Amy
And
knows about mine. I don't think you were
Yeah.
here when she discussed that earlier.
No, he
Well,
wasn't.
I stopped paranormal for a few years because I brought something home with me, and it was torturing my wife and my newborn. I didn't want no part in it no more, so I cut it out.
Patty has.
And-
I didn't mean to cut you off, but like Tess says, Oh shit, wrong thing. Oh my God. Patty has nothing to do with Vinny either. I mean,
Yeah, I've not even discussed Vinny with Patty. If she's seen the videos, she's seen them. I couldn't tell you, because I know she's got a lot going on her plate. She don't need other
that's the
stuff.
thing. Patty. Yeah, I may be speaking for Patty right now, but I've been around her enough to know Patty can give a flying fuck. She doesn't watch people. She has enough, like he said, enough on her own plate. And she was having back issues. She's in constant pain. She's, worrying about her grandkids and stuff.
Yeah.
She doesn't, and even when I go visit, I'm like, no, let's just hang out. I mean, because it's nice and cool in her house. She's like, no, let's go do this. She wants to get out and do stuff then. And I'm like, no, we don't need to, because I'm not that person that wants to go out and investigate. Patty's my friend. And I have fun just sitting there talking with her. And, people don't see that. They think Patty's out to ruin people. Patty's out for the money. Patty's manipulative. She's not. She's
More
not.
people see through that BS than what y'all can ever imagine.
Well, I'm going to share something with y'all. I know you didn't know Emmy, but when that fake ass apology video came out,
Yeah, I heard about that.
know about it.
I
You
would-
know about it.
Yeah, I know about it. But I didn't know Patty at that time. But yeah.
When they started filming together again, he took her to a house that wasn't very far from where he lived. And at that time, I knew the owner of that house. And the owner of that house was a padre. So he did get a little bit of that history correct about the voodoo going on.
Mhm.
Because I had been there at that. I think I even told you when I actually, because that house had a red room, and that red room was the initiation room.
Right.
And I think I had even actually told you when I accidentally drunk that tea. And what happened to me for about 48 hours after I drank that tea, I was tripping.
I want some.
But he took her to this house, and I know he put it there because the handwriting was a piece of paper, a crumpled up piece of paper. And you know what was on that piece of paper?
No.
The date of the day Mike died.
Wow.
It was written in red. In this house where there was voodoo practitioners. In fact, if I
Damn.
wanted to, I could give you the owner's name and you could look it up and say I'm telling the truth.
Let me explain to him about you really fast. So, Mason, what got me knowing that James is this legit person, well, besides being a person, real person, was my cousin come up missing. James and I barely was talking. I mean, back and forth between Patty and him. My cousin come up missing, and the last person to have seen her was her boyfriend. So we're talking with James, as you know, I'm getting a phone call from her sister, and we're talking, and he's kind of listening in on it and stuff like that. Well, he started telling us that he's like, I could see, you know, a river, a creek, and trees, and this white road and stuff, or like you know, he's just going on. All I did was send him a picture of my cousin, and he didn't know the other stuff I had that her sister had given to me, saying, hey, this is, you know, this is coming from this and that. And he's saying the stuff, and me and Patty and Rebecca are going, oh my God. It sat me back. And talking about right now, he did not know my cousin, did not know anything about her boyfriend. And then he started saying, he goes, was he in the military or something? And so I'm asking Rachel, I'm like, hey, was Katrina's boyfriend? She goes, yeah. How the fuck does this guy know this? And we're 3,000 miles away.
Well, there's an ability that very few people have, and I don't know what you call it, but I can. It takes meditation, but I can focus on a place, and I can actually go there.
I think that's what
could
James was doing. Yeah, he was like, yeah, there's this. He was describing a tree trunk that was fallen, and it was like a landmark. I'm just going, oh my God.
If I have a picture or something that they had that was like say a ring or a piece of hair or just something that was theirs, I could touch it or look at it and focus on it and meditate on it, and I can tell you things that will blow your mind. And
I told you
have.
this, you have to meditate.
Yeah, that's what he was doing too. It was like, yeah, so you guys get each other. You guys know. But yeah. So sorry, I had to remote viewing.
Remote viewing. I am
yeah.
a remote viewer and have been ever since I was, I guess, born. I've always had the ability to do it, and I have done it for a long time. And now there is some super powerful remote viewers, and they actually, the government will use these people. That's how they spy on people, even other planets. We can go to other planets and see what's there with enough meditation. It's very possible.
In fact, you know, I could probably just zoom in and see be a fly on the wall in a certain fake haunted house.
Hey,
Because I mean, even if I'm talking or if I'm doing an investigation, I get like I explained it to Emmy and I explained it to Patty the way it is. It's like a Polaroid picture.
Yeah,
it's like a Polaroid picture. You have to wait for it to focus.
Yep.
Right. And see, you know, me saying this, people will be like, well, he's crazy. Well, okay, go to my channel and go through my videos and listen what the spirits say. They're telling y'all. They're talking about me. They're telling y'all what I'm telling y'all now. So I let the spirits back me up with this shit.
Spirits have ratted
grandmother's-
people out before too. We know that.
Oh
What's
yeah,
that?
they will.
The spirits have ratted
Oh yeah.
people out.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
My
yeah.
grandmother, she had the ability, like she could, if somebody was calling before they called, she was like, "Oh well, I can't go do this because so and so's fixing to call," and no more than she would say call, the phone would ring.
Tez goes haunted house or whorehouse.
Well,
Yes, and Phoenix Fire.
Andor.
He was talking about astral projection and stuff like that earlier tonight on her stream. My son Ozzy is a dream walker and does astral projection. And again, he kept that from a lot of people because he thought he was going crazy.
So that's kind of in the realm where I've been getting into is transcendental meditation.
It's scary, and I'm gonna tell you, it's like when it happens to me, and a lot of times it happens when I smoke weed. I mean, really, I'm not even bullshit you. I could get stoned, right? And I will be sitting there, and then all of a sudden I will come out of my and I'm not just saying it and being funny. I'm not trying to be funny. But
Have a
it's
good night,
scary
Steve. Thank you for stopping in.
because it feels like your spirit is leaving your body, and I believe it is. And sometimes it feels like there's no way to come back. And like I be in my bed, and I guess it's what is it called? Projection.
Astral projection.
I will be laying in my bed, and I will do that, and I won't be trying to do that, y'all. It'll just freaking happen. I was looking down at myself when I was younger, and I didn't always smoke weed. And to be truthful with you, I ain't smoking shit now but Delta freaking 10 because I've lost my connections in Georgia. So,
Hey, Oregon, every drug's legal here.
I tell you, man.
I use the gummies. That's about it.
Yeah. Shadow says, but you have to be careful of not putting your energy into talking to the spirits because you can project your personal views onto that. True?
That's true.
Yep.
What does she mean by that?
Go ahead, take it, James. Okay, so she's saying you got to be careful by not putting your energy and talking to spirits. Project your personal views onto that.
Because there's certain views that you may have negativity to it, and it can attract negativity.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah,
That's what I was trying to get. I hate fucking fibro.
I was having a lupus fog there for a minute.
Oh, yeah, Tez is in Washington, and it's legal there too.
And y'all, look, there's reasons. I'm a very honest and blunt person. Growing up, things happened to me when I was a child. Okay. I got molested when I was a youngin', and it caused me to have problems.
Yeah.
And I have these flashbacks sometimes because I was done bad when I was 8 years old, and the last time it happened I was 10. I was brutally raped
Oh my
by
God.
a 25-year-old man. And
I like I said, you're talking about it, and I'm getting pictures.
it was bad, and I have that every day of my life, and it's something that you can't just put aside. It's there, and you can't help it. So yeah, I smoke a little weed every once in a while, which not now. It's better than being fucking on all this medication shit that they tried to put me on, and I was on. I don't want to be walking around feeling like a fucking zombie.
Yep.
They had you on. Let me guess. I'm saying Depakote.
Yes, Seroquel, all this stupid shit, y'all. And I felt literally, I was not even me. I would take Seroquel, and I would be drooling and shit.
Yeah, that's what I was fixing to say. Because when you were telling me about that, you was off the medication. The first one that popped in my mind, Depakote. He was on Depakote.
Yes, you're right. I was on a lot of shit.
People who's out there, this is the first time these two have ever met.
Yep.
And this is the first time that I've ever said anything like this on social media. And by the way, a lot of people, I don't go and talk about my gifts. If you watch my YouTube channel, the first time I've really tried to come out of my shell was part 2 of the museum. I started using my gifts again. I haven't done that on camera in many years.
What is it with you? And did they try to put you on lithium?
They had me on a lot of stuff.
Because I'm seeing lithium and you were kind of like a zombie. It was a medication that was making you a zombie.
It's been so many years ago, because when I got off of that, man, I threw it away. I mean, like, I couldn't do it. I'm not the type of person to be zombied out and drooling and stuff.
The number 12 is coming in my head, so I'm assuming that's 12 different medications they had tried you on.
I know they had me on Adderall, Seroquel, that other stuff. They had me on all kinds of shit.
There's 12. There's just a number 12.
Probably 12 different types of medicines, because I was a guinea pig. They was experimenting with me. Then they do that to a lot of kids, man. Medicines that they're not even supposed to be on, And
I don't want to tell you this, but that image, it's like coming clear in my head, and I can actually see what this person looked like.
He was my cousin.
That's why I keep doing it. I'm trying to get it out because I don't want to see it. I don't want to see what happened, but I can.
Carla.
See.
Look, and I'm just going to put this out there. I hate that happened to me.
Yeah.
But everything happens for a reason. And let me tell you why I'm saying this right now. Do you know how many children? I've helped? You could go on my private, and not just children, grown-ups that has dealt with the same thing that I deal with. I help a lot of people, not just on social media, but at my job. You will be surprised. I know. And I was on drugs for a long time, heavy drugs. I've been clean for almost 10 years now.
For you.
I have totally changed. I was on crack cocaine, y'all. My aunt introduced me to that shit when I was 12 years old. And that's when I hit it, everything went away. I mean, that's how I coped for many years.
Usually what happens.
It went away, and so I got addicted, and I ended up losing everything. But you know what? Everything happens for a reason, because a person cannot help someone if they have never experienced it.
Exactly.
And that's another thing that we were talking about earlier. I don't know if you were in here when we were talking about the stalker situation.
No, I don't think he was in here yet. No.
So I lived through that. I've got it's like I was telling Emmy, you can't, unless you're right here, Emmy, you can see like these lines right here. These are actual scars where I had to have surgery to have my face reconstructed, and they're not going to go away. I lived through a stalker. I've got a big stab wound right here.
Yeah.
And when I see these YouTubers faking it like it's the next cool hip thing, it triggers me. It triggers me. And I keep what's in my mind. I'm going to keep that to myself, what I want to do. But it's not, you don't want to go through this.
Exactly, Kelly. Kelly says the best helper comes from tragedy.
Yeah. And when, actually what caused the downfall between me and that particular YouTuber is because I stuck up for my friend, the co-creator of 𝕄𝔸𝕋𝕋𝔼.
Right.
They also, because somebody said, is that true? If I was to play this app, I'm going to get stalked. 𝕄𝔸𝕋𝕋𝔼 on their Twitter said, basically said,
I have private messages.
He's fucking lying.
I have the private messages where Josh said it could be shared out.
You could tell that them videos is reenacted.
Yeah, but it's making having a stalker look hip.
It's
like
not
it's
hip.
thing.
It's not. It's deadly.
It is. And
And-
look at all the kids that's doing it now, thinking that that shit is really happening to them.
And they want a stalker because these YouTubers are making it look cool.
That's why I've never done it.
What they don't know is the stalker is that YouTuber's son. The stalker is that YouTuber's girlfriend on a Google. We later found out that it was, what was it, Google, where you can create a phone number through Google.
Oh yeah. It's
Google Voice or something like that.
Yeah, you can
The text
download the app.
surfaces. Oh, I see you in the vehicle with this YouTuber and this YouTuber. That shit is set up. That's done. I mean, it's all a pre-production plan, and you're making someone that could look at all of these people that have lost their lives from stalkers, and you're making it like it's a fun, hip thing to have.
You know, 𝕆ℸ𝕋𝕋𝔼 is a pretty cool app, but you know, it's not, in my opinion, it's not what they're putting it out to be. It gives you a location, you go to it. There's only one video I've seen that I kind of believe that it was real. It was between a woman and the 𝕆ℸ𝕋𝕋𝔼 thing, and she's really not a YouTuber. She just happened to be filming it and came across a creek that it took her to, and she got paranormal activity. And I think it was real, but that was a coincidence.
Just like the coincidence was with those teenagers in Seattle that found that body in the suitcase. And that actually helped solve a murder.
Yeah.
But that's these bigger YouTubers will take something that was legit and they run with it, and they give you the, the lies and the
bullshit,
deception, and go with it. And it's to where you if you're that impressionable, you don't know reality from fucking hole in the wall, because they're telling you, hey, this is what we're experiencing. Get out in your mind and get out, like how he says it, however the fuck he says it.
People loves people. Let me tell you, this is what irks my ass. People will rather watch a person that they know is full of shit and is a liar than watch an individual that they know that's truthful. And I'm going to be honest with you. There is nobody that's going to come out on social media and just be straight up and tell you what I've just told you about myself. That's how real I am, and that's how much I don't give a fuck what people think.
That's still on the topic of 𝕆ℸ𝕋𝕋𝔼. I remember a video Patty did with Julie.
Yes, I know what you're talking about. Yes.
That I don't understand where the whole doxing thing came from, but that legitimately happened.
Nobody
heard to that location.
All she said was, she goes, "Oh, it's taking me by an old friend's house."
That's all and there's, you can barely even see the gate. I mean, you see like a little tiny smidge.
But then to get back at her,
they do a video on her road
purposely, and it was because it was, I'm going to call these people's names out. It was it was Rob, it was Omar, it was her sister, it was her niece, it was Jody,
Deb the groomer.
Need I say more? They
purposely, Fluffy there? Was it Fluffy?
Yeah, Fluffy was there. Yep. The thing was, these other people, they didn't know what was going on, but Jody and Omar
knew,
tricked them, and made it sound like they were going on. This is where the app led them.
Because Jody's following that particular YouTube in the car, and the others are in other cars. The one who had the location was that YouTuber.
Mm-hmm.
Guess what, y'all? They're going to make a rap song about us now.
Hell yeah, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, I mean, hell, I have been called every book name in the book, so I'm dying for this to happen.
I wonder how many times he's going to tell us that we need to go suck a dick.
Yeah. And I'll tell you, let's say they were in my chat right now.
They
I would
probably
invite
are.
them on the panel. I'd be like, you know what? If you got something to say, come on up.
Yeah, I mean,
I got
I'm going to say
anything.
this. I'm going to say something.
What, babe?
He's going to accuse her of doxing and giving out her last name. What about Jody? Did you know that there is a video that they filmed together with Fluffy where Omar specifically, I said his name. Oh, shit. Oh, well. Come for me with your lawyers.
Wait, there's a lot of Omars out there.
Yeah.
That's not even his name.
Hell. And not only that, he's got what? I've counted at least 6 different things on freaking Instagram.
Well, getting back to what I said, it was that YouTuber, Jody, and Fluffy. And the exact quote was, hey, what would it be if I found cocaine with an insert last name here? If you go to this YouTuber's personal Facebook page, his middle name is there as his last name. The information's there.
Mm-hmm.
But he wants to say, oh, she doxed me. She didn't dox him. I've seen the video and it will be shown. So that's, and and I also wanted to add that 2 people in that video were pissed off when they found out what happened with that Rondo Nautica on Patty Street.
Yeah.
Because they found out what happened.
And
if you've noticed, Jody's not following one of them in particular. Well, 2 of them in particular anymore.
it was a bullshit move.
That would be someone close to Patty and another person, and he may jump on there and do this now when I say it, UGUE.
And because of Jody's hatred to get to stomp on anybody he can to get up in the world, he will do anything and everything to destroy everyone in his way. And that's why this was the whole thing. Tonight's conversation was, about fakers and stuff like that, and the people who really want to show evidence. I mean,
They don't know, but there is thousands of people, and I know this for a fact. A lot of them's on Facebook. They don't do YouTube and stuff. Paranormal teams that absolutely are on to every one of them and is watching them very closely.
yeah.
And I know a few of them, if they ever see these people, it's not going to be good.
Well, look what they did to Rick. Rick debunks. Rick is a friend of mine.
Mm-hmm.
They came after him full force, and they got him removed from YouTube, and he may not ever be able to have another channel on YouTube.
It's stupid.
But it's okay. This certain YouTuber wants him to before I do anything was the message in the email. He wanted him to remove videos associating him with Patty. But we go over here to the Shape, and the Shape's allowed to keep his copy of the smear campaign video. I tell you why. It helps those.
Also,
they had to take their video down because it was nothing but pure slander. They had to legally take it down.
you got a thing called Social Blade, and this is where you can you can follow anybody on this Social Blade, and you can see their ups, downs, the roller coaster. And when their shit was being affected from what was happening to Patty,
they were gaining subscribers.
They were adding the videos with Patty. They unhid them and brought them back out, or start sharing them out on YouTube. Not YouTube, I'm sorry, Facebook. Because with Patty filming with them, there was hundreds and thousands, whatever, of
Yep,
likes.
you're right. And then all of a sudden, he loses the Facebook page.
Yeah.
I mentioned that to him. I mentioned that.
It's a
David's
lot of
going, who took
sneaky
Rick
shit.
the handle down? Yeah.
You don't even know.
And that's the thing, like we were talking earlier today. That's the difference between people who are fans that are only getting or hearing what they want to hear or what those creators are telling them that they want to know, and people who are friends and that are involved,
Having to
and
deal
The
with it.
friends know more than the fans.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, a lot of them, the fans, they don't give a fuck if they're wrong. Anyway, they don't give a shit, really.
No, now there have been some exceptions where fans have changed their view after they found out the truth.
Yes.
That they have come and apologized. I mean, I think there might even be one in the chat that distanced himself from Patty and quit following her. But I think, when he heard, because Patty, we all know that Patty is a no bullshit kind of person. If she's going to address you, she's going to call you by name. She's gonna, and she has the receipts for everything she said in her video.
And that is I love her for that. I love a real straight up fucking person. Yes, I love her, man. She's freaking
Even
awesome.
to this day, Patty and I are like sisters. There's so much shit. She keeps a lot of that stuff to herself because she's not trying to get anywhere. She has no reason to bash people, but she knows the truth, and
I know the truth. You know the truth.
yeah.
And
It comes down to this.
Truth.
They knew that she had what she had, and they also knew that she felt guilty about what was taking place on YouTube, and she wanted to clear her name and start over doing what she loved to do, and that was real paranormal.
Yep.
And they did not want her to come out, and that's why they teamed up on her and done what they done.
But I'll tell you this.
And just October, I believe it was in October, she had just filmed with Joe and Rob. And then
I know.
Also, with the Raptors, I'm going to throw the Raptors name out there. Okay.
Oh, Lordy.
When they realized, Patty's like, I think I'm going to, step back from, videoing and stuff like that. There was a lot of pressure out there.
Yeah.
Well, as soon as the Raptors felt like, oh, shit, we're not going to be able to clout chase on her. Oh, no. Let's follow these other people. And that's what they
Jen
did.
was in the middle of it. Jen was in the middle of it. She was going by Jody's house, taking pictures of the vehicles in Jody's car and his yard.
Yes, she was. And
but now they forgive her for her participation, and they want to say that Patty had a plot via Lou to kill Jody.
Oh my God.
Lou must have forgot about several phone calls he made. I mean, I don't know what's going on in his head or what he's smoking, but he must have forgot about some phone calls he made while at Patty's.
Yep.
And for him to get up there, and he did do it, for him to get up there and sign a false affidavit. That was
Jody's
one
attorney. I didn't mean to cut you off. I had to say, Jody's attorney was like, "Oh, they come from up north, blah 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 blah." Fuck! I flew 3,000 miles, like 4 different times, and they wouldn't take my affidavit. What the fuck's up with that shit? And he lied. Fuck! I didn't mean to cut you off, but I had to get that out. That was in my head.
Well, what I was going to say was that was one of the shittiest things to do, was to lie like that. I mean, that can be perjury too.
Yeah. I was about to say,
this is the lengths that they're willing to go.
When I was in Tennessee with Patty, okay, I kept getting text messages. Well, first off, Jody and Omar were like, don't go to Tennessee with Patty. She's going to hurt you. Really? What the fuck? So there was that. I go to Tennessee because I have a vacation planned with my friend. And while I'm there, I get this text message while we're sitting at the, dinner table. And it was Jen saying, can you talk? I'm like, typing like, no, busy. She goes, I really need to talk to you. Can you go call me? So I'm like, okay. So I went upstairs to call her. And she's like, oh, we're really worried about you. We're afraid Patty's going to hurt you. But I'm like, the fuck? Yeah. And just shit like that. That's everybody was in that.
I didn't mean to cut you off, but I've personally seen Jen continuously come after Heather, even Heather telling her to leave her alone, to stop contacting her. And I'm going to bring this up, and I'm just going to go ahead and say it because it's going to come out.
And I've seen emails too of shit like that.
Yep. In a conversation with Vinny the other night, he told me that Jody's goal was to bankrupt Patty. That's why he's brought in this other YouTuber to try to delay the case, because it's costing him more and more and more and more and more to keep filing these papers.
Damn.
And then when Vinny told me that, it started to make so much sense as to why you guys there was such a long time for the continuation of that restraining order.
Three different times.
3 hearings. And it was the second one he got served with the defamation, wasn't it? I think so.
Yes.
Yes.
And then, well, see, the thing was, so Florida, I can honestly say this, Florida, I'm excited now because it's coming to my head. So it used to be each person can have a restraining order on each other, but then Florida changed the law like a few years back, saying nope, there could only be one restraining order. Well, when that bailiff had told me and Heather that Patty needs to contact, the police and give a report on what's going on because of the whole bang bang and everything like that, when she contacted the police, and then they were driving by the house, the officer's like, I'm on my way over there. He was just going to take a report on the phone. And so when he came over there, he's like, this is one of those cases where you should file for a restraining order too, because he goes, you got enough evidence here because this guy is using that shit against you and making you look like the bad person. And so that's where the second one, they were able to get 2 temporary ones.
And what people don't know is that Patty was actually granted a restraining order against Jody. Jody lost his eventually. Mm-hmm. Patty had enough evidence to get a restraining order against Jody. None of the fans knew this. But this can be talked about now.
Oh yeah, I'm sharing this shit out.
That hearing's done and over with. Jody could not prove any of his claims. Patty was able to get a restraining order against Jody. Whether this YouTuber knows that, I don't know. He sees this, he will.
And wow. I remember too, the Raptors would try to reach out to like the bigger YouTubers, to try to meet up and stuff like that. Well, they did the same thing to Patty, and Patty's like, what? They lived up the road. Yeah, I'll meet them and stuff. And Patty actually liked them, and they started filming together and everything. Well, we know they were using Patty to try to get to Omar. Well, at the time, Omar's like, I don't want to meet up with them. You need to stay away from them, blah, 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 all this shit. And yes, this is true, you guys.
I remember.
Patty gave them a chance because she thought they were legit. And this is why Patty doesn't really meet a lot of people nowadays, because of what has happened. And
you never know. I mean, there's so many fucking weird motherfuckers.
Patty had her guard up on me too, because some fucking stupid bullshit went down when I met them for the first time. And the night before I was leaving, a bunch of shit started having to make me and Rebecca look like these bad people. And Patty's like, I'm not into drama. I'm backing away. And I understood that it was a friend of hers that was supposed to be a good friend of mine that started doing this bullshit. And it's crazy what these people would do. But yeah, so, I got off track there a little bit.
You were talking about the Raptors.
Yeah.
Well, I tell you what I'm doing for Patty. I know she don't know me, and I really don't. Other than her videos, I think she's a wonderful person. But I am involved with a lot of big paranormal teams, and I'm letting everybody know what I back her. And a lot of these teams look up to me. They are all subscribed. I mean, hundreds of people. Great people, and they're big names that I'm involved with, and a lot of them want to do interviews with her, and I think that will be a great idea if she's willing to do it, especially with Matt, and then Brian Parapost, through the lens, with her getting on with a big name like that, and letting people see her as
Patty's really humble
individual.
too. That's the thing with her. She's really humble. She doesn't consider herself anything but just a regular person. When people recognize her, I think she gets kind of embarrassed. She's like, oh my God, because she's humble like that.
And I'm not saying go on there and talk about this,
no.
But just go on there and be her, the person that people love, and that's Patty.
Yeah, and she's funny as fuck.
Fuck all that other shit.
She don't say no bullshit, but
right. But I want the paranormal world to see her and know her as a real paranormal investigator, because I believe she really is.
She is.
I think a lot of her for coming out and doing what she did to thousands of people being.
She didn't have to do that.
She didn't.
I gotta hop in the chat here in a second to address Judy. She says, but couldn't Rick just make another channel? He's tried, Judy. YouTube is standing firm with their decision and the false reports that were filed, and he's no longer allowed a channel with his IP address.
Yeah.
Tez says, in the beginning, Jen called me after that video came out and told me everything they said was true, that she had proof, which I never saw. She was trying hard to convince me to believe her. I don't think it was Tez, but I do remember someone coming forward that had talked to Jen, and like I said, I don't believe it was Tez. I'm not sure.
I know who it was. Because we were actually supposed to meet this other person in Tennessee, and she changed her mind.
Well, was it the person where Jen? The one I'm talking about is the phone call Jen made, and she asked, "Was I convincing enough?"
Oh, that I don't know.
There was I can't remember the name right off the. Tez might know what I'm talking about.
But I know when that smear video came out, they were trying to turn me against Patty too. And I'm just like,
no deal.
What? and then when she didn't know and Patty didn't know. And when I was like, I really need to talk to Omar. And at the time, Jen and Lisa was talking with Omar, and I'm like, I really need to talk to Omar. I need to tell him about Jody and what I've done and how I know for a fact he's lying, and it has nothing to do with Patty. And, I had to step up and be the better person, because I was like, Patty, I did this. I'm sorry. It should have never came down like this on you. And then when I told Jen that, we were on a 3-way call. I told Jen and Patty that at the same time. Yeah, there was a gasping. I'm like, I did it, but this is, Patty I'm not going to let Patty do this. She can't take the blame for something that come from my house.
That's a true friend.
I told Jen, I'm like, I need to talk to Omar. I need to let him know anything he's saying was a lie. And, so all that day, Jen's like, well, I contacted him. They don't want to talk to you right now. I'm like, what the fuck? And I had a Zoom open all day. Finally, I was like, Patty, is there any way we can get Omar in a private Zoom with me, and that's when Heather came in, and Heather got and Omar's like, I didn't even know you were trying to get a hold of me. So it just goes to show right there.
Yep. And Mason, I just want to tell you, I can pretty much give you a confirmation because I know Patty well enough that she would be willing to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it'd be a great thing to get her name out there in the paranormal, which it probably already is, but to be able to go on these big
Yeah,
people.
she was actually listed in a couple of lists of the best paranormal channels on YouTube.
Yeah, I mean,
Yep.
I think she's a real paranormal investigator, and the videos I've been seeing here lately is fucking awesome. The responses that woman's
Yep.
getting is insane, people. I mean, fuck. She is awesome as hell, and I think
And
everybody
Heather's
needs to
some
see
good
it.
stuff too.
Oh yeah, I tell you, I love. Now, who is Heather? Her daughter?
Yes.
I love her TikTok.
Hers and Greg's, yeah.
Yes,
Greg,
they do
they're
freaking amazing work.
hilarious.
They
They
do
are
amazing
funny.
work.
Greg's a really good guy.
He gets excited when he gets like responses and
I
stuff.
know.
He's like, oh yeah.
It's like a big adrenaline rush.
Yeah.
And you can tell it's legit. I mean, you know
Yeah.
when people's faking and when it's real, you know.
Yeah, but with Greg, you get because of that, it's hilarious.
I tell y'all, I love every one of y'all, and I appreciate you letting me come up here
Yeah.
and speak, for myself, but just to talk about this fake shit, man, because it needs to be talked about. People needs to know what's going on, and like y'all said, there's two sides of the story,
And then there's the middle that
yeah,
That's to be revealed.
and I really appreciate y'all just coming out and talking about this stuff, because I have been waiting for a while for somebody to come out and start talking about this fake ass shit that's going on. People are being deceived, y'all. And it's not just grown ups, it's little kids too.
Yeah. It was Mel that she was talking about. Was I convincing enough? It was Mel.
Yeah, it came to me right after I said it, and I was
Yeah.
like, well, I'm not going to say it. So.
I mean, there's just so much that goes on, and
Yeah, I mean, it's the ones that were the fakery led to this because they know on some level she could, if she really wanted to, but she's not going to unless she had. I mean, I'll do it. I've got some of the footage. If they decide to start coming after me again, I'll do it. I don't have nothing to lose. I'll just start dropping footage here and there.
Patty's not that type to ruin somebody. That's the
because
thing.
if she was, she would have already done it.
Exactly. And that's
she
what
said that she could do it. She's just letting them be known that it's there.
Well, at one point in time, everybody was really good friends.
Yep.
And I'm sure deep down inside of every one of y'all, there is a part of y'all that really cares about each other. There's got to be. I mean, it just don't end like that. There's something there in each and every one of us that cares. And just think if people can just let shit go and just look past the bullshit and just come together as one like it ought to be, it could be so much better, y'all.
But considering the fact that when you're in that circle and they do this to one person,
oh yeah,
it could happen to you.
Oh yeah.
So I mean, could I ever be friends with them? No.
After the grandkid, after the children and what's being done with the kids and stuff, I wouldn't want to be, but I'm just saying, forgiveness and then leave people the fuck alone. Don't keep bashing someone and going after someone.
Yeah.
Leave them alone.
That's the thing. That's the thing. Mason, they did that. She sitting over here minding her own business, not even mentioning them. They don't even exist to her anymore until they come for her. They start posting first.
Oh, I know. I watched her and her daughter not long ago come out, and I've been watching Patty for a while, and she never brings up them. until
No.
she just has to. I mean, hell, you can only
And
take so much.
Actually, it was Heather that said, you know what? I can't keep quiet no more.
Right.
And
She
Heather
don't
is
like
the
seeing her mama
peacemaker.
being done like that.
No, yeah, Heather's the peacemaker because she was still talking with them too, but enough was enough.
Yes.
It was affecting her kids. It was affecting.
And every time Patty tried to defend herself, like when that tweet came out about those signs and the fake $100 bills, you remember that, don't you, Emmy?
I sure do.
Should I go ahead and spill that?
Go right ahead because I was there when one of them was found.
This was at the first hearing, was it not? Yes.
Second. Nope.
Nope.
Second.
This was the first hearing. It was the first hearing because it was the next hearing when this $100 started appearing with the notes on.
Oh
them.
yeah. You're right.
So after the hearing, Greg's going to go get in Heather's car, and
I gotta cut you off on this one. So nobody knew except for Patty, me, everybody who's close that Heather got a new car.
exactly.
Except
Okay.
for one of the person's name was still on her Facebook. When Heather posted these, she didn't know who this person was because we're sitting at breakfast looking, going, how could they know about her car? Go ahead, and then I'll jump in after you start talking.
Okay. So Greg goes to go get into the car, and he looks down, and there's a wad there. This wad looks like money. He picks it up, opens it up, and it's a fake $100 bill with the words, "Wouldn't it drop this bitch?" on it.
You dropped something, bitch, or something like that.
Something like that on it. And then guess what? Give it about, let's say, when I talked to that YouTuber, it was May the 17th. So, and May the 15th, he did that live stream. So it was around the time that you guys were in Georgia and Greg and Heather were way out of town getting married, that these signs start appearing and these notes started appearing. Guess who previously has a habit of using fake money in videos?
Two people I know of.
Exactly. The same fake money. So just put two and two together. Now go ahead with what you were going to say, because then I'm going to say
nobody, and this was the first time I seen Heather's new truck too, or car, and so we're sitting down after the hearing and we're going through our Facebooks going, Heather goes, I only posted these pictures on my Facebook. And then I'm going through my Facebook. I'm like, oh my God, do you have so-and-so? Because it's a name that's not a name that you would, I can't even think of it, but it was one of their real names. And she's like, oh my God. So basically, Lisa, Jen was going on Lisa's Facebook and getting shit because she knew that, because Heather had blocked Jen, but this other name didn't get blocked because it doesn't even go with the name, her name. Everybody knows her as Lisa, not Elise. And then that's how Jen got the pictures of her car, gave them to Jody and Omar, and then that's how they knew what Heather was driving. Heather only had that vehicle like a month, if that.
now let's go to the second hearing. Everybody arrives. I think Emmy and Patty and Brogan and Brock were already upstairs when Greg and Heather arrived. I think that was right.
Yep, we got there first.
Guess who's at the second hearing? That particular YouTuber, Lou Rock, Lucid. And Jen.
Jen's been to all the hearings. But so when we were pulling in, how the driveway is, when we were pulling in, we saw Omar's Tesla. It was parked in the parking lot. We ended up parking up front, by the main door and stuff. And when Heather and Greg pulled in, they parked somewhere else, not even close to us. Well, while we were up there, Lou, Lucid, and Omar decided to
Go outside.
Go outside. Greg goes, you know what? I don't trust this. So Greg
Now,
and Heather
listen,
went down the
let
stairs.
me interrupt you real quick. Now, keep this in mind. Nobody knew this. Nobody knew the truck Greg was driving because he had only had this truck so many days before this hearing. Go
Yep.
ahead.
And so they took the stairs down. And again, people out there, you guys don't know this because you weren't there. We were there. Omar moves his car and parks it over by Greg's truck.
And while he's behind Greg's truck, he's going to be able to see the decals on the back.
Mm-hmm.
Now, let's fast forward just a little bit to a couple of months ago when Lou Rock was having live streams. Lou didn't think nobody knew that Greg had this truck. The only people that knew Greg had this truck were people that were close to Patty, Heather, Greg. I mean, it was not broadcast all over the place. So Lou in his live stream, just in case it disappears, it exists, Lou, says in his live stream, specifically says, why that looks like a truck I saw while I was in Florida. Come to find out, Lou happened to be in Florida the time these signs had come up. Previously, when I had talked to that YouTuber on May the 17th, his forward question to me was, is Lou behind it?
Mm-hmm. Oh, I gotta say something before I forget. Okay, so in that money, Omar lives in a gated community. The only way to get in is if you're ringing, because they had that guy there that lets you in and stuff like that. There was money found on his front porch. That fake money.
Mm-hmm.
And the only other people that was there, because it was like a get together they were having, was Jen and Lisa. So where did that fake money come from? But
I know this. He had expressed before that there's only been one person that could get past the security gates, and that was his best friend.
Jody.
No.
This
is the same person that he had accused of setting his backyard on fire. This was a while back before he had to move to where he's at now.
Oh, that's right. Okay, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he's the only person that has ever been able to get past the security guards.
Damn.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like I told that YouTuber in our conversation that how do you not know that was dropped when one of those people that were inside your house that night left?
Mm-hmm.
So we've got them, and we've got the fact that he's done. And if you try to remove them, it'll be too late because they exist and they're not going anywhere.
I leave my videos up, so.
Oh no, I'm not talking about you.
So I'm just letting people know. Oh. And the whole reason why did we get together on this? Because
it was to tell the truth, to get about Vinny, and it's turned into the fakery and everybody's opinion on it. But we have video proof of pranks done with fake money. And even a live stream where a fan sent this YouTuber a box full of fake money.
Mm-hmm.
And then fast forward to January, I believe it was January when that YouTuber and Jody were in Miami and they found that deal money. And then who in the right mind is going to toss out $50,000?
Golly.
You didn't see that video, did you?
Mm-mm.
They were in Miami, and Jody goes off. Of course, it was already
Randonauting.
Yeah, and this is around the time that Randonautica started calling them fake.
And they found a bag of the money.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I did see that. Stupid.
Can you imagine what that would have made a homeless person feel like?
Ooh.
I know what it would have made me feel like.
Could you imagine if they had actually tried to use that?
Right?
Oh,
Get
it was like
for something.
It was all fake.
Yeah.
Damn.
And you know, the everybody's one side of the story. Well, let's Lupus Fog. They're telling one side of the story, but they're not telling
The whole
the reason why Patty reacted like the way she did. She had every single right to. For example, Lou jumps on that train because Lucid stole Patty's grandson's ADHD medication.
Oh no, she bought it. Well, okay. And the crazy thing was, Patty didn't say anything to anybody, and then me and Patty started talking because Logan was like, I can't stand this medication, and Lucy was like, oh, what kind of medication is it? Whatever it was, ADHD. And she's like, let me buy it from you. And he's like, no, my grandma would get mad. I just don't want to take it anymore. She's like, no, let me buy it from you. That's the same medication I take. She gave him $40 for it. Okay.
$40 fucking dollars.
Yep. And then when we all met in South Carolina at the Belmont Inn, and yeah, we were sitting there. There's me, Rebecca, some other people. We weren't even hanging around Patty. Because too many people were all around Patty. So me and Rebecca was hanging around new people we were meeting. And we were talking about how, it's hard to sleep at night. I was like, yeah, I have Adderall. That's it. And I was like, yeah, I have insomnia so bad that Lucy's like, well, you should talk to your doctors. They should. I'm like, yeah, they do. They give me, Ambien. She goes, oh, yeah. Later that night, I go up to my room. She's like, hey, can I get one of those Ambiens from you?
Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah. And
But
I was like, you know what?
Any of this. They're not going to mention any of this. And that's why Lou jumped on that hate train. And he threatened Patty. He said, if you go to the cops, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. Mm-hmm. But Patty's the one that, again, mind you, made these people do what they did.
That's crazy, man.
See, this is another thing the fans didn't know. Mm-hmm. Heather didn't go into that on detail in her video. All she said was she stole the medication, but there is more to that story.
And this is, how would I know anything about that? And see, Logan was there with us at the Belmont Inn. And I went to Patty. I said, hey, this is what just happened. What the fuck? And she goes, oh my God. And Logan goes, see, Grandma? Something like that. Started saying, I can't remember everything, but it just goes to show we didn't know about her getting drugs from me, buying Logan's, until Logan was like, hey, and two.
It's really fucking sad because these people, my kids and myself looked up to, and to find out the real legit truth. And I know it's real because I've been watching this unfold over time, and it makes sense. I mean, you just can't make this shit up.
No.
And it's sad because I looked up to every one of these folks and my children. My kids still watch Omar. My kids
I will say this. I have seen text messages where Lou has called Chris a lesbian. But yet it was Patty who said that she slept with to get that TV show she had.
Yep.
Damn.
I'm talking about Chris Star. Yep.
I don't know Chris. I like Chris. I like Chris's content. And I will say one of the places she went to was not really Kurt Cobain's place anymore.
Well, y'all, I'm going to have to get off. I got to go to work tomorrow.
Oh, I'm so sorry. But
no, I really enjoyed it. And
I'm always around. Aren't I, Emmy?
Yeah.
I mean, Emmy, I would love to start coming up with y'all and stuff like that. I think y'all are really wonderful people. And y'all are real. And I really appreciate that a lot.
Hey, send me the dates on the ship and stuff like that. And
okay. I definitely will. And I'm going to be honest with you. it is a opportunity because not many people get to do what we will be doing. And when I say the whole ship is ours, it really is. And see, that ship is a museum, and there's certain parts of that ship nobody gets to see, but
Wow.
we will.
Okay. That would be awesome. Yeah, if you don't mind, I'll see if a friend might want to go too with us, if that's okay with you.
Oh, heck yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, that would be cool. But thank you for coming on the panel.
Heck
That's
yeah.
Taz.
And I'll definitely be back.
Yeah, we'll definitely have you back. This is we need to band together and get this shit out because the fans don't know
Don't
about
know.
it all started because of Vinny.
Are we having these people defend Jody automatically just because I'm assuming that it's the one he bought that domain for and it's one of her friends? That Stony, whatever her name is.
Yeah.
Defending Jody when all they have to do is go to the channels that we're talking about and see that he's removed this stuff. There's a reason why it's removed.
Yep.
If that's not suspicious, then I don't know what's
Trying to hide it, trying to cover herself up or get people off the prize.
That's exactly what he's doing. And it's not going to work because, I mean.
Well, I tell you what, he's lost a lot of folks in my team and my family because I'm going to tell you, my whole family was subscribed to him. And I'm going to be honest with you, I ain't. And not only that, when I started finding out they were fakes anyway, that was a done deal then. And I really fucking hated it because honest to God, I loved every one of them people. I didn't know them personally, but I loved their work and I believed them. I mean, I was fucking deceived because I've witnessed the shit that they were faking. I witnessed it in real life. I mean, some of it I got on video and it is real. And it makes me look fake because they get caught faking shit like that. Mm-hmm. And the real ones that actually get stuff like that for real, our people think we're faking it. I mean,
yeah, because Patty came out and said that. You won't believe how many people are like, oh, since Patty said that, Patty's a faker, you're a faker. I'm like, no, Patty admitted she faked in the past. Like, come on, fucking clean out your ear.
But she also said
with those YouTubers.
She also said, you got a group of people and money. I'm telling you, money, it has a way of getting a hold of people. And it makes good people sometimes do bad things. But does that make that person permanently bad?
No.
Was she really bad then?
No.
She made a mistake, and that's called being human. And she made amends, and she came out and apologized in a very big way. And yeah, it probably was embarrassing.
Yeah.
But she took that bullet, and I believe she is a fucking champion.
And the thing with that, CC got caught red-handed faking the shit. Well, Joe was like, that was his hand. He's like, okay, I can't let this guy go down. So they had no choice but to admit.
You talking about Chris? Crazy Crossroad? Yeah.
Yeah. Patty came out on her own and she'd been planning on doing it. She just didn't know when and how to do it.
Yes.
And nobody forced her hand. She wasn't caught doing something like those people. She did it because
in fact, if you actually think about it, Patty actually caught the other YouTubers faking, because if you go back and you think about that one video where she's panning her camera and you see Tom moving the chandelier.
Yep. And again, like everybody, I'll tell you, if there's a video you have in question that Patty has done, ask her. She will tell you whether that's fake or if that's real.
Oh, yeah.
Say it already.
Yeah, if the title doesn't say it already, because there are some titles she has changed and said fake paranormal. She has put that in the title because she's like,
yes.
That speaks volumes. I mean, that tells you what kind of person she is. Mm-hmm. She is a really good person, and only good people do shit like that.
Do this for a long time, and when Joe and Rob come out, she found that to be the ample opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
because if she would have done it on her own with the heat that she was already had, it would have destroyed her.
Yeah, there was just so much going on.
To be honest with you, I don't think it would. I mean, you know, she has a really good way about herself, and you know, her work speaks for itself. She does amazing work on YouTube. Not just her, but her daughter, her daughter's husband. They all do a magnificent work.
Straight up.
And
Yeah,
I
she
would,
it was her.
I think she's a hero, man. I mean, and if y'all talk to her, tell her MJC said that he is a fucking fan.
But I can guarantee you, because I know Patty well enough to say, and she'll do she'll do that with the interviews and stuff.
Yeah.
I can 100% guarantee you.
Matt's down. I've talked to him. I said, man, when I was talking about PDX, I said, you know, there's a lady, her team is called the G team in PDX, and they're all in this team. And I'm going to tell you, they get some really good shit, man. And I explained a little bit to Matt about what was going on, and he was like, well, yeah, ask them if they can come up and stuff. And that's when I reached out to you, PDX, and seen if you wanted to do something with Matt, because I'm going to tell you, that man is really connected. And not only that, I wouldn't even care if he's connected or not. He is just a great guy. I mean, he is fucking honest. He works his ass off at his job. I mean, then he's helping everybody in the paranormal world, and he's really changing things. He's changing things for the good, and I stand by anybody that's about what he's about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
but anyway, I got to get up in here and get my butt in this bed. First, I got to take a shower.
Well, thank you for joining us. I really do appreciate you coming up and saying what you had to say, because a lot of people, they're not hearing this because, you know,
nobody's talking about it.
Yeah.
It's going to be talked about. It needs to be talked about. And guess what? And you know, I ain't saying she needs to go up there and talk about this, but if she feels like she wants to, Matt is the person to do that with. And once the paranormal world hears her side, you know, they're not connected with these people. They're connected with regular people that don't do paranormal investigations. They just would sit there at their home and watch this shit.
Yep.
And they believe it and stuff like that. These people are actually paranormal investigators. And I'm not talking about just some amateur. They're professionals with thousands and thousands of dollars worth of cameras and technology and stuff like that. They're big time. You talking about Paraflix, Parapost, you know, Brian is the creator of Parapost. I was just interviewed. I did an interview the other day with Brian on his on Through the Lens, and I'm telling you, they are fucking awesome and connected.
Yeah, me knowing Patty like a sister, that would be something. And like James, you know, her cousin.
I know her well enough to give you a confirmation of yes.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. I'll let Matt know. And PDX, you talked to Matt, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, he was just saying we got his email tonight.
Yeah.
Okay, good. And just get with him and just let him know, look, because I think it'll be a great idea. And a smart move too, because her truth needs to be told the way it needs to be told.
Yeah.
But anyway, much love, y'all.
Much love. Thank you.
And I'm gonna check you out, James, man. I'm gonna subscribe and everything.
Take care.
Yes, sir. Peace.
Have a good night. Peace and love. He's like, how do I get out of here?
I know. I'm sitting
right. Yeah. You know, and you know, it should have been added too that he's a cool guy, but you know, when Lucid just pretty much threw that money on Logan's desk and
so don't tell your grandma.
Yep, don't tell your grandma. What did he do? Thank God he told her.
A lot of people don't know this. Patty and her grandkids have a very close relationship bond, and they can they will talk to each other, and I've seen it. I've witnessed it firsthand, and there ain't. She would go to the end of the world for those kids, and her grandkids will do the same thing for her. They will protect her. If she's out too long or something like that, they're calling her. They're like, "Grandma, are you okay?" You know. And people don't see this. They're not.
They don't know what's going on behind the scenes. They're only
No.
just like when the accusations of child
Ted,
abuse.
you have a good night. Thank you for coming in. Much love.
Just like when Jody accused her of child abuse. And what did that YouTuber say in that live stream? He repeated it. He said, I'm not hanging signs in your neighborhood calling you a child abuser. I'm not hanging signs in your neighborhood calling you paranormal.
Yeah.
Well, it is. It is fake.
You know, and her grandkids will tell you that was the best thing that had happened to him being Bakerited, because that kid's been through a lot. Losing his dad, finding his grandfather, which him and his grandfather were close.
Mm-hmm.
And you got a lot of mental things that go on and so much stress. You know, you're bound to snap. And that's what happened. And she wasn't doing it to hurt him.
No.
He needed that, you know. Patty was holding his hands to restrain him so he wouldn't hit her. But that was about it. That's not, you know.
I mean, the worst thing that came out of it was a hair pulling contest.
Yeah. Ooh. They both had long hair. I mean, honestly, that's.
But how can you? I mean, I don't understand what
justify that.
Because I mean, that's reprehensible. And then do you remember when he said that when he offered the $10,000 for the lie detector test?
Yeah, right.
Her life if her life is even worth $10,000 or something to that effect.
That's fucked up.
Yeah. Well, I do know that he does talk down to people. And a YouTuber that he threatened with legal fees, he mentions that it's something in the lines of, because I'm having lavish meals.
What's that have to do with it?
I mean, does that make it sound like she doesn't? I mean, I don't know. Is it trying to say that she doesn't have the money to eat the same thing he does? I mean, why do you have to be such a condescending prick to people just because you have a different opinion? And you know, that's further proof of people reaching out.
You know, a lot of these people in here, I don't call them fans, I call them fams. And you know,
Yeah,
I met a lot of these people through Patty, and they started following me through Patty and stuff. And these people have been true blue to Patty. They miss her live streams.
yeah.
You know, we talk about that.
Well,
and stuff.
if you look, that little troll was taking her live streams and misconstruing them, trying to turn evidence again. Oh, well, she had a life insurance on Mike. Well, yes, she did have a life insurance policy on Mike, but it lapsed because Mike's identity got stolen. You know, it's just anything they can to try to turn, and it's just pure desperation to turn people away from her.
Right.
Phoenix, he forgot to clean the hand with the red paint on it. I must have been talking about Joe. Oh, Todd. Yeah, I caught Todd in a video red-handed. He forgot to clean the hand with it. I remember that. I remember that. I don't even think help would, at this point, I mean, Judy, I don't think help would. I mean, I just don't know. He's beyond help. That's all I can say.
I'm missing it. HD sure is sick and he needs help. I would have to agree. He's beyond that. He is a mastermind at manipulating people. And if it's going to work to his advantage, he will. These other people that are in the background, his fans, that just started talking to him like a month ago. Oh, I got something juicy, you know. Everybody knows, and I'm going to say this till my face turned blue. Everybody knows Patty did not do that Craigslist ad. That Craigslist ad come from my house, my IP. Rather if Jay did it or rather if I did it, it didn't come from Patty. And that's all it was. That's the
But
proof.
you know, I mentioned that to that person, and he just got real quiet. I said, "And you're going to let her take the fall for that?" And he didn't respond. So that told me what kind of character he actually had deep below too.
Mhm.
Because now, if this is true, and maybe the police reports need to be dug up.
I think so.
I think we need to get a hold of these police reports because they are public information, and see what's going on in those police reports. Because if
Carla
he's,
goes, who's HTD? Jody Dean, Hunting the Dead. You know him. Huh? You're going to the bedroom? Okay, I'll be coming in shortly. Yeah. I
I'll
just
make
don't know what to
some
say.
requests in later because they are public information.
Yeah.
And if he is, surely he is not filing false police reports and naming her.
It's against the law to do that.
But that too, in the state of Florida, you don't even have to make a call. You can do it online.
Oh, that I didn't know.
Yeah. In the state of Florida, you can file police reports online. You don't have to call an officer.
You know,
So-
and the other thing we looked up while I was there, creating a false Craigslist ad in Florida is not illegal. It's a nuisance.
Yeah. Just like the sign.
We asked the cop that too, and he goes, "No, it's not illegal. It's just a nuisance." You know, because that's why people flag them to get them taken down.
But wait, there is an FBI investigation into that.
Carla goes, "I don't like him. Never have fake." Yep. Now, what were you saying, James? I'm sorry.
I said, yeah, but I said there is an FBI investigation. I'll roll.
Yeah. I'm not going to let somebody go down for something that.
But they are. They are that bad off that they're going to actually let her take the fall for that. I don't believe the pizza deliveries. Honestly, I believe Lou might have been behind that.
We get to our bedroom door. She keeps walking straight. Walks right into Dakota's room. Jumps up on the bed.
He's
Curls up next to him and just looks at me.
like, I'm going to bed with Dakota. That's funny. What else was I going to say? Anybody again in chat? I don't even know how many people we have in here. It's
There's 7 people left.
7. We've been doing pretty good all night. Like, wait, mine says 10. If you guys want to hear stuff or want us to address stuff, leave me a comment, leave James a comment. Here, let me drop his link. I think we should start having more of these
Conversations.
Yeah, because it's the little people that actually need to
Address
bond together. And because they're getting away with too much shit and pushing people around.
I mean, how can you even comprehend to threaten someone with legal action when this person is expressing an opinion even the family requested not for YouTubers not to post videos.
Mm-hmm.
And you're going to threaten someone with legal action if she doesn't remove the video?
Right. The other thing I was going to say too, what I've noticed too, these bigger YouTubers, they, if they do film with a smaller YouTuber, you can't put out your content till they do theirs first. And then what's the sense of you putting out your content? Because they're already seeing the big YouTubers, you're nothing.
Exactly.
And
And I'm
that's
going to put
fine.
this out there, and it's not coming from Jay. It's coming from me. And I'm not talking to Jay. I'm actually checking the chat, as people can see. Jody walks around like he's untouchable.
That's funny you say that because other people were saying, "Oh, those come from Jay's words."
That
No,
just
it has
came
nothing
from
to do
my
with Jay.
words. Jay, I'm not talking to Jay. I'm checking the chat. Jay did not say that. I'm not even talking to Jay. Those were my words, and those words came from Vinny.
Yep.
David, hell, I used to like Lou Rock until he turned on Patty. David, to be honest, I never really liked him. I mean, I don't have anything against him except for what he did to Patty. But I just didn't like him. I don't know. There's just something about him that I don't like, and it's just the vibes I get.
That's how I was, or still am with Jody. That's the thing, you follow that gut instinct because that's not going to steer you wrong.
Because I mean, I knew about the phone calls he made while at Patty's about that whole murder thing, and that's just like, no, that's kind of sketchy.
Yeah. So let me get everybody's opinion in chat. Do you think what we did tonight was a good thing, or do you think it was stirring the pot? I myself, I think it needed to be said.
It needed to be said because you and Jay are getting accused of something you didn't have anything to do with. And like I said, if these people want to see the text messages, they exist. I showed a couple on my phone, from my phone.
That's the thing. You can make up and do a new email and like truth be known or something like that. So that way, if they want to contact you, you can put your email there and you show them. That way your email's not out there. And yeah,
I may do that. I mean, Vinny says he's not done. And in fact, from what we gather, from what Jessica said, that YouTuber was coming in on the 1st, and that's when this was supposed to take place. She was under the impression that it was that YouTuber.
Wow.
Because that YouTuber was being talked about quite often around that time coming in. In fact, I mean, let's see. I think I mostly don't want to deal with shit like I don't care that they know I'm back, but I don't want to be around certain people. I think, again, it just goes to show that I can't trust my family because, see, I mean, they're telling her family things. It's scary to me that they all seem to mean harm in one day. She can't spell worth a flip. Seem to me they all seem to mean harm in one way or another.
Right.
I should have known better than to trust them. They were not out for my good, and then called them treacherous whores.
Yeah. And why would somebody say this? I mean, she has nothing to gain either.
This is when this text right here is when Alicia got a hold of Jessica's phone. She just got my phone and seen all the shit. So I imagine shit's about to start. Vinny responds, why would she be grabbing your phone? What the fuck? She said, and she just goes and tells, and she's just, no, they haven't been here. This is they haven't been here. This is another text. It's not the same one, so nobody gets confused. She's just sending me aggressive text talking about Alicia. And here it is. It says, this is Vinny talking to her. I don't even understand why you're over there. You're something when she was trying to get her. Okay, I don't understand. He's talking about Alicia. I don't understand why your friend over there is crying when she was trying to get her own girl to do porn. It's right here in text.
Yeah. I'll be right back. Keep
Talking shit, going through my shit and won't stay out of my shit. They're constantly going through her stuff and let's see what else. And the fake ass lies and stories, everything is fake bullshit. I'll be rolling my eyes full of shit. Actually, they have literally locked themselves in the room and avoided me all day. I've had to hear their loud and annoying voices, but I haven't seen them all day. I have just sat here for 2 hours straight listening to Jody watching that YouTuber, and I'm not going to say what is said.
Sure.
And respond is back is like, oh wait, they're both there, and she's like, no, Jody's studying him online.
Who does that? I miss Kyoko too. And you can't judge her. You don't know the situation she's in, what's going on, why they grabbed her phone. You don't know.
Exactly.
And if you come from already a broken relationship, you're walking on eggshells as it is. So a lot of times you're like, okay, fine, here. You don't want confrontation, That's how it is.
But
You know
I
what I
mean,
mean?
you can't take sides until you hear both sides of the story.
Exactly.
And
Exactly.
for them, I mean, I could see them coming straight up and defend him because of what he did buying that domain. But then again, he has a habit of buying domains, and it is known. So, I mean, you can try to delete that if you want, but it is known. I mean, you're not going to make that evidence go away.
Once it's out there, it's out there.
It's out there. I mean, it doesn't take hard. It's not hard to search it.
You can pretty much search anything. Yeah.
I mean, I found it in like not even a minute.
Mm-hmm.
And the accounts that the Green Riders Entertainment, when he purchased the link for rickdebunks.com, he used it under his Green Riders Entertainment. I mean, if anybody wants to see that, I have it as well.
Because there's a lot of people out there, they want receipts.
I've got
If
receipts.
it didn't happen, if there's no proof, it didn't happen. But you know what? And you're gonna have some of those people say, you could fake text messages. Really? Why would you go through this entire?
There's always going to be that one person.
Yeah, like. I mean, I can understand some people will fake text messages, but to go through days worth of messages, really? You that fucking stupid? Like, come on.
I mean, Patty, she's got a counselor that can vouch for the fact that she's not a child abuser. The children show no signs of physical abuse or mental abuse at all, or verbal abuse at all. And she's got the receipts too when it comes to that claim.
Yep.
I mean, you don't accuse people of stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
You don't bring in like where he tried to accuse her of having marital infidelities. You don't do that. Because what was said could have been a joke that was taken wrong. If that, which wasn't what was said, but because he's got to prove this. And then there's this habit of getting other people involved in his business. So let's bring this YouTuber in and let's try, and this is confirmed by what Vinny said. Let's bring this YouTuber in. Let's have him go after her because I'm getting drained of resources. That's exactly what happens. What has happened. And whether this YouTuber knows that he's being used for that, I don't know and I don't care because
Not our problem.
nope. He should have listened.
Mm-hmm. I'm in awe.
I've been in awe ever since that video come out and then just months later before that they were all friends.
You know, also I have to say Patty's only source of income was YouTube, basically. Yeah. And last year around this time, when shit was being said, she'd lost thousands, and I mean thousands of followers and subscribers and people who, you know, had paid to join the channel and stuff like that. I seen her stuff, how much she's lost.
I saw it too.
And it's like, and this is where you can totally prove a slander or defamation of character because you're losing pay.
Mm-hmm. I said it once and I'll say it again. He did the right thing by getting this YouTuber involved.
Mm-hmm.
Because that YouTuber is going to be more believable than the person that he tried with and nobody knew.
You know, and yes, Jody, I'm going to talk about you. You obviously didn't like Omar. You obviously didn't like James. You obviously didn't like 𝕆𝕍𝔼. You didn't like Lou. But when you didn't need Patty anymore, you're stuck in their balls. Suck a bag of dicks. I'm sorry. But
That's
you
balls in the air right there.
You were talking about them faking. Look who's calling.
When he admitted to Vinny that everything in his video was fake.
Yep.
On his front porch in Georgia is what Vinny told me.
Mm-hmm.
Do I believe Vinny? You're damn right I believe Vinny.
I'm just watching you guys chat. I follow Patty and I love her channel. And I hate when these idiots did that. Thank you, Island Jen. I appreciate that. And you know, and this wasn't all about Patty today. It was about the underdogs here. I guess that's the word I want to use. And these people are getting away, these bigger YouTubers are getting away with the bullying. And it just goes to show how they're bullying other YouTubers to get somewhere, you know, in life. And they got to knock somebody down, you know, that's doing good for themselves or whatever. You know what I mean? It's like late. I'm trying to think. And having fiber frog does not help one bit. Is Patty my friend? Yes. I didn't like Patty because of the paranormal. I actually like Patty for Patty. That was it. And you know, my best friend lives a few miles up the road from her too. And for people to accuse us of clout chasing, like, come on. And then this whole thing with Vinny, this is again for new people who've come in, how that started out was Vinny come in contact, or Vinny knew James. And next thing I know, and people are messaging me saying, did you pay Vinny? Or J-Mac supposedly paying Vinny to make these videos. No.
And that never happened. Vinny reached out to me because I've known Vinny when we lived in New York. And as I've previously stated, and it will be proven if needed be, We used to go nightclubbing together at the Limelight, the Tunnel, Save the Robots, Palladium. I believe that was it. It's been that was the 90s. That was so long ago, and there's not much I remember about that time. But Vinny's someone I've known since I lived in I actually left that area in 98. There was an incident that happened, and after that was taken care of, I left, and I moved to Florida. Moved back to Florida because I was living up there with family.
Mm-hmm.
Lived in Florida to 2015 and moved to Tennessee. Vinny moved to Florida in 2013. Vinny became associated with Jody around that time. I don't even think Jody knew that Vinny knew me.
I didn't even know you and Patty were related. I mean,
You know,
seriously,
that goes to show that what they said was she talks about everybody. When they said that, that's not true.
right. Oh, we were all known.
Mhm. Y'all just thought I was just some random dude from Tennessee.
I did. I didn't know. Does that change the fact how I feel about you? No, but you know, and that makes sense. Like, oh, this is why he knows Patty and stuff like that, because you're related. You know. Right, Judy? Yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty bad when he showed that news. But can you say, but on some level, Judy, can you actually say you're not surprised? I'm not. I mean, this is the same guy who went and propped himself up on Shanann Watts's grave like he owned it.
What?
Yeah, when he went to the Shanann's gravesite with the children, Cece and her children, the kids, and he's leaning up against Shanann's tombstone.
Why didn't I know about this?
It's in
Holy
his
shit.
videos.
Oh, just goes to show I don't really watch his videos, you know. The Limelight,
Yes,
the
Phoenix
Tunnel.
Star, I knew Michael.
Yeah.
That was the incident that I was talking about, and you know that had to be brought out too because that could have been used. But I wasn't involved in what happened. Because I was friends with him. I knew what I had been told, and I knew the situation, and I did have to testify at that trial. You could actually find that it's all public information.
Judy goes, I'm not surprised.
No, Judy, when it comes to something like that with a distaste, it's not even shocking anymore. I mean, I'm going to be completely honest. When I saw the video that he had Jessica in and she's drunk and she's in that, what I showed the screenshot of, was I shocked? No. Because again, this is a guy who has openly talked about in his Nerdy McDirty channel about having sex with his 8th grade teacher, if that's true. And if that's not true,
Why say it?
Yeah.
Ruining her
Why
life.
ruin somebody else's life?
Uh-huh.
If you're faking videos, it's half of what you say fake. Phoenix, what a lot of people didn't know about Michael was he also had his own after hours club called Lotto. It was in an upstairs apartment that he had renovated, and I actually found some pictures recently of when he was remodeling the place by himself. Yeah, if you don't watch his videos, that's fine, Carla. But we're also we're telling people if you enjoy his videos, watch them.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, some of them I watch because they're freaking hilarious.
Yep.
The way he acts is freaking hilarious.
You're like, come on, fucking yeah.
I mean,
Oh,
how do you, just when he pretends to hear something.
yeah. Oh, what do we got over here? Yeah, fuck. I'm sorry. Oh. I'll call it out. Oh, I'm burping. Excuse me.
You forgot to turn the camera off when you called the police, Emmy.
Oh shit, I did. God damn it. Oh, what's going on here? No, no. I know. Yeah. I'm sorry.
I mean, I've never seen somebody so obsessed with dead bodies.
All right. Right.
Phoenix, when it comes to Party Monster, the original title was Disco Bloodbath, but you got to take that with a grain of salt, because I think James even embellished what happened. I remember there were conversations where James had actually called me, and he had called a couple of other people. He's like, "Can you put Drano in a needle, in a syringe?" And I'm like, "How the hell would I know?" Because he was trying to piece this together in the book, and he finally got a hold of Michael, and Michael's like, "That never happened, but it's there. I mean, you can't put Drano in a syringe." But you got to also remember too that James doesn't mention in his book, and I knew this. James would go off on these what we would call K trips, and around the time the murder happened, everything he got was hearsay. He was off on a K trip in, I think it was Miami, Florida, and he was a shoe salesman at that time. He don't even know how he got there.
Wow. Yeah, I remember.
You know,
I know this too.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say I remember. Didn't he work for like a crematory?
He did. He did. But I don't think he worked there very long. In fact, the crematory he worked for was the same. The girl's parents is the one that owned the reception hall that Joe and Rob and them were arrested. Rob wasn't, but Joe and Ethan and Todd and James were arrested. But he didn't work there very long. I'll say that. But he did say that he got a kick out of cremating bodies. It was like a huge adrenaline rush.
That is disgusting.
Yeah.
Wow.
But yeah, that's a lot of things like that's cool. That's cool, Phoenix. Yeah, Michael was actually, yeah, he was given internet access when he was good boy. But yeah, now that he's dead, Ernie Glam, I don't know if you knew Ernie was Clara, the carefree chicken. Ernie recently found a bunch of artwork that Michael had left in his apartment when Michael was living with Ernie, and Ernie's selling it now. He doesn't want it anymore. Some of it's signed and some of it's not. If I could get downstairs, which I can't, I would show you a picture of Michael that Michael did of me around 96.
Oh wow.
A lot of people didn't know that Michael was an artist, but his talents were wasted.
Wow.
I still have a lot of those old flyers too, Carla, from the parties. I mean, you know, his death is coming up on Christmas Day, and he was my friend and he always looked out for me, but there's always that knowing what happened. And, and I still feel towards that way, but it's weird not having him or his brother. I don't even know if you knew he had a brother who died not too long ago. He died of stomach cancer. And poor Elk, the mom, I converse with her frequently, and she's just in a state where she's not the same woman she was. She's not Mama Alec no more. But this
I
had to
didn't know
come
who you
out.
guys are really talking about.
Yeah, it was apparently she's a fan of my scene when I was growing up. Well, my cousin, if you watch, there's a movie called Party Monster.
Okay.
It's about, and there's another one called Glory Days. And there's a book, well, there's a couple of books actually, about my cousin was a DJ at the Limelight, and he DJ'd a lot of the parties where, like, Phoenix says she was going to have, Phoenix said they were going to pull out the book. Well, what James fails to mention is my cousin actually DJ'd the parties after 𝕐𝕍𝔼𝔼 left, and that's how I was introduced to them.
Okay.
This is when I came there after RuPaul had already arrived up there at that club scene.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
They
That's the shit I don't know about you and stuff.
They all loaded up in a van. It was RuPaul, my cousin, Larry T, Lahoma Van Zant, and Lady Bunny, who's actually from here. Her parents just live right down the road, Lady Bunny. She's a well-known. They all loaded up in a van, had an accident, and wigs and drag clothes are all over the interstate.
Oh my God. Wow.
But when I lived up there, I lived with my cousin, and RuPaul lived with us too.
That's one person I've always wanted to meet. I find him fucking amazing. I like his shows. I used to have.
Ru and my mom are still really good friends.
What is he, like 70?
No, he's just in his. My cousin is 52. He's 53.
Okay.
Because they all went up to New York in the late 80s, and the early 90s is when I went and lived with my aunt. And then it's how I got associated with Vinny, who is actually turning 50 soon.
Like soon.
Yeah. Yeah, I know his birthday's coming up.
Well, how old are you?
I am 43.
I was going to say, I thought you were younger than me. So, yeah, okay.
I'm 43, but see, at this time in the 90s, you could get into the nightclubs underage.
Yeah.
All you had to do was have a sponsor.
Yeah.
So I was underage, 13, 14 years old, going out.
And you're a tall person, so
Yeah.
you don't look your age.
I don't think I have any pictures on my phone. You used to have all the 𝕐𝕍𝔼𝔼 CDs. I actually dug out the Dizzy Chicken. I don't know if you knew about that one. His very first single was called Dizzy Chicken. It was on that the plastic vinyl records. It was on that because they were only so many pressed. It was actually a club invitation. But I've been told I should write a book because because of the people that were there. Like there was a part where and James doesn't mention this either because James was on one of his K-hole trips, Phoenix. Vin Diesel grew up in that area.
Oh, wow.
And he worked as a bouncer at one of Peter Gation's clubs. And so for Vin Diesel to get to Los Angeles to be in a movie, because the first movie he was ever in, he was never paid for. He kidnapped a bunch of club kids and held them in his apartment making phone call, like a phone drive to get him money raised to get him to Los Angeles.
Sorry. I'm like, I can't concentrate. And I'm like trying to, Jay was messaging me and stuff. So I was just like, instead of hollering across the house.
And when not you're here, Phoenix, I'll dig out some of my old costumes. I've still got like my platforms that we made. We used to make our clothes for the costumes. I've got a pair of platforms that I made out of sneakers, and I still have them. That the base is 9 inches high.
Oh my god!
So you can imagine.
And you're already like 6 foot, right?
5'8".
Well, still. Oh, that's fucking tall. Anyways, that's wow.
Yep, they used to be the Fabulous Pop Tarts, and the song that's in the movie while they're in Texas, the whole money, success, fame, and glamour. The filmmakers were Fenton Bailey and Randy Barbato, and they were in the scene too. You know, they were friends with Michael too, and the song "Money, Success, Fame, and Glamour" that is actually one of the Fabulous Pop Tarts songs because the club kids didn't do anything.
Like I know nothing. Yeah, shit. We'll have to have another talk. We'd have to have Phoenix come up on the panel, and you guys definitely start talking about this. I know nothing.
Don't watch the movie. It's on Tubi for free. Because
he watches a lot of Tubi. That's funny.
I watched the movie with my cousin, and it was right after I tried to avoid it. I tried to avoid watching the movie, and when Michael watched it for the first time, we were all on like a computer chat, and Michael, he's like, "That didn't happen. Wait, did that happen?" Because they're so much embellished.
Wow.
5th and 9th Avenue has a. That's not far from where my cousin, who used to DJ the Disco 2000 parties, has a record store. But, you know, this had to come out because, you know, for certain reasons, they tried to use this against me. And Patty and I had discussed that in the past. And it's like, well, I just need to go ahead and make all of this public. Even though I had nothing to do with what happened to Andre Melendez, I knew the people involved, and I did have to testify at that trial.
Judy says, wow, I have so totally enjoyed this live stream, Emmy and James. I'm glad, Judy. I'm glad.
Judy.
Yeah, it's just going to get better from here because hopefully more people will start speaking up. And
yeah, he would have gotten the shaft if he would have taken the deal. And I don't think you know about the deal. I think James kind of embellished on that. He's made it come off like, oh, well, I'm getting away with murder and all this stuff. That's not what happened. Peter Gation was like a father to Michael, and I don't recall it mentioned in James's book that Michael's downfall was when he got into drugs, and to save him, Peter gave Disco 2000 to Walt Paper. I don't even think you might even know who Walt Paper is. Walt Cassidy.
Thank you, Judy.
Dear friend of mine. And Walt to this day feels that it's his fault that Michael fell because Disco 2000 was taken away from him. And the DA wanted Michael to take a deal, and that deal was pretty much lie against Peter, and Michael's like, I'm not going to lie. I did what I did. So he took the charge.
I'm totally lost. I just have to say, I'm like totally lost. You two know what the fuck you're talking about.
There's a YouTube channel and the address of the filmmaker. What do you mean? What do you mean by that, Phoenix? I mean, I know Fenton and Bailey, and they had another friend of mine in one of their reality TV shows that it only lasted 2 seasons. And, you know, they have the whole World of Wonder network that they have that produces shows like RuPaul's Drag Race and the Party Monster movie, but they don't have a physical network. But Fenton and Randy, they're both great. They're both great people. And a lot of people don't know this, but about the movie actually has people in it that were in the scene that are extras. I'm in a couple of scenes in that movie as an extra because I was there, and they wanted the people there that to make it more authentic.
Right. Oh, she's
Oh,
popping out.
okay, I
Like,
got you now. I got you now, Phoenix. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I know who you're. Okay, yeah, that channel. Yeah. So there's a little bit about my sordid past.
I didn't know about it, but see, look how we all got brought together, and then you guys start talking about.
Nelson was a good guy. That's right, Amy. Nelson, he was such a great person. I'm talking about a guy named that Phoenix mentioned named Nelson Sullivan. Uh, Nelson was like the first. This was in the before the times of YouTube. Nelson was one of the very first people to go around and film his life up until his death.
Really? Okay.
I don't know if it's on YouTube or not, and you might know this, Phoenix, but one of his surgeries is even filmed. I mean, Nelson filmed his life. He filmed the Club Kids. He was a big fan of RuPaul, and he filmed RuPaul. I mean, there's even one on there where RuPaul this is right after Ru left York. I mean, Atlanta to go to New York, and some homophobes are following him around. Yeah, you'll see a lot. Nelson and RuPaul were very good friends, and I think there was even a episode my mom told me about in Drag Race where RuPaul mentioned Nelson before. I don't know, but I think she told me that RuPaul had mentioned Nelson. And there was Lady Bunny. Of course you would have known of Lady Bunny. Her parents are literally my next door neighbors. John's parents are my next door neighbors.
Oh, wow.
They're both college professors at UTC. But yeah, this definitely needed to be addressed, and there'll probably be more that'll have to be addressed too.
Yeah, definitely. Well, we should do this monthly or weekly, whatever it takes to help others and stuff.
Because I mean, it's there's so much that people don't know, and then for people to come and accuse you and Jay of something y'all didn't have anything to do with, that's not cool.
Yeah.
Genitalia, Miss Jenny, she was the very first queen of downtown New York City at Disco 2000. I love Genitalia. Well, that's not her real name, but I love Jenny. She's sweet. She works with children now, right, Phoenix? Jenny and I are actually the same age. She was around she was around towards the middle to the end. She and I are the same age. And if Gitsy had lived, and yes, Gitsy was a real person, but not like portrayed in the movie. Gitsy was based off of Jenny and the real Gitsy. Gitsy and I actually had shared the same birthday, and of course she passed away. And the same birth date, and it's weird. We're born the same day, same hour.
Oh my God.
Gitsy and I had a close relationship, and Brooke.
Wow.
Phoenix here's bringing up names of people I know. Yeah, Jenny, she's great. I love that she's working with children.
Well, shit, I was going to say, we can end this, but I can bring her up and we can talk privately and stuff, because I was like,
we can do that some other time, and I'll try to dig some stuff out, some pictures and stuff that I know that Phoenix.
Oh, that would be cool.
For. Like one night at Disco 2000, this is again before Michael, after Disco 2000, this is again before Michael got on drugs, and mind you, he hated drugs, and where he'd crashed at our place, passed out in the bed.
I'm putting your YouTube channel again.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. And people,
I may post some stuff about that too, because I showed a lot of stuff to Ernie the other day, and I showed a lot of stuff to Sacred and Christopher Comp and Jenny. I found some pictures of Jenny and sent them copies of things that they didn't have, and of course, you know, they'd want like pictures of us hanging out with Yoko Ono.
wow.
Yoko was a regular at the Limelight. Her and John Lennon's son Sean, they were regular hangouts there. As was Donald Trump.
Wow.
Donald Trump hung out there when it became Club USA.
Stuff I didn't even know about. Huh. Erase that, sweetie. Never mind. Sorry. Oh, wait. Erase this? Never mind. What? Wait. Why am I erasing this? Is that not his channel?
I thought you were posting the panel link. Yeah, we can talk if you want to, Phoenix.
Oh no, that was James's channel.
Yeah, that was my channel.
Yeah, God damn it, you confused me on that. I was like, wait a minute.
I may post some stuff from back then on there. Like I said, I've got some clips too that are on my old VHS style, so of inside the club and stuff.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
You know, before the club became a mall, it after it was sold, it sat empty for years. It became a shopping mall. And going in there when they were remodeling it was the most weirdest experience of my life.
Really?
Because I could look and I'd be like, well, this is where the sex room was, but it wasn't a real sex room. That's just what it was called. Because that's where all of the smokers, like the cigar smokers and stuff, would hang out. And then you would have the HR Ginger room where you'd be looking over here on certain nights where they'd have the stage for rock and roll church, or you'd be looking over here and you would see where the whole dance floor would be the shampoo room. It was just, and to see it all white and turned floors was crazy.
Well, I guess I'll be learning something in history. Like, I did not know that, honestly.
This friend of mine was able to actually steal the last picture that was ever hanging in there, and they didn't do anything with it. You know, they didn't care. He stole it, and it was it's about the size of a door, and it's of a nun, because the Limelight used to be an old Episcopal church, and it was turned into a nightclub. And it also had its separate entrances too. Like the main entrance here, where Kenny would be the door person. Then off over here on the far side, for Peter would make it safe for gay people in general, and they would have their own, you know, a club within a club, or they could. Yeah, I mean, it was just great. It was the Studio 54 of the 90s.
Yeah, she goes, the documentary he mentioned is on Tubi. The documentary
on
Limelight
and Glory Days is on there too. I highly recommend Glory Days over the Party Monster shockumentary, because there's things that are left out of the shockumentary that, I mean, I'm not going to lie, Fenton and Randy, you know, they loved Michael, but there were things that were left out that should have been in there, that Walt had said and that Richie Rich had said. And I do actually have some of those edited from that documentary. You first heard of the case when watching on America's Most Wanted.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. But the thing is, Phoenix, Michael felt such guilt about what he did that he was literally telling everyone that he murdered Angel. he had felt such guilt, and a lot of people say, well, he doesn't have remorse, or he doesn't show more remorse. He has the traits of a sociopath, and he's narcissistic. Well, that's just Michael. I mean, his brother. Did you even know he had a brother? David.
Or other people.
Well,
No.
David, he at some level he would have the same, like when he would talk, it would sound like he's talking with exclamation points, the same way. But Michael actually really felt bad for what he did. Yeah, Party Monster mixed a lot of stuff, but Michael, you can believe me when I tell you, he felt bad for what he did, and he always wanted to reach out to Andre's family and apologize, and offer restitution, whatever he could. But part of his court order was he could never reach out to them. But a lot of things, happened, and it never should have happened. What happened was wrong.
Kind of like what we were talking about tonight.
Yeah. So, this is something I had discussed with Patty in the past, because she knew it.
Right.
And it's like, I told her, I said, you know what? I need to just go ahead and start coming clean about this, because they could just say, well, this is what happened. He could have been involved. I was never involved. I was friends with the involved.
Right.
Even the other person that was there that helped Michael, which Michael wasn't the one that killed him. It was actually Freeze. We later found out at the hearing.
Your pussy's talking.
They featured, yeah, he's wanting the TV on, but it ain't gonna happen.
You're not letting that pussy take control of you, huh?
I didn't see that, but I knew Angel. I knew Michael. I never watched an episode of The Pew. I never watched an episode of The Pew, and I know Keoki. A lot of people don't know Keoki's real name. Keoki's not his real name, but he was facing some issues too that happened last year or the year before. And I was shocked to find that Keoki got back in that position. And a news reporter had, well, I mean, it's on the news, but I'm not going to dox Keoki's real name. A news reporter overdosed in his apartment. I'll say that.
Ooh.
But I have never, I've actually thought about sitting down and watching The Pew, but I never did. Because, I knew these people. I'd hear it anyway.
I gotta find that email I dropped in a chat, and I'm like, oh my God. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm talking out loud.
I think you sent it to me, if that's the one you're talking about.
Yeah.
I think it's in there.
Okay. I'm going up and relook it. Yeah, go ahead. You guys can continue talking. I don't know nothing. Oh. Well, I don't know. I guess we can.
Yoki was good, and say another name that you don't know that's mentioned in that. Her name is Jody. Jody lives in Florida, and she's a good friend of mine. Michael Musto had actually called Jody but she's really a sweet woman. New York City's club nightmare. But this is because of the makeup and stuff she wore. Jody, she what was I going to say? The feature story. I mean, there's just so much that James leaves out that unless you actually do a lot of digging, you don't really know what's fully going on, because you can't take what James St. James says at face value at a lot of things. And you got to remember too, when Michael got out of jail, and that was the first time James had ever corresponded with Michael, and the whole time Michael was in jail was when he got out. And James was pretty much exploiting Michael. If you watch, there was like a video on Michael's release. I think it's at the end of Glory Days, I believe. And you know, he's exploiting Michael, but that's James too. I mean, you would have to know how James is to know that.
I found it. I'm like talking out loud. I found it. I'll repost.
But yeah, when that news reporter came up dead in Keoki's apartment, I found out through Jody Jingles because she sent me the news articles because I know Keoki's real name, and I'm not gonna dox his real name because it's something he does not want out there, and I'm not that type of person.
Right. There you go.
But that is out there. Okay. Yeah, I will email them a little bit later.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
But in a way, too, this kind of fits in with this conversation of things being fake, even the movies.
Yeah. That's what it sounds like. It's like,
because, you know, when I mentioned earlier about the Drano through the syringe, James St. James was trying to embellish that part just to sell it. And Michael's like, that never happened. Why are you doing that? Why you say that? And James's words to Michael that I was told was, it sells. It really was a James movie. If you know James, then you know it's all about James. That's all I'm going to say. It's all about James. It's James's side of the story. But again, I read Disco Bloodbath when it came out, but it was just like a skim. So I don't really remember much anything in it, but I don't think he even mentioned about being in a K trip and ended up in, I believe it was Miami, and he was a shoe salesman. You would know you probably read it more thoroughly than I have, but that was around the time the murders happened, when he was off one of his K trips. And a lot of people take that book and that movie as the absolute Bible of what happened, but it's not. It's not. There was more to the argument than was told. Because if you look at the movie, it makes it look like, oh, the argument was over Angel's tired old, what was it? Tired old angel wings. That's not what it was about. That's not what the argument was about. And I don't even think it's mentioned in there too that after the murder, of course, it was known what all Michael did to himself to try to escape what happened. But Michael had a big old bruise on the side of his neck where Angel bit him. And so to cover up everything, Michael went out into, I think it was Hot Topic that just appeared at the time. And he went out to Hot Topic and got some panic blood red hair color. And he dyed his hair that color, but he got it like right here, and it was on his hands, and it was to hide the blood. Yeah, I mean, I've got an original copy of Disco Bloodbath, but and it is signed by James because he was practically giving them out. But I skimmed it. What I'm telling is what I know because I was there.
I still know nothing what you guys are talking about.
It was said that Michael stole money and drugs. That was part of the argument. That was part of the argument. The full argument was it wasn't only Michael, it was Freeze, Robert. And did you know that Robert's life, I believe he's a paralegal now. They both went through the drugs. But Angel was not paying rent, and Michael and Freeze were just about to get evicted too. I'm not making that as an excuse of what happened. That's just part of what happened. But Michael didn't steal. Michael didn't steal the drugs. I mean, what you don't know is Angel was the type of person. Andre was the type of person where if he liked you, he would give you whatever you wanted. I didn't do the drugs, but he would give you whatever you wanted, and he would create this huge tab. And when he didn't have the money to pay the person he was getting his supply from, he would bring this all up front, like, you owe me this. You give me this now. He would never take the money as they were buying it. No, no, Freeze won't talk about it at all. But I think on some level he did, because when Michael got on Facebook, he was being viciously attacked by a troll, and that troll may have been Robert. They think it might have been him. I'll just say that. Even Elk was attacked. Lord, it is 7:22.
I was going to say, yeah. You know what? 2 more minutes. We've been live 7 hours. So I was going to say we can continue this
some other time, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Because I forget. See, she's also in Oregon too.
Oh,
so yeah. It's 4:30 our time. And it's 7:30 your time. And it's crazy.
Well, it went by fast.
It did. That's the thing when you have panels and you enjoy the company you're having on there and everybody can engage. I mean, everybody was talking in chat tonight, and like you said, the stuff we were saying needed to be heard, need to be said, and we don't want others to feel like they're alone. And that's the thing.
It's the truth. I mean, everything we've said is the truth. And if they want to sit down and analyze this live stream, I mean, there's nothing they can.
And the thing was, this is not drama. This is facts. This is yeah. And I'll say this: if you guys want to, people we were talking about in this video, if you want to talk to me, I'll talk. If you want to do a live stream, let's do a live stream.
Exactly.
Phoenix like, well, all I did is hang up posters for Dr. Dre. But yeah, so we will have Judy's Judy's in Australia, so it's tomorrow for her already, the next night. But,
you were watching this live stream from the past.
But I want to thank all of you. I mean, we're still ending it with like 11 people in here, and thank you guys. Thank you for sticking out with us. Thank you for listening. Really appreciate it. Really do. And James, you didn't have to come up here and
I felt the need to come up here after I had found out that you and Jay were being accused of something you had nothing to do with.
Yeah. And I appreciate that. I really do. So does Jay, you know that.
Yeah.
But on that note, thanks again, and we'll talk later. You need to get some rest. Totally believe in Patty and James. Thank you, Judy.
I don't have anything to hide or gain. Huh? Everything that I've said in my defense of Patty is because what you guys don't know is, it was said that she talks about everybody. That's not true.
Yeah.
I mean, she doesn't have a reason to mention, yes, and Vinny. She doesn't have a mention to reason a cousin that doesn't even live close to her.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Judy's from the future. Yeah, Judy's
from the future. We're tired when we're like going on the past.
I don't have anything to hide, and I don't have anything to gain or lose. I know what was going on behind the scenes, and they can sit there and claim this and that, but all the time I'm seeing it with my own eyes. I'm hearing it. I'm hearing about it.
Love you too, Carla. Thank you so much. A lot of people were probably confused at the beginning what was going on, but I think
But
They figure it
yeah,
out.
Phoenix Fire, I am definitely down sometime if you wanna chat sometime about the past, that particular past, I could do that. We could do that sometime.
Yeah, we can even do a private Zoom or something. I mean, we don't even have to go live. That's
Well, I kind of feel it should be live because
yeah,
this
that's
could be
true.
something that they dig out because you remember it was poor little Miss New York Vibe Troll was trying to get everything she can on me.
Yeah, yeah.
So I have no problem discussing my past like that because I didn't do anything wrong and I was
You're
not part of it.
transparent. Yeah.
I knew the people, I was friends with the people, and I was friends with Alec to the day he died. But that doesn't mean I condone what happened because I don't.
Right. And Kelly's like, yeah, sure. Yeah. By the way, Phoenix's name is Kelly.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay. Yeah, we can do that. I'll try to dig up some of those pictures too. I've got a lot of Polaroids too. And like I said, did you ever see the 𝕎ℍ𝔼𝔼?
Not me. Pretty sure she did. I'm like, not
It's on
me.
YouTube for free. Somebody had uploaded it, but I will try to find the unedited DVD version. I've got it in a box here somewhere where it's got the outtakes of the interviews, and it's not like a bought version. This is a copy from like a rough draft of the whole documentary
Oh, okay.
because I'd gotten it from Fenton and Randy.
You got the inside connections.
Yep. And I was so excited that Fenton and Randy actually approached a friend of mine that lives in Nashville. He's a comedian to be in a reality show they had. So I got to see them again.
Nice. And Kelly's like, yes. So you hit a subject that,
Yeah, we'll set this up.
oh yeah. Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
next time, Judy, I'll be discussing that one too. Judy said yes, New York Vibe, what a nut, and her friend Toxic Diva.
Yeah. Yeah. That needs to be brought up.
Now,
Yeah.
you found it. If you've seen Glory Days, then don't expect too much about it because this is another it's mostly just interviews, but you're going to get to see the people that were portrayed in the film. Like you're going to get to see Richie Rich. If you know anything about Richie Rich, then you're going to know that Macaulay Culkin based his character on Richie Rich instead of Michael Alec. Yep, Ernie. Yeah, I can't remember who took over Clara the Carefree Chicken because Ernie got at one point where he was just completely talking. He was just done with it. Clara.
I was like, you reading my mind. I'm going, Clara the Carefree Chicken.
Yeah, that's what Clara was called, Clara the Carefree Chicken. And the first single, like I was telling Kelly, the first single that Kyoki ever put out was called Dizzy Chicken.
I guess I gotta do some history studying before I got have you guys on the panel and stuff because I'm older than you and I know nothing of this shit. I just turned 52, so.
Well, this was New York City in the 90s. Just picture what Club 54 would have looked like. Looked like in the 90s.
Yeah. Wow.
I mean, you could be underage. I had even in those papers where I testified, I was referred to as a socialite.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what the hell that was.
That's what you were.
Yeah, apparently I was a socialite and everybody wanted me around.
Because you're the light of the party.
They said multiple people played Kara. Yeah, Ernie got just. I don't blame him because I believe Ernie might have even said at one point. He may have talked about it where he just got sick inside the costume because you gotta. Oh, Clara, the drugs took her down. But yeah, I think one person actually got sick inside
Right, Judy?
the costume. And but I will say Ernie made some of the most outstanding club pieces ever. And I believe he still does.
Yeah, you definitely going to have to bring pictures to this table. And,
Patty has seen them.
well, I haven't. You're going to have to educate me on this, or I'm going to have to do a lot of searching before I have you guys up, because I don't want to sit here and go, Ernie, I know Ernie from Sesame Street, and, you know. But yeah.
Yeah, the club kids I was not part of that particular scene. I was just friends. And that's because of my cousin.
Right.
You know, and if anybody were to mention my cousin's name and his DJ name, then they'd know.
Again, I'm lost.
Yes, Ernie is very talented. Very, very talented. He made some amazing pieces back then. And I think he has an Etsy store now. And I think he's making like the headband pieces and stuff. Because there's another club king. I'm tired.
I know. I'm like,
In California, where they do this thing like Club Party Monster, and it's just pretty much a reenactment of the old raves from the '90s and stuff. And they've toured, and I think Ernie has made a couple of pieces for. I think his name's Von Michael. I believe that's the name. Oh, and I could tell a story that time on that panel too about meeting Lady Gaga through one of my friends associated this in the past.
oh yeah, definitely. We'll have to plan an evening.
It's not a nice story, but
no, but still,
I realized, and I've also met Brittany through this makeup artist too that was associated. Because Kabuki was doing their makeup, and we just happened to be visiting. And hey, can you do our makeup? And they show up.
oh, that's cool. Yeah,
Kabuki's
definitely.
I knew Kabuki too because Kabuki lived in Florida for a while too. You can look up Kabuki Star Shining. You'll see all the makeup that he's done. Gwen Stefani, Madonna, all of them. Katy Perry.
Now, see, those are names I know.
You could rub arms with Madonna at the Limelight. That was the place for her to be. Because she didn't live too far away.
Wow. We'll be getting a little history, and that'll be cool. Even Judy's going, wow. Right, Judy?
Kabuki is like the sweetest person on this planet. The sweetest person on this planet. And getting a makeup line too, that's an achievement.
Well, I guess I'll be learning about this Kabuki.
Kabuki. Let me show you real quick what Kabuki could do with makeup. It will blow your mind, Amy. I'm so damn tired I can't even find the browser. I had a migraine earlier today and I had to take my medication for that.
Oh, I hear you.
And I slept most of the day. In fact, I hadn't been awake long when, I told you I wanted to go live and get this clear.
Yeah.
See if I can get a quick picture of my favorite look of Kabuki's. Well, this one.
Oh, okay. Vicky said, Wait, is this live? I was going to listen to the replay while driving. Well, we're getting ready to end it, but it is live right now, Vicky.
Good morning.
Yeah,
Vicky.
you don't want to miss this, Vicky.
Yeah, they did. They did show up in the movie. It brought a bit. Watching the movie, it did bring a smile to my face seeing Amanda Lepore there. And there was a musical based on it too. I don't even remember the name of the musical. To be honest, my brain's shot right now.
Yeah, I hear you. And Vicky, this is a 7-hour live stream. So yeah, you've got your whole day cut out for you if you want to listen to us. It was a really good one.
It needed to be done.
Yeah. I think it did. And hopefully, you got people out there that are idiots that no matter what you tell them, it doesn't matter. But a lot of people will know too. We had nothing to do with it. So
My sister-in-law has done hair and makeup for stars in the U.S. The name sounds kind of familiar. Judy. Jill Turnbull. For some reason, I'm associating her with correct me if I'm wrong, Judy. Didn't she do like makeup for Madonna in the, I want to say 80? No. Well, I want to say like before the Like a Prayer era, because I know Sharon, her the makeup artist that took over, is actually Courtney Love's makeup artist now, Sharon Galt. And I've got a story about that too.
jeez. Well, hey, I'm gonna be clout chasing off you for a while.
And I'll be damned if I didn't do that ancestry DNA test, Emmy, and find out I was related to Courtney.
Oh my God.
Well, it's a little distant, but
Right, yeah, but still, it's a relation. That's freaking awesome.
They do that whole thing of your living relatives.
Uh-huh.
There it is.
Wow.
Kind of makes
sense. Go back
sense.
and look at mine.
Kind of makes sense.
But James, let me go ahead and let you go.
Yeah.
Let me say goodbye to everybody here. Well,
bye everyone.
You guys, thank you so much for watching us. We'll probably talk again tomorrow, but thanks again and much love. Thanks for sticking around these 7 hours and 14 minutes. But you all have a wonderful morning,